Story 1 of 30 Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Lake Placid, Florida. 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. Story 1, The Filleted Hand by Guy de Maupassant. One evening about 8 months ago I met with some college comrades at the lodgings of our friend Louis R. We drank punch and smoked, talked of literature and art, made jokes like any other company of young men. Suddenly the door flew open, and one who had been my friend since boyhood burst in like a hurricane. "Guess where I come from," he cried. "I bed on the Mabille," responded one. "No," said another, "you're too gay. You come from borrowing money, from burying a rich uncle, or from pawning your watch." "You're getting sober," cried a third, "and as you scented the punch in Louis's room, you came up here to get drunk again." "You're all wrong," he replied. "I come from P in Normandy, where I have spent 8 days, and whence I have brought one of my friends, a great criminal, whom I ask permission to present to you." With these words he drew from his pocket a long, black hand, from which the skin had been stripped. It had been severed at the wrist. Its dry and shriveled shape, and the narrow, yellowed nails, still clinging to the fingers, made it frightful to look upon. The muscles, which showed that its first owner had been possessed of great strength, were bound in place by a strip of parchment-like skin. "Just fancy," said my friend, "the other day they sold the effects of an old sorcerer, recently deceased, well known in all the country. Every Saturday night he used to go to witch gatherings on a broomstick. He practised the white magic and the black, gave blue milk to the cows, and made them wear tails like that of the companion of St. Anthony. The old scoundrel always had a deep affection for this hand, which, he said, was that of a celebrated criminal, executed in 1736 for having thrown his lawful wife head first into a well, for which I do not blame him, and then hanging in the belfry the priest who had married him. After this double exploit he went away, and during his subsequent career, which was brief but exciting, he robbed 12 travellers, smoked a score of monks in their monastery, and made a seraglio of a convent." "But what are you going to do with this horror?" we cried. "Eh, parbleu, I will make it the handle of my door bell, and frighten my creditors." "My friend," said Henry Smith, a big phlegmatic Englishman, "I believe that this hand is only a kind of Indian meat, preserved by a new process. I advise you to make bouillon of it." "Rail not, messieurs," said, with the utmost sang-froid, a medical student who was 3/4 drunk, "but if you follow my advice, Pierre, you'll give this piece of human debris Christian burial, for fear lest its owner should come to demand it. Then, too, this hand has acquired some bad habits, for you know the proverb, 'Who has killed will kill.'" "And who has drank will drink," replied the host as he poured out a big glass of punch for the student, who emptied it at a draught and slid dead drunk under the table. His sudden dropping out of the company was greeted with a burst of laughter, and Pierre, raising his glass and saluting the hand, cried, "I drink to the next visit of thy master." Then the conversation turned upon other subjects, and shortly afterward each returned to his lodgings. About 2 o'clock the next day I was passing Pierre's door. I entered and found him reading and smoking. "Well, how goes it?" said I. "Very well," he responded. "And your hand?" "My hand? Did you not see it on the bell pull?" "I put it there when I returned home last night. But apropos of this, what do you think? Some idiot, doubtless to play a stupid joke on me, came ringing at my door towards midnight. I demanded who was there, but as no one replied, I went back to bed again and to sleep." At this moment the door opened, and the landlord, a fat and extremely impertinent person, entered without saluting us. "Sir," said he, "I pray you take away immediately that carrion which you have hung to your bell pull. Unless you do this I shall be compelled to ask you to leave." "Sir," responded Pierre, with much gravity, "you insult a hand which does not merit it. You know that it belonged to a man of high breeding?" The landlord turned on his heel and made his exit, without speaking. Pierre followed him, detached the hand and affixed it to the bell cord hanging in his alcove. "That is better," said he. "This hand, like the brother, all must die, of the Trappists, will give my thoughts a serious turn every night before I sleep." At the end of an hour I left him and returned to my own apartment. I slept badly the following night, and was nervous and agitated, and several times awoke with a start. Once I imagined even that a man had broken into my room, and I sprang up and searched the closets and under the bed. Towards 6 o'clock in the morning I was commencing to doze at last, when a loud knocking at my door made me jump from my couch. It was my friend Pierre's servant, half dressed, pale, and trembling. "Ah, sir," cried he, sobbing, "my poor master! Some one has murdered him." I dressed myself hastily and ran to Pierre's lodgings. The house was full of people disputing together, and everything was in a commotion. Every one was talking at the same time, recounting and commenting on the occurrence in all sorts of ways. With great difficulty I reached the bedroom, made myself known to those guarding the door, and was permitted to enter. 4 agents of police were standing in the middle of the apartment, pencils in hand, examining every detail, conferring in low voices and writing from time to time in their note books. 2 doctors were in consultation by the bed on which lay the unconscious form of Pierre. He was not dead, but his face was fixed in an expression of the most awful terror. His eyes were open their widest, and the dilated pupils seemed to regard fixedly, with unspeakable horror, something unknown and frightful. His hands were clenched. I raised the quilt which covered his body from the chin downward, and saw on his neck, deeply sunk in the flesh, the marks of fingers. Some drops of blood spotted his shirt. At that moment one thing struck me. I chanced to notice that the shriveled hand was no longer attached to the bell cord. The doctors had doubtless removed it to avoid the comments of those entering the chamber where the wounded man lay, because the appearance of this hand was indeed frightful. I did not inquire what had become of it. I now clipped from a newspaper of the next day the story of the crime with all the details that the police were able to procure. A frightful attempt was made yesterday on the life of young M. Pierre B. student, who belongs to one of the best families in Normandy. He returned home about 10 o'clock in the evening, and excused his valet, Bovin, from further attendance upon him, saying that he felt fatigued and was going to bed. Towards midnight, Bovin was suddenly awakened by the furious ringing of his master's bell. He was afraid, and lighted a lamp and waited. The bell was silent about a minute, then rang again with such vehemence that the domestic, mad with fright, flew from his room to awaken the concierge, who ran to summon the police, and at the end of about 15 minutes 2 policemen forced open the door. A horrible sight met their eyes. Furniture was overturned, giving evidence of a fearful struggle between the victim and his assailant. In the middle of the room, upon his back, his body rigid, with livid face and frightfully dilated eyes, lay motionless young Pierre B., bearing upon his neck the deep imprints of 5 fingers. Dr. Bourdian was called immediately, and his report says that the aggressor must have been possessed of prodigious strength, and have had an extraordinarily thin and sinewy hand, because the fingers left in the flesh of the victims 5 holes like those from a pistol ball, and had penetrated until they almost met. There is no clue to the motive of the crime or to its perpetrator. The police are making a thorough investigation. The following appeared in the same newspaper next day. Monsieur Pierre B., the victim of the frightful assault of which we published an account yesterday, has regained consciousness after 2 hours of the most assiduous care by Dr. Bourdian. His life is not in danger, but it is strongly feared that he has lost his reason. No trace has been found of his assailant. My poor friend was indeed insane. For 7 months I visited him daily at the hospital where we had placed him, but he did not recover the light of reason. In his delirium strange words escaped him, and, like all madmen, he had one fixed idea. He believed himself continually pursued by a spectre. One day they came for me in haste, saying he was worse, and when I arrived I found him dying. For 2 hours he remained very calm, then suddenly, rising from his bed in spite of our efforts, he cried, waving his arms as if a prey to the most awful terror, "Take it away! Take it away! It strangles me! Help! Help!" Twice he made the circuit of the room, uttering horrible screams, then fell face downward, dead. As he was an orphan I was charged to take the body to the little village of P., in Normandy, where his parents were buried. It was the place from which he had arrived the evening he found us drinking punch in Louis Sar's room, when he had presented us the filleted hand. His body was enclosed in a lead coffin, and 4 days afterwards I walked sadly beside the old curé, who had given him his first lessons, to the little cemetery where they dug his grave. It was a beautiful day, and sunshine from a cloudless sky flooded the earth. Birds sang from the blackberry bushes where many a time when we were children we had stolen to eat the fruit. Again I saw Pierre and myself creeping along behind the hedge and slipping through the gap that we knew so well, down at the end of the little plot where they buried the poor. Again we would return to the house with cheeks and lips black with the juice of the berries we had eaten. I looked at the bushes; they were covered with fruit. Mechanically I picked some and bore it to my mouth. The curé had opened up his breviary and was muttering his prayers in a low voice. I heard at the end of the walk the spades of the gravediggers who were opening the tomb. Suddenly they called out. The curé closed his book, and we went to see what they wished of us. They had found a coffin; in digging a stroke of the pickaxe had started the cover, and we perceived within a skeleton of unusual stature, laying on its back, its hollow eyes seeming yet to menace and defy us. I was troubled, I know not why, and almost afraid. "Hold!" cried one of the men. "Look there! One of the rascal's hands has been severed at the wrist. Ah, here it is!" And he picked up from beside the body a huge withered hand, and held it out to us. "See!" cried the other, laughing. "See how he glares at you, as if he would spring at your throat to make you give back his hand." "Go," said the curé, "leave the dead in peace, and close the coffin. We will make poor Pierre's grave elsewhere." The next day all was finished, and I returned to Paris, after having left 50 francs with the old curé for masses to be said for the repose of the soul of him whose sepulchre we had troubled. End of Story 1. Story 2 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Parlor Car Ghost. All draped with blue denim, the seaside cottage of my friend, Sarah Pine. She asked me to go there with her when she opened to have it set in order for the summer. She confessed she felt a trifle nervous at the idea of entering it alone. And I'm always ready for an excursion. So much blue denim rather surprised me, because blue is not complimentary to Sarah's complexion. She always wears some shade of red, by preference. She perceived my wonder. She is very near-sighted, and therefore sees everything by some sort of sixth sense. "You do not like my portieres and curtains and table covers," she said. "Neither do I, but I did it to accommodate. And now he rests well in his grave, I hope." "Whose grave, for pity's sake?" "Mr. J. Billington Price's." "And who is he? He doesn't sound interesting." "Then I will tell you about him," said Sarah, taking a seat directly in front of one of those curtains. "Last autumn I was leaving this place for New York, traveling on the fast express train known as the Flying Yankee. Of course, I thought of the Flying Dutchman and Wagner's musical setting of the uncanny legend, and how different things are in these days of steam, etc. Then I looked out of the window at the landscape, the horizon that seemed to wheel in a great curve as the train sped on. Every now and then I had an impression at the tail of the eye that a man was sitting in a chair 3 or 4 numbers in front of me on the opposite side of the car. Each time that I saw this shape I looked at the chair and ascertained that it was unoccupied. But it was an odd trick of vision. I raised my lorgnette, and the chair showed emptier than before. There was nobody in it, certainly. But the more I knew that it was vacant, the more plainly I saw the man. Always with the corner of my eye. It made me nervous. When passengers entered the car I dreaded lest they might take that seat. What would happen if they should? A bag was put in the chair. That made me uncomfortable. The bag was removed at the next station. Then a baby was placed in the seat. It began to laugh as though someone had gently tickled it. There was something odd about that chair. 13 was its number. When I looked away from it the impression was strong upon me that some person sitting there was watching me. Really, it would not do to humour such fancies. So I touched the electric button, asked the porter to bring me a table, and taking from my bag a pack of cards, proceeded to divert myself with a game of patience. I was puzzling where to put a 7 of spades. "Where can it go?" I murmured to myself. A voice behind me prompted, "Play the 4 of diamonds on the 5, and you can do it." I started. The only occupants of the car besides me were a bridal couple, a mother with 3 little children, and a typical preacher of one of the straightest sects. Who had spoken? "Play up the 4, madam," repeated this voice. I looked fearfully over my shoulder. At first I saw a bluish cloud, like cigar smoke, but inodorous. Then the vision cleared, and I saw a young man whom I knew by a subtle intuition to be the occupant, seen and not seen, of chair number 13. Evidently he was a travelling salesman, and a ghost. Of course, a drummer's ghost sounds ridiculous, they're so extremely alive. Or else you would expect a dead drummer to be particularly dead and not walk. This was a most commonplace looking ghost, cordial, pushing, businesslike. At the same time his face had an expression of utter despair and horror, which made him still more preposterous. Of course it is not nice to let a stranger speak to one, even on so impersonal a topic as a 4 of diamonds. But a ghost! There can't be any rule of etiquette about talking with a ghost. My dear, it was dreadful. That forward creature showed me how to play all the cards, and then begged me to lay them out again, in order that he might give me some clever points. I was too much amazed and disturbed to speak. I could only place the cards at his suggestion. This I did so as not to appear to be listening to the empty air, and be supposed to be a crazy woman. Presently the ghost spoke again, and told me his story. "Madam," he said, "I have been riding back and forth on this car ever since February 22, 1890. 7 months and 11 days. All this time I have not exchanged a word with anyone. For a drummer, it's pretty hard, you may believe. You know the story of the Flying Dutchman? Well, that is very nearly my case. A curse is upon me and will not be removed until some kind soul. But I'm getting ahead of my text. That day there were 4 of us, travelling for different houses. One of the boys was in wool, one in baking powder, one in boots and shoes, and myself in cotton goods. We met on the road, took seats together and fell into talking shop. Those fellows told big lies about their sales, Washington's birthday though it was. The baking powder man raised the amount of the bills of goods which he had sold better than a whole can of his stuff could have done. I admitted the straight truth, that I had not yet been able to make a sale. And then I swore, not in a light-minded, chipper style of verbal trimmings, but a great, round, heaven-defying oath, that I would sell a case of blue denim on that trip if it took me forever. We became dry with talk, and when the train stopped at Rivermouth, we went out to have some beer. It is good there, you know. Pardon me. I forgot I was speaking to a lady. Well, we had to run to get aboard. I missed my footing, fell under the wheels, and the next thing I knew they were holding an inquest over my remains, while I, disemboweled, was sitting in a corner of the undertaker's table, wondering which of the coroner's jury was likely to want a case of blue denims. Then I remembered my wicked oath, and understood that I was a soul doomed to wander until I could succeed in selling that bill of goods. I spoke once or twice, offering the denims under value, but nobody noticed me. Verdict: accidental death, negligence of deceased, railroad corporation not to blame. Deceased got out for beer at his own risk. The other drummers took charge of the remains, and wrote a beautiful letter to my relatives about my social qualities and my impressive conversation. I wish it had been less impressive at that time. I might have lied about my sales, or I might have said that I hoped for better luck. But after that oath there was nothing for it. Back and forth on this road, in chair number 13, to all eternity. Nobody suspects my presence. They sit on my knees. I'm playing in luck when it is a nice baby as it was this afternoon. They pile wraps, bags, even railway literature on me. They play cards under my nose, and what duffers some of them are! You, madam, are the first person who has perceived me, and therefore I venture to speak to you, meaning no offence. I can see that you are sorry for me. Now, if you recall the story of the Flying Dutchman, he was saved by the charity of a good woman. In fact, Senta married him. Now I'm not asking anything of that size. I see that you wear a wedding ring, and no doubt you make some man's happiness. I wasn't a marrying man myself, and naturally I'm not a marrying ghost. And that has nothing to do with the matter anyway. But if you could, I don't suppose you would have any use for them, but if you were disposed to do a good turn, solid Christian charity, I should be everlastingly grateful, and you may have that case of denim at $72.50. And that quality is quoted today at $80. Does it go, madam?" The speech of the poor ghost was not very eloquent, but his eyes had an intense, eager glare, which was terrible. Something, pity, fear, I do not know what, compelled me. I decided to do without that white and gold evening cloak. Instead, I gave $72.50 to the ghost and took from him a receipt for the sum, signed J. Billington Price. Then he smiled contentedly, thanked me with emotion, and returned to chair number 13. Several times on the journey, although I did not perceive him again, I felt dazed. When the train arrived at New York, and I, with the other passengers, dismounted, it seemed to me that a strong hand passed under my elbow, steadying me down the steps. As I walked the length of the station, my bag, not heavy at any time, appeared to become weightless. I believe that the parlor car ghost walked beside me, carrying the bag, whose handle still remained in my other hand. Indeed, once or twice I thought I felt the touch of cold fingers against mine. Since then I have no reason to suppose that the poor ghost is not at rest. I hope he is. But I never expected nor wished for the blue denims. The next day, however, a dray belonging to a great wholesale house backed up to our door and delivered a case of denims, with a receipted bill for the same. What was I to do? I could not go about selling blue denims. I could not give them away without exciting comment. So I furnished the cottage with them, and you know the effect on my complexion. Pity me, dear, and credit me, frivolous woman as I am, with having saved a soul at the expense of my own vanity. My story is told. What do you think about it? End of story 2. Story 3 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ghost of Buckstown Inn by Arnold M. Anderson. Several travel-worn drummers sat in the lobby exchanging yarns. It was Rodney Green's turn, and he looked wise and began his tale. I don't claim, by any means, that the belief in ghosts is a general thing in Arkansas, but I do say that I had an experience out there a few years ago. It was late in the fall, and I happened to be in the village of Buckstown, which desecrates a very limited portion of the state. The town is as small and dirty a place as I ever saw, and the Buckstown Inn was not much above the general character of the place. The region is inhabited by natives who still cling to all sorts of foolish superstitions. The inn, in the antebellum days, was kept by one who was said to be the meanest and most crabbed of mortals. The old demon was as miserly as he was mean, and all his narrow life he hoarded his filthy lucre with fiendish greed. Report had it also that he had even murdered his patrons in their beds for their money. What the facts actually were, I don't know, but even so to this day the old inn is held in suspicion. A lingering effect of former horrors still clouds its memory. The present proprietor, Bunk Watson, his real name is Bunker, I believe, is an altogether different sort of chap, a Southern style, in fact, one of those shiftless, heedless, happy-go-lucky mortals who love strong whiskey, and who chews an enormous quid of black tobacco and smokes a corncob pipe at the same time. When the former keeper shuffled off, his property fell to a distant relative, the present keeper, who, with his family, immediately moved in from a neighboring hamlet and took possession. It was well known that the old proprietor had accumulated considerable wealth during his sojourn among the living, but all efforts to discover any treasure upon the premises had failed, and now the idea of ever finding it was practically given up. As far as Bunk was concerned, the matter troubled him little. He had a hard-working wife who ran things the best she could under the circumstances, and saw that his meals were forthcoming at their respective intervals. What more could he wish? Why should he care if there was a treasure buried upon his place? Indeed, it would have been a sore puzzle for him to know what to do with a fortune unless perhaps his wife came to his aid. Among the stories that hovered in the history of the Buckstown Inn was one which involved a ghost. In the room where the former keeper had died peculiar noises were heard at unearthly hours, sighing, moaning, and in fact all the other indications which point to the existence of ghosts were said to be present. On account of this the chamber had long since been abandoned. I listened with keen interest to the wonderful tales about the haunted rooms, and then suddenly resolved to investigate, to sleep in that chamber that very night and see for myself all that was to be seen. I told Buck of my purpose. He shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, but instead of warning me and offering a flood of protests, as I expected, he merely took his pipe from his mouth, let fly a quart or so of yellowish juice from between a pair of brown-stained lips, and, opening one corner of his wide mouth, lazily called out, "Jane." His wife appeared, and he intimated that I should settle the matter with the old woman. The prospect of a fee persuaded the wife, and off she went to arrange for my bed in that ill-fated room. At 9 o'clock that evening I bid the family good night, took my candle, ascended the rickety stairs, and entered the chamber of horrors. The atmosphere was heavy, and had a peculiar odor that was not at all pleasing. However, I latched the door and was soon in bed. Having propped myself up with pillows, I was prepared to await the coming of the ghost. Overhead the dusty rafters, which once had experienced the sensation of being whitewashed, but were now a dirty yellowish color, were hung with a fantastic array of cobwebs. The flickering light of the candle reflected upon the walls and against the ceiling a pyramid of grotesque shapes, and with this effect being continually disturbed by the swaying cobwebs, the whole caused the room to appear rather ghostly after all, and especially so to an imaginative mind. I waited and waited for hours, it seemed, but still no ghost. Perhaps it was afraid of my candlelight, so I blew it out. No sooner had I done this and settled back in bed again than a white hand appeared through the door, then a whole figure. At last the ghost had come, a white and sheeted ghost! It had come right through the door, although it was locked, and now advanced toward the bed. Raising its long white arm, it pointed a bony finger at me, and then commanded, "Come with me." Thereupon it turned from the door, while instantly I jumped out of bed to follow. Some unseen power compelled me to obey. The door flew open, and the ghost led me down the stairs, through long halls into the cellar, through mysterious underground corridors, upstairs again, in and out rooms which I never dreamed were to be found in that old rambling inn. Finally, through a small door in the rear, we left the house. I was in my sleeping garments, but no matter, I had to follow. The white form, with a slow and measured tread and as silent as death, led the way into the orchard. There, under a tree at the farther end, it pointed to the ground, and in the same ghostly tones before used, said, "Here you will find a great treasure buried." Then the ghost disappeared, and I saw it no more. I stood dazed and trembling. Upon recovering my wits, I started to dig, but the chill of the night air and the scantiness of my night robes made such labor impracticable. So I decided to leave some mark to identify the place, and come round again at daybreak. I reached up and broke off a limb. Overcome with my night's exertions, I slept the next morning until a loud rapping on my door and a croaking voice warned me that it was noon. I had intended to leave Buckstown Inn that day, but prompted by curiosity and anxious to investigate, I unpacked my gripsack for a comfortable stay. You must understand that this was my first experience with a ghost, and I feared I might never see another. At breakfast my lady waited on me in silence, though once I detected her eyes following me with a peculiar expression. She wanted to ask me how I enjoyed the night, but I would not gratify her by volunteering a word. My host was more outspoken. "Reckon you didn't get much sleep," said he, with a queer smile. "Did you hear anything?" I asked. "Well, I did, yes," he said, with a drawl, "but you didn't disturb me any. I knew you'd have trouble when you went into that room to sleep." That afternoon I slipped out to the tree, but to my amazement I found that the twig I had broken from the branches was gone. Finally I found under the lower trunk of an apple tree an open place from which a small branch had evidently been wrested. But on looking further, I discovered that every apple tree in the orchard had been similarly disfigured. "More mysterious than ever," I said, "but to-night shall decide." That night I pleaded weariness, which no one seemed inclined to question, and sought my couch earlier. "Going to try it again?" asked my host. "Yes, and I'll stay all winter, but what I'll get even with that ghost," I said. That night I kept the candle burning until midnight, when I blew it out. Instantly the room was flooded with a soft light, and at the foot of the bed stood my ghost, the identical ghost of last night. Again the bony finger beckoned, and a sepulchral voice whispered, "Follow me." I sprang from the bed, but the figure darted ahead of me. It flew through the doorway and down the stairs, and I after it. At the foot of the stairs an unseen hand reached forward and caught my foot, and I fell sprawling headlong. But in a second I was on my feet and pursuing the ghost. It had gained on me a few yards, but I was quicker, and just as we reached the outside door I nearly touched its robes. They sent a chill through my frame, and I nearly gave up the pursuit. As it passed through the doorway, it turned and gave me one look, and I caught the same malignant light in its eyes that I remembered from the night before. In the open orchard I felt sure I could catch it. But my ghost had no intention of allowing me any such opportunity. To my disgust, it darted backward and into the house, slamming the door in my face. In my frenzy of fear and chagrin, I threw myself against the oaken door with such force that its rusty old hinges yielded, and I landed in the big front room of the inn, just in time to see the white skirts of the ghost flit up the stairs. Upstairs I flew after it, and into an old chamber. There, huddled in a corner, I saw it. In the minute's delay it had secured a lighted candle, and as I entered, it advanced to daunt me with bony arm upraised to a great height. "Caught!" I cried, throwing my arms around the figure, and I made the acquaintance of a real live ghost. The white robes fell, and I saw revealed my hostess of Buckstown Inn. Next morning, when I threatened to call the police, she confessed to me that she had masqueraded as a ghost to draw visitors to the out-of-the-way old place, and that she found its tale of being haunted highly profitable to her. End of Story 3. Story 4 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Burglar's Ghost. I'm not an imaginative man, and no one who knows me can say I have ever indulged in sentimental ideas upon any subject. I am rather predisposed, in fact, to look at everything from a purely practical standpoint, and this quality has been further developed in me by the fact that for 20 years I have been an active member of the detective police force at Westford, a large town in one of our most important manufacturing districts. A policeman, as most people will readily believe, has to deal with so much practical life that he has small opportunity for developing other than practical qualities, and he is more apt to believe in tangible things than in ideas of somewhat superstitious nature. However, I was once under the firm conviction that I had been largely helped up the ladder of life by the ghost of a once well-known burglar. I have told the story to many, and have heard it commented upon in various fashions. Whether the comments were satirical or practical, it made no difference to me. I had a firm faith at that time in the truth of my tale. 18 years ago I was a plain-clothes officer at Westford. I was then 23 years of age, and very anxious about two matters. First and foremost, I desired promotion. Second, I wished to be married. Of course I was more eager about the second than the first, because my sweetheart, Alice Moore, was one of the prettiest and cleverest girls in the town. But I put promotion first for the simple reason that with me promotion must come before marriage. Knowing this, I was always on the lookout for a chance of distinguishing myself, and I paid much attention to my duties that my superiors began to notice me, and foretold a successful career for me in the future. One evening in the last week of September, 1873, I was sitting in my lodgings wondering what I could do to earn the promotion which I so earnestly wished for. Things were quiet just then in Westford, and I am afraid I half wished that something dreadful might occur, if I only could have a share in it. I was pursuing this train of thought when suddenly I heard a voice say, "Good evening, officer." I turned sharply around. It was almost dusk and my lamp was not lighted. For all that, I could see clearly enough a man who was sitting by a chest of drawers that stood between the door and the window. His chair stood between the drawers and the door, and I concluded that he had quietly entered my room and seated himself before addressing me. "Good evening," I replied. "I didn't hear you come in." He laughed when I said that, a low chuckling, rather sly laugh. "No," he said, "I dare say not, officer. I'm a very quiet sort of person. You might say, in fact, noiseless. Just so." I looked at him narrowly, feeling considerably surprised and astonished at his presence. He was a thickly built man with a square face and heavy chin. His nose was small, but aggressive. His eyes were little and overshadowed by heavy eyebrows. I could see them twinkle when he spoke. As for his dress, it was in keeping with his face. He wore a rough suit of woolen or frieze. A thick, gaily colored belcher neckerchief encircled his bull-like throat, and in his big hands he continually twirled and twisted a fur cap, made apparently out of the skin of some favorite dog. As he sat there smiling at me, and saying nothing, it made me feel uncomfortable. "What do you want with me?" I asked. "Just a little matter of business," he answered. "You should have gone to the office," I said. "We're not supposed to do business at home." "Right you are, Governor," he replied, "but I wanted to see you. It is you that's got to do my job. If I 'a' seen the superintendent he might 'a' put somebody else on it. That wouldn't 'a' suited me. You see, officer, you're young, and naturally eager for promotion, eh?" "What is it you want?" I inquired again. "Ain't you eager to be promoted?" he reiterated. "Ain't you now, officer?" I saw no reason why I should conceal the fact, even from this strange visitor. I admitted that I was eager for promotion. "Ah," he said, with a satisfied smile, "I'm glad of that. It'll make you all the keener. Now, officer, you listen to me. I'm a-goin' to put you on to a nice little job. I dare say you'll be a sergeant before long, you will. You'll be complimented and praised for your clever conduct in this 'ere affair. Mark my words if you ain't." "Out with it," I said, fancying I saw through the man's meaning. "You're going to split on some of your pals, I suppose, and you want a reward." He shook his head. "A reward," he said, "wouldn't be no use to me at all. No, not if it was £1,000. No, it ain't nothing to do with reward. But now, officer, did you ever hear of a light-toed Jim?" Light-toed Jim! I should have been a poor detective if I had not. Why, the man under that sobriquet was one of the cleverest burglars and thieves in England, and had enjoyed such a famous career that his name was a household word. At that moment there was an additional interest attached to him. He had been convicted of burglary at the Northminster Assizes in 1871, and sentenced to 10 years' penal servitude. After serving nearly 2 years of his time he escaped from Portland, getting away in such clever fashion that he had never been heard of since. Where he was no one could say, but lately there had been a strong suspicion among the police that Light-toed Jim was at his old tricks again. "Light-toed Jim?" I repeated. "I should think so. Why, what do you know about him?" He smiled and nodded his head. "Light-toed Jim," said he, "is in Westford at this 'ere identical moment. Listen to me, officer. Light-toed Jim is a-goin' to crack a crib to-night. Said crib is the mansion of Miss Singleton, that 'ere rich old lady as lives out on Mapleton Road. You know her. Awfully rich, with naught but women servants and animals about the place. There's some very valuable plate there. That's what Light-toed Jim's after. He'll get in through the scullery window about 1 a.m., then he'll pass through the back and front kitchens and into the butler's pantry, only it's a butleress, 'cause there ain't no men at all, and there he'll set to work on the safe. Some of his late pals in Portland gave him the tip about this 'ere job." "How did you come to hear of it?" I asked. "Never mind, Governor. You wouldn't understand. Now, I want you to be up there to-night to nab Light-toed Jim red-handed, so to speak. It'll mean promotion for you, and it'll suit me down to the ground. You wants to be about and to watch him enter, then follow him and dog him. And he be armed, officer, for Jim'll fight like a tiger if you don't draw his teeth first." "Now look here, my man," said I, "this is all very well, but it's all irregular. You must tell me who you are and how you come to be in Light-toed Jim's secrets, and I'll put it down in black and white." I turned away from him to get my writing materials. I was not half a minute with my back to him, but when I turned around he was gone. The door was shut, but I had heard no sound from it either opening or shutting. Quick as I thought I darted to it, tore it wide open, and looked down the narrow staircase. There was no one there. I ran hastily downstairs into the passage and found my landlady, Mrs. Mariner, standing at the open door with a female friend. "Mrs. Mariner," I said, breaking in upon their conversation, "which way did that man go who came downstairs just now?" Mrs. Mariner looked at me strangely. "There ain't been no man come downstairs, Mr. Parker," said she. "Leastways not this good 3/4 of an hour, which me and Mrs. Higgins 'ere as have come out to take an airing. her having been ironin' all this blessed day, has been standin' there all the time and ain't never seen a soul." "Nonsense," I said, "a man came down from my room just now, the man you sent up 20 minutes since." Mrs. Marriner looked at me with an expression betokening the most profound astonishment. Mrs. Higgins sighed deeply. "Mr. Parker," said Mrs. Marriner, "I'm sorry to say it, sir, but you're either intoxicated or else you're a sickening for brain fever, sir. There ain't no person entered this door, in or out, for nigh on to an hour, as me and Mrs. Higgins 'ere will take our Bible oaths on." I went upstairs and looked in the rooms on either side of mine. The man was not there. I looked under my bed, and of course he was not there. He must have gone downstairs. But then the women must have seen him. There was only one door to the house. I gave it up in despair and began to smoke my pipe. By the time I had drawn the last whiff I decided that if any one was intoxicated it was probably Mrs. Marriner and Mrs. Higgins, and that my strange visitor had departed by the door. I was not going to believe that he had anything supernatural about him. I had no duty that night, and as the hours wore on I found myself stern in my resolve to go up to Mrs. Singleton's house and see what I could make out of my informant's story. It was my opinion that my late visitor was a whilom pal of Light-toed Jim, and that having become aware of the latter's plot, he had, for some reason of his own, decided to split on his old chum. Thieves' disagreement is an honest man's opportunity, and I determined to solve the truth of the story told me. Lest it should come to nothing, I decided not to report the matter to my chief. If I could really capture Light-toed Jim, my success would be all the more brilliant by being suddenly sprung upon the authorities. I made my plan of action rapidly. I took a revolver with me and went up to Mrs. Singleton's house. Fortunately, I knew the housekeeper there, a middle-aged, strong-minded woman, not easily frightened, which was a good thing. To her I communicated such information as I considered necessary. She consented to conceal me in the room where the safe stood. There was a cupboard close by the safe from which I could command a full view of the burglar's operations and pounce upon him at the right moment. If only my information was to be relied upon, there was every chance of my capturing the famous burglar. Soon after midnight, when the house was all quiet, I went to the pantry and got into the cupboard, locking myself in. There were 2 openings in the panel, through which of either I was able to command a full view of the room. My position was somewhat cramped, but the time soon passed away. My mind was principally occupied in wondering if I was really about to have a chance of distinguishing myself. Somehow there was an air of unreality about the events of the evening which puzzled me. Suddenly I heard a sound which put me on the alert at once. It was nothing more than the creaking of a board or opening of a door would make in a quiet house, but it sounded intensified to my expectant ears. I drew myself up against the door of the cupboard, and placed my eye to the opening of the panel. I had oiled the key of the door, and kept my fingers upon it in readiness to spring upon the burglar at the proper moment. After what seemed some time, I saw the gleam of light through the keyhole of the door opening into the pantry. Then it opened, and a man carrying a small lantern came gently into the room. At first I could see nothing of his face, but when my eyes grew accustomed to the hazy light, I saw that I had been rightly informed, and that the burglar was indeed no other than the famous Light-toed Jim. As I stood there watching him, I could not help admiring the cool fashion in which he went to work. He went over to the window and examined it. He tried the door of the cupboard in which I stood concealed. Then he locked the door of the pantry and turned his attention to the safe. He set his lamp on a chair before the lock and took from his pocket as neat and pretty a collection of tools as I ever saw. With these he went quietly and swiftly to work. Light-toed Jim was a somewhat slimly built fellow, with little muscular development about him, while I am a big man with plenty of bone and sinew. If matters had come to a fight between us, I could have done what I pleased with him, but I knew that Jim would not chance a fight. Somewhere about him I felt sure there was a revolver, which he would use on the least provocation. My plan, therefore, was to wait until his back was bent over the lock of the safe, then to open the cupboard door noiselessly, and fall bodily upon him, pinning him to the ground beneath me. Before long the moment came. He was working away steadily at the lock, his whole attention concentrated on the job. The slight noise of his drill was sufficient to drown the faint click of the key in the cupboard door. I turned it quickly and tumbled right upon him, driving the tool out of his hands and tumbling him into a heap at the front of the safe. He uttered an exclamation of rage and astonishment as he went down, and immediately began to wriggle under me like an eel. As I kept him down with one hand, I tried to pull out the handcuffs with the other. This somewhat embarrassed me, and the burglar profited by it to pull out a sharp knife. He had worked himself around on his back, and before I realized what he was after, he was hacking furiously at me with his keen, dagger-like blade. Then I realized that we were going to have a fight for it, and prepared myself. He tried to run the knife into my side. I warded it off, but the blade caught the fleshy part of my left arm, and I felt a warm stream of blood spurt out. That maddened me, and I seized one of the steel drills laying near at hand, and hit my man with such a blow over the temple that he collapsed at once, and lay as if dead. I put the handcuffs on him instantly, and, to make matters still more certain, I secured his ankles. Then I rose and looked at my arm. The knife had made a nasty gash, and the blood was flowing freely, but it was not serious, and when the housekeeper, who had just then appeared on the scene, had bandaged it, I went out and secured the help of the first policeman I met in conveying Light-Toed Jim to the office. I felt a proud man when I made my report to the inspector. "Light-Toed Jim," said he. "What, James Bland? Nonsense, Parker." But I took him to the cells where Jim was being attended to by the doctor. "You're right, Parker," he said. "That's the man. Well, this'll be a fine thing for you." After a time, feeling a little exhausted, I went home to try and get some sleep. The surgeon had attended to my arm, and told me it was but a superficial wound. It felt sore in spite of that. I had no sooner reached my lodgings than I saw sitting in my easy-chair the strange man who had called upon me earlier in the evening. He rose to his feet when I entered. I stared at him in utter astonishment. "Well, Governor," said he, "I see you've done it. You've got him square and fair, I reckon." "Yes," I said. "Ah," he said, with a sigh of complete satisfaction, "then I'm satisfied. Yes, I don't know as how there's aught more I could say. I reckon that's how Light-Toed Jim and me's quits." I was determined to find out who this man was this time. "Sit down," I said. "There's a question or two I must ask you. Just let me get my coat off and I'll talk to you." I took my coat off and went over to the bed to lay it down. "Now then," I began, and looked around at him. I said no more, being literally dumbstruck. The man was gone. I began to feel uncomfortable. I ran hastily downstairs, only to find the outer door locked and bolted, as I had left it a few minutes before. I went back, utterly nonplussed. For an hour I pondered the matter over, but could neither make head nor tail of it. When I went down to the office next morning, I was informed that the burglar wanted to see me. I went to his cell, where he was lying in bed with his head bandaged. I had hit him pretty hard, as it turned out, and it was probable he would have to lie on the sick list for some days. "Well, Governor," said he, "you'd the best of me last night. You hit me rather hard that time." "I was sorry to have to do it, my man," I answered. "You would have stabbed me if you could." "Yes," he said, "I should. But I say, Governor, come a bit closer. I want to ask you a question. How did you know I was on that little job last night? For s'help me, There wasn't a soul knew a breath about it but myself. I hadn't no pals, never talked to nobody about it, never thought aloud about it, as I knows on. How came you to spot it, Governor?" There was no one else in the cell with us, and I thought I might find out something about my mysterious visitor of the night before. "It was a pal of yours who gave me the information," I said. "Can't be, Governor. No use tellin' me that. I ain't got no pals. Leastways, not in this job. Did you ever know a man like this?" I described my visitor. As I proceeded, Light Toed Jim's face assumed an expression of real terror. Whatever color was in it faded away. I never saw a man look more thoroughly frightened. "Yes, yes," he said eagerly. "In course I know who it is. Why, that's Barksey Bill, as I'd pal with at one time. And what did he say, Governor? That he owed me a grudge? That we was quits at last?" "Right you are, 'cause he did owe me a grudge. I treated Bill very shabby indeed, and he swore solemn he'd have his revenge on ye, Governor. What you see wasn't Barksey Bill at all, but his ghost, 'cause Barksey Bill's been dead and buried this 3 year." I was naturally very much exercised in my mind over this weird development of the affair, and I used to think about it long after Light Toed Jim had once more retired into the seclusion of Portland. While he was in charge at Westford, I tried more than once to worm some more information out of him about the defunct Barksey Bill, but with no success. He would say no more than that Bill was dead and buried this 3 year, and with that I had to be content. Gradually I came to have a firm belief that I had indeed been visited by Barksey Bill's ghost, and I often told the story to brother officers, and sometimes got well laughed at. That, however, mattered little to me. I felt sure that any man who had gone through the same experience would have had the same beliefs. Of course I got my promotion and was soon afterward married. Things went well with me, and I was lifted from one step to another. In my secret mind I was always sure I owed my first rise to the burglar's ghost, and I should have continued to think so but for an incident which occurred just 5 years after my capture of Light Toed Jim. I had occasion to travel to Sheffield from Westford, and had to change trains at Leeds. The carriage I stepped into was occupied by a solitary individual, who turned his face to me as I sat down. Though dressed in more respectable fashion, I immediately recognized the man who had visited me so mysteriously at my lodgings. My first feeling was one of fear, and I dare say my face showed it, for the man laughed. "Hullo, Governor," said he, "I see you knew me as soon as you come in. You owes a deal to me, Governor, now don't ye, eh?" "Look here, my man," I said, "I've been taking you for a ghost these 5 years past. Now just tell me how you got in and out of my room that night, will you?" He laughed long and loud at that. "A ghost?" said he. "Well, if that ain't a good urn. Why, easy enough, Governor. I was a lodging for a day or two in the same house. It was easy enough, when you know how, to open a door very quiet and slip out, too. But I followed you sharp, and looked for you." "Ay, Governor, but you looked down, and I'd gone up." "You should 'a' come up to the attics, and there you'd 'a' found me." "So you took me for a ghost. Well, I'm blowed." I told him what Light Toed Jim had said in the cell. "Ay," said he, "I dare say, Governor. You see, 'twas this way. It weren't Jim's fault I wasn't dead. He tried to murder me, Governor, he did, and left me a lyin' for dead. So I says to myself when I comes round that I'd pay him out sooner or later. But after that I quit the profession, Jim's nasty conduct having made me sick of it. So I went in for honest work at my old trade, which was draining and pipe repairing. I was on a job of that sort in Westford, near Miss Singleton's house, when I seed Light Toed Jim. I had a hidea what he was up to, having heard of the plate, and I watches him 1 or 2 nights, and gets a notion how he was going to work the job. Then, o' course, you being an officer and close at hand, I splits on him, and that's all." But you had got the time and details correct." "Oh, why, of course, Governor. I was an old hand. Served many years at Portland, I have, and I knew just how Jim would work it, after seeing his preliminary observations. But a ghost! Ha, ha, ha! Why, Governor, you must have been a very green young officer in them days." "Perhaps I was. At any rate I learned a lesson from the ci devant Barksey Bill, namely, that in searching a house it is always advisable to look up as well as down." End of Story 4. Story 5 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Phantom Toe. I'm not a superstitious man, far from it, but despite all my efforts to the contrary, I could not help thinking, directly I had taken a survey of my chamber, that I should never quit it without going through a strange adventure. There was something in its immense size, heaviness and gloom that seemed to annihilate at one blow all my resolute skepticism as regards supernatural visitations. It appeared to me totally impossible to go into that room and disbelieve in ghosts. The fact is, I had incautiously partaken at supper of that favourite Dutch dish, sauerkraut, and I suppose it had disagreed with me, and put strange fancies into my head. But this be as it may, I only know that after parting with my friend for the night, I gradually worked myself up into such a state of fidgetness that at last I wasn't sure whether I had become a ghost myself. Supposing, ruminated I, supposing the landlord himself should be a practical robber, and should have taken the lock and bolt from off this door for the purpose of entering here in the dead of night, abstracting all my property, and perhaps murdering me. I thought the dog had a very cut-throat air about him. Now, I had never had any such idea until that moment, for my host was a fat (all Dutchmen are fat), stupid-looking fellow, who I don't believe had sense enough to understand what a robbery or murder meant. But somehow or other, whenever we have anything really to annoy us, and certainly it was not pleasant to go to bed in a strange place without being able to fasten one's door, we are sure to aggravate it by myriads of chimeras of our own brain. So on the present occasion, in the midst of 1,000 disagreeable reveries, some of the most wild absurdity, I jumped very gloomily into bed, having first put out my candle, for total darkness is far preferable to its flickering, ghostly light, which transformed rather than revealed objects, and soon fell asleep, perfectly tired out with my day's writing. How long I lay asleep I don't know, but I suddenly awoke from a disagreeable dream of cutthroats, ghosts, and long winding passages in a haunted inn. An indescribable feeling such as I never before experienced hung upon me. It seemed as if every nerve in my body had 100 spirits tickling it, and this was accompanied by so great a heat that inwardly, cursing mine's host sauerkraut and wondering how the Dutchman could endure such a poison, I was forced to sit up in bed to cool myself. The whole of the room was profoundly dark, excepting at one place, where the moonlight, falling through a crevice in the shutters, threw a straight line about an inch or so thick upon the floor, clear, sharp, and intensely brilliant against the darkness. I leave you to conceive my horror when, upon looking at this said line of light, I saw there a naked human toe, nothing more. For the first instant I thought the vision must be some effect of moonlight, then that I was only half awake and could not distinctly see. So I rubbed my eyes 2 or 3 times and looked again. Still there was the accursed thing, plain, distinct, immovable, marble-like in its fixedness and rigidity, but in everything else horribly human. I am not an easily frightened man. No one who has travelled so much and seen so much has been exposed to so many dangers as I can be, but there was something so mysterious and unusual in the appearance of this single toe, that for a short time I could not think what to be at, so I did nothing but stare at it in a state of utter bewilderment. At length, however, As the toe did not vanish under my steady gaze, I thought I might as well change my tactics, and remembering that all midnight invaders, be they thieves, ghosts, or devils, dislike nothing so much as a good noise, I shouted out in a loud voice, "Who's there?" The toe immediately disappeared in the darkness. Almost simultaneously with my words I leapt out of bed and rushed towards the place where I had beheld the strange appearance. The next instant I ran against something and felt an iron grip round my body. After this I have no distinct recollection of what occurred, excepting that a fearful struggle ensued between me and my unseen opponent; that every now and then we were violently hurled to the floor, from which we always rose again in an instant, locked in a deadly embrace; that we tugged and strained and pulled and pushed, I in the convulsive and frantic energy of a fight for life, he, for by this time I had discovered that the intruder was a human being, actuated by some passion of which I was ignorant; that we whirled round and round, cheek to cheek and arm to arm, in fierce contest, till the room appeared to whiz round us, and that at least a dozen people, my fellow traveller among them, roused, I suppose, by our repeated falls, came pouring into the room with lights and showed me struggling with a man having nothing on but a shirt, whose long tangled hair and wild, unsettled eyes told me he was insane. And then, for the first time, I became aware that I had received in the conflict several gashes from a knife, which my opponent still held in his hand. To conclude my story in a few words, for I dare say all of you by this time are getting very tired, it turned out that my midnight visitor was a madman who was being conveyed to a lunatic asylum at the Hague, and that he and his keeper had been obliged to stop at Delft on their way. The poor fellow had contrived during the night to escape from his keeper, who had carelessly forgotten to lock the door of his chamber, and with that irresistible desire to shed blood particular to so many insane people had possessed himself of a pocket knife belonging to the man who had charge of him, entered my room, which was most likely the only one in the house, unfastened, and was probably meditating the fatal stroke when I saw his toe in the moonlight, the rest of his body being hidden in the shade. After this terrible freak of his he was watched with much greater strictness, but I ought to observe, as some excuse for the keeper's negligence, that this was the first act of violence he had ever attempted. End of Story 5. Story 6 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Davenport's Ghost by Frederick P. Schrader. Dear readers, do you agree with Hamlet? Do you believe that there is more between heaven and earth than we dream of in our philosophy? Does it seem impossible to you that Eliphas Levi conjured up the shade of Apollonius of Tyana, the prophet of Magi, in a London hotel, and that the great sage, William Crookes, drank his tea at breakfast several days a week, for months in succession, in the society of the materialized spirit of a young lady, attired in white linen, with a feather turban on her head? Do not laugh. Panic would seize you in the presence even of a turbaned spirit, and the grotesque spectacle but would intensify your terror. As for me, I did not laugh last night on reading an account in the New York newspaper of a criminal trial that will probably terminate in the death penalty of the accused. It is a sad case. I shudder as I transcribe the records of the trial from the testimony of the hotel waiter, who heard the conversation of the two confederates through a keyhole, and of 40 thoroughly credible witnesses, who testified to the same facts. What would my feelings if I had seen the beautiful victim with a gaping wound in her breast, into which she dipped her finger to mark the brow of her murderer? About 3 o'clock in the afternoon of February 3rd, Professor Davenport and Miss Ida Southcott, a very pale and delicate young girl, who had submitted to the tests of Professor Davenport for a number of years, were finishing their dinner in their room in the second story of a New York hotel. Professor Benjamin Davenport was a celebrity, but it was said that he owed his fame to somewhat questionable means. The leading spiritualists did not repose the confidence in him that manifestly marked their regard for William Crookes or Daniel Douglas Home. Greedy and unscrupulous mediums, the author of Spiritualism in America thinks, are to blame for the most bitter attacks to which our cause has been exposed. When the materializations do not take place as quickly as circumstances require, they resort to trickery and fraud to extricate themselves from a dilemma. Professor Benjamin Davenport belonged to these versatile mediums. Aside from this, queer stories were afloat about him. He was secretly accused of highway robbery in South America, cheating at cards in the gambling houses of San Francisco, and the over-hasty use of firearms towards persons who had never offended him. It was said almost openly that the professor's wife had died from abuse and grief at his infidelity. But in spite of these annoying rumors, Mr. Davenport, by virtue of his skill as a fraud and faker, continued to exercise a great deal of influence upon certain plain and simple-minded folks, whom it was impossible to convince that they had not touched the materialized spirits of their brothers, mothers, or sisters through the agency of his wonderful power. His professional success received material ascension from his swarthy, Mephisto-like countenance, his deep, fiery eyes, his large curved nose, the cynical expression of his mouth, and the lofty, almost prophetic tone of his words. When the waiter had made his last visit, he did not go far. The following conversation took place in the room. "There is to be a séance this evening at the residence of Mrs. Harding," began the medium. "Quite a number of influential people will be there, and 2 or 3 millionaires. Conceal under your skirt the blonde woman's wig and the white material in which the spirits usually make their appearance." "Very well," replied Ida Southcott, in a resigned tone. The waiter heard her pace the room. After a pause, she asked, "Whose spirit are you going to control this evening, Benjamin?" The waiter heard a loud, brutal laugh and the chair groaning beneath the weight of the demonstrative professor. "Guess." "How should I know?" she asked. "I am going to conjure up the spirit of my dead wife." And another burst of laughter issued from the room, full of sinister levity. A cry of terror burst from Ida's lips. A muffled sound indicated to the eavesdropper at the door that she was dragging herself to the feet of the professor. "Benjamin, Benjamin, don't do it," she sobbed. "Why not? They say I broke Mrs. Davenport's heart. The story is damaging my reputation, but it will be forgotten if her spirit should address me in terms of endearment from the other shore in the presence of numerous witnesses. For you will speak to me tenderly, will you not, Ida?" "No, no, you shall not do it. You shall not think of it. Listen to me, for God's sake. During the 4 years that I have been with you, I have obeyed you faithfully and suffered patiently. I have lied and deceived, like you. I learned to imitate the sleep and symptoms of clairvoyance. Tell me, did I ever refuse to serve you, or utter a word of complaint, even when my shoulders bent with the weight of my burden, when you pierced the flesh of my arms with knitting needles? Worse than all this, I imitated distant voices behind curtains, and made mothers and wives believe that their sons and husbands had come from a better world to communicate with them. How often have I performed the most dangerous feats in parlors, with the lamps turned low! Clothed in a shroud or white muslin, I essayed to represent supernatural forms, whom tear-dimmed eyes recognized as those of departed dear ones. You do not know what I suffered at this unhallowed work. You scoff at the mysteries of eternity. I suffer the torments of an impending retribution. My God! If some time the dead whom I counterfeit should rise up before me with uplifted arms and dreadful imprecations. This constant terror has injured my heart. It will kill me. I am consumed by fever. Look how emaciated, how worn out and downcast I am, but I am under your control. Do as you like with me. I am in your power, and I want it to be so. Have I ever complained? But do not force me to do this thing, Benjamin. Have pity on me for what I have done for you in the past, for what I am suffering. Do not attempt this mummery. Do not compel me to play the role of your dead wife, who was so tender and beautiful. Oh, what put that into your mind? Spare me, Benjamin, I implore you." The professor did not laugh again. Amid the confusion of upturned articles of furniture the eavesdropper distinguished the sound of a skull striking the floor. He concluded that Professor Davenport had knocked Miss Ida down with a blow of his fist, or kicked her as she approached him. But the waiter did not enter the room, as no one rang for him. That evening 40 persons were assembled in Miss Joanne Harding's parlor, staring at a curtain where the spirit form was in process of materializing. One dark lantern in a corner of the room contributed the light that emphasized the darkness rather than relieved it. The room was pervaded by profound silence, save the quickened, suppressed breathing of the spectators. The fire in the grate cast mysterious rays of light, resembling fugitive spirits, upon the objects around, almost indistinguishable in the semi-gloom. Professor Davenport was at his best this evening. The spirit world obeyed him without hesitation, like their lawful master. He was the mighty prince of souls. Hands that had no arms were seen picking flowers from the vases. The touch of an invisible spirit conjured sweet melodies from the keys of the piano. The furniture responded by intelligent rappings to the most unanticipated questions. The professor himself elevated his form in symbolical distortions from the floor to an altitude of 3 feet, indicated by Mrs. Harding, and remained suspended in the air for a quarter of an hour, holding live coals in his hands. But the most interesting, as well as the most conclusive test was to be the materialization of the spirit of Mrs. Arabella Davenport, which the professor had promised at the beginning of the séance. "The hour is come," exclaimed the medium. And while the hearts of all throbbed with anxious suspense, and their eyes distended with painful expectancy of the promised materialization, Benjamin Davenport stood before the curtain. In the twilight the tall man with the dishevelled hair and demon look was really terrible and handsome. "Appear, Arabella," he exclaimed in a commanding voice, with gestures of the Nazarene at the sepulchre of Lazarus. Suddenly a cry burst from behind the curtain, a piercing, shuddering, horrible shriek, the shriek of an expiring soul. The spectators trembled. Mrs. Harding almost fainted. The medium himself appeared surprised. But Benjamin recovered his composure on seeing the curtain move and admit the spirit. The apparition was that of a young woman with long blonde tresses. She was beautiful and pale, clad in some light, whitish material. Her breast was bare, and on the left side appeared a bleeding wound, in which trembled a knife. The spectators rose and retreated, pushing their chairs to the wall. Those who chanced to look at the medium noticed that a deadly pallor had overspread his face, and that he was cowering and trembling. But the young woman, Mrs. Arabella, the real one, whom he so well remembered, she had come in response to his summons, and advanced in a direct line toward Benjamin, who in terror covered his eyes to shut out the ghastly sight, and with a cry fled behind the furniture. But she dipped the finger of her thin hand into the blood from her wound, and traced it across the brow of the unconscious medium, the while repeating in slow, monotonous tone that sounded like the echo of a wail, again and again, "You are my murderer! You are my murderer!" And while he was rolling and tossing in deadly terror on the floor, they turned up the lights. The spirit had vanished, but in the communicating room behind the curtain they found the body of poor Miss Ida Southcott with horribly distorted features. A physician who was present pronounced it a heart stroke. And that is the reason that Professor Benjamin Davenport appeared alone in a New York courtroom to answer to the charge of having murdered his wife 4 years ago in San Francisco. End of Story 6. Story 7 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Phantom Woman. He took an all-possessing, burning fancy to her from the first. She was neither young nor pretty, so far as he could see, but she was wrapped round with mystery. That was the key of it all. She was noticeable in spite of herself. Her face at the window, sunset after sunset, her eyes, gazing out mournfully through the dusty panes, hypnotized the lawyer. He saw her through the twilight, night after night, and he grew at length to wait through the days in a feverish waiting for dusk, and that one look at an unknown woman. She was always at the same window on the ground floor, sitting doing nothing. She looked beyond, so the infatuated solicitor fancied, at him. Once he even thought that he detected the ghost of a friendly smile on her lips. Their eyes always met with a mute desire to make acquaintance. This romance went on for a couple of months. Gilbert Dent assured himself that nothing in his life can possibly remain stationary, and he cudgelled his brain for a respectable manner of introducing himself to his idol. He had hardly arrived at this point when he received a shock. There came an evening when she was not at the window. Next morning he walked down Wood Lane on his way to the office. He always went by train, but he felt a strong disinclination to go through another day without a sight of her. His heart began to beat like a schoolgirl's as he drew near the house. If she should be at the window! He was almost disposed to take his courage in his hand and call on her, and yes, even tell her in quick bursts that she had mysteriously become all the world to him. He could see nothing ridiculous in this course. The possibility of her being married, or having family ties of any sort, had simply never occurred to him. However, she was not at the window. What was more, there was a sinister silence, a sort of breathlessness about the whole place. It was a very hot morning in late August. He looked a long time, but no face came, and no movement stirred in the house. He went his way, walking like a man who has been heavily knocked on the brow and sees stars still. That afternoon he left the office early, and in less than an hour stood at the gate again. The window was blank. He pushed the gate back, it hung on one hinge, and walked up the drive to the door. There were 5 steps leading up to it. At the foot he wheeled aside sharply to the window. He had a sick dread of looking through the small panes, why he could not have told. When at last he found courage to look he saw there was a small round table set just under the window, a work table to all appearance. One of those things with lots of little compartments all round and a lid in the middle which shut over a well-like cavity for holding pieces of needlework. He remembered that his mother had one, 30 years before. Round the edge of the table was gripped a small, delicate hand. Gilbert Dent's eyes ran from this bloodless hand and slim wrist to a shoulder under a coarse stuff bodice, to a rather wasted throat, which was bare and flung back. So this was the end, before the beginning. He saw her. She was dead, twisted on the floor with a ghastly face turned up toward the ceiling, and stiff fingers caught in desperation round the work table. He stumbled away along the path and into the lane. For a long time he could not realize the horror of this thing. The influence of the decayed house hung over him. Nothing seemed real. It was quite dark when he moved away from the gate, and went in the direction of the nearest police station. That she was dead, this woman whose very name he did not know, although she influenced him so powerfully, he was certain. One look at the face would have told anyone that. That she was murdered he more than suspected. He had seen no blood about, There had been no mark on the long, bare throat, and yet the word rushed in his ears, murder. Later on he went back with the police officer. They broke into the house and entered the room. It was in utter darkness, of course, by now. Dent, his fingers trembling, struck a match. It flared round the walls and lighted them for a moment before he let it fall on the dusty floor. The policeman began to light his lantern and turned it stolidly on the window. He had no reason for delay. He was eager to get to the bottom of the business. His professional zeal was whetted. This promised to be a mystery with a spice in it. He turned the light full on the window. He gave a strange, choked cry, half of rage, half of apprehension. Then he went up to Gilbert Dent, who stood in the middle of the room with his hands before his eyes, and took his shoulder and shook it none too gently. "There ain't anybody," he said. Dent looked wildly at the window. The recess was empty except for the work table. The woman was gone. They searched the house. They minutely inspected the garden. Everything was normal. Everything told the same mournful tale, of desertion, of death, of long empty years. But they found no woman, nor trace of one. "This house," said the policeman, looking suspiciously into the lawyer's face, "has been empty for longer than I can remember. Nobody'll live in it. They do say something about foul play a good many years ago. I don't know about that. All I do know is that the landlord can't get it off his hands." It was doubtful if Gilbert Dent heard one word of what the man was saying. He was too stunned to do anything but creep home, when he was allowed to go, and let himself stealthily into his own house with a latch key. He was afraid even of himself. He did not go to bed that night. As for the mystery of the woman, the matter was allowed to drop. It ended officially. There was a shrug and a grin at the police station. The impression there was that the lawyer had been drinking, that the dead woman in the empty room was a gruesome freak of his tipsy brain. A week or so later Dent called on his brother Ned, the one near relation he had. Ned was a doctor. Perhaps he was a shade more matter-of-fact than Gilbert. At all events, when the latter told his story of the house and the woman, he attributed the affair solely to liver. "You are overworked." The elder brother looked at the younger's yellow face. "An experience of this nature is by no means uncommon. Haven't you heard of people having their pet spooks?" "But this was a real woman," he declared. Well, I was in love with her. I had made up my mind to marry her, if I could." Ned gave him a keen, swift glance. "We'll go to Brighton to-morrow," he said, with quiet decision. "As for your work, everything must be put aside. You've run completely down. You ought to have been taken in hand before." They went to Brighton, and it really seemed as if Ned was right, and that the woman at the window had been merely a nervous creation. It seemed so, that is, for nearly 3 weeks, and then the climax came. It was in the twilight. She had always been a part of it, that Gilbert Dent saw her again, the woman that he had found lying dead. They were walking, the two brothers, along the cliffs. The wind was blowing in their faces, the sea was booming beneath the cliff. Ned had just said it was about time they turned back to the hotel and had some dinner, when Gilbert with a cry leaped forward to the very edge of the flat grass path on which they were strolling. The movement was so sudden that his brother barely caught him in time. They struggled and swayed on the very edge of the cliff for a second. Gilbert, possessed by some sudden frenzy, seemed resolved to go over, but the other at last dragged him backward, and they rolled together on the close thick turf. At this point Gilbert opened his eyes and tried to get on his feet. "Better?" asked his brother cheerfully, holding out a helping hand. "Strange. The sea has that effect on some people. Didn't think you were one of them." "What effect?" "Vertigo, my dear fellow." "Ned," said the other solemnly, "I saw her. It's not worth your while to try to account for anything. I have been inclined to think that you were right, that she, the woman at the window, was a fancy, that I had fallen in love with a creation of my own brain. But I saw her again to-night. You must have seen her yourself. She was within a couple of feet of you. Why did you not try and save her? It was nothing short of murder to let her go over like that. I did my best." "You certainly did, to kill us both," said Ned grimly. Gilbert gave him a wild look. After luncheon Ned persuaded him to rest, watched him fall asleep, and then went out. In the porch of the hotel he was met by a waiter on his return, who told him that Gilbert had left about a quarter of an hour after he had himself gone out. Directly he heard this he feared the worst, having, as is usual in such cases, a very hazy idea of what the worst might be. Of course he must follow without a moment's delay, but a reference to the time-table told him that there was not another train for an hour, and that was slow. It was already getting dusk when he arrived there. He felt certain that Gilbert would go there. He got to the end of the lane and walked up it slowly, examining every house. There would be no difficulty in recognizing the one he wanted. Gilbert had described it in detail more than once. He stood outside the loosely hanging gate at last, and stared through the darkness at the shabby stucco front and rank garden. He went down a flight of steps to the back door, and finding it unfastened, stepped into a stone passage. It was one of the problems of the place that he should have avoided the main entrance door with a half-admitted dread, and that, only half-admitting still, he was afraid to mount the long flight of stone stairs leading from the servants' quarters. However, he pulled himself together and went up to the room. It was quite dark inside. He heard something scuttle across the floor. He felt the grit and dust of years under his feet. He struck a match, just as Gilbert had done, and looked at first at the recess in which the window was built. The match flared round the room for a moment and gave him a flash picture of his surroundings. He saw the stripes of gaudy paper moving almost imperceptibly, like tentacles of some sea monster, from the wall. He saw a creature, it looked like a rat, scurry across the floor from the window to the great mantelpiece of hard white marble. If he had seen nothing more than this. He saw in detail all that first match had flashed at him. He saw his brother lying on the floor, a ghastly coincidence. His hand was caught round the edge of the work-table as hers had been. The other hand was clenched across his breast. There was a look of great agony on his face. A dead face, of course. This was the end of the affair. He was lying dead by the window where the woman had sat every night at dusk and smiled at him. A second match went out. The brother of the dead man struck a third. He looked again closely. Then he staggered to his feet and gave a cry. It rang through the empty rooms and echoed without wearying down the long stone passages in the basement. Gilbert's head was thrown back, his chin peaking to the ceiling. On his throat were vivid marks. The doctor saw them distinctly. He saw the grip of small fingers, the distinct impression of a woman's little hand. The curious thing about the whole story, the most curious thing, perhaps, is that no other eye ever saw those murderous marks. So there was no scandal, no chase after the murderer, no undiscovered crime. They faded. When the doctor saw his brother again in the full light and in the presence of others his throat was clear. And the post-mortem proved that death was due to natural causes. So the matter still stands, and will. But where the house and its overgrown garden stood runs a new road with neat red and white villas. Whatever secret it knew, if any, it kept discreetly. Ned Dent is morbid enough to go down the smart new road in the twilight sometimes and wonder. End of Story 7. Story 8 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sandy's Ghost. "Accommodations for the night, stranger?" "Well, yes. I reckon we can fix a place for you. Have a chair and set you down." "Thank you. Don't you find this rather a lonely place? No neighbors, no nothing, that I can see. How came you to settle here, so far removed from other habitations?" "Well, perhaps it's best not to ask too many questions ter once." "Beg your pardon? No offense was intended, I assure you, simply idle curiosity." "Don't say 'nother word, stranger, but come on in, we'll have a snack for supper. Polly, bring on some vittles. You're just in time." Polly at once obeyed. She was a typical Western girl, tall, lithe, graceful, and limpid eyed. She was clear skinned and high spirited, too, and in this case ignorant through no fault of her own. John Barr's eyes scanned her intently, and a flush came to her cheeks. For the first time in her life she was unpleasantly conscious of her bare feet. It may have been this that made her stumble and spill some of the contents of an earthen bowl over the guest's knees as she placed it on the table. Her eyes flashed and a tear of anger twinkled on the lashes. She stopped, half meaning to apologize, but an oath from her father caused her to set the bowl down heavily and to hurry from the cabin. A moment later Barr saw a flutter of pink calico from behind a pile of rocks. Old Kit Robinson saw it too. "Don't wonder at your sayin' 'tain't right. She's a smart gal, and a good looker, too, as should have been sent away from here ter school ter be eddicated. She won't leave her no 'count dad. I orter be shot fer cussin' her, but I ain't what I useter be. Settin' here and keepin' guard makes me narvous." Barr's eyes asked the question his lips refused to speak. Supper eaten, the men went outside and sat with their chairs tilted back against the cabin. Something in the younger man's frank face had softened old Kit into a reminiscent mood and made him strangely inclined to gratify an idle curiosity. The soft evening wind sighed through the branches of the tall spruce pines, and the declining rays of the setting sun caused the shadow of the rude home to stretch out longer across the greensward. From its shelter where he sat, John Barr looked out on the grand ranges of the Rockies, and wondered where in their vastness he would find the man he sought, the finding of whom had brought him into this wild and unforsaken mining camp. "Stranger, I've take a likin' ter you. You've been a somethin' about you that reminds me of some one I know, and you look like an honest chap. Say, do you believe in ghosts?" He put the question very suddenly, and a look of disappointment crossed his face when Barr told him that he did not believe in spooks. "Wall, I've seen 'em." A thought connecting the pink calico with something in the past came to Barr's mind. "Can't you tell me about it?" he asked. "I'd like ter if you'll swar on yer derringer and never ter blab. Will you swar?" The solitary guest started to smile, but the smile faded at the thought of unshed tears in Polly's eyes. It might make it easier for her if he humored the old man. "I swear," he said, and he did. "Do you see yon old spruce at the turn of the trail in the cliffs jes' above? Wall, that's the spot I'm a watchin' and guardin' till the owner comes ter claim it. I'm quick ter burn powder and pretty sure shot. I know a man when I sees him, and I ain't easy fooled. Wall, ter begin with, I had a partner once, and he was a man, sure 'nuff. He was from the state of New York. I never axed him as ter how so fine a gent come ter diggin' and shovelin' in the Rockies, though ter myself I said thar was some good reason. He had light hair, and we called him Sandy, fer short, and he was jes' erbout as gritty as sand. We was as unlike as any two fellers you ever saw. He was quiet like and stiddy, and I was sorter wild and reckless, and I liked mounting due most too well. Wall, when we had a little dust scraped together, we would divvy, and I took my share way down ter the station on the other side of the cliffs and sent her off ter the bank in Helena. But I allers left some hid whar the gal could find it. Old Sandy had a bank of his own that no one knew about, 'ceptin' himself, and every time we divided he'd carry part of it ter his hidin' place, and then give the rest ter me ter send ter his boy. that he said was being educated in some college way up in Boston. He seemed to think a heap of that boy. Arter a while my old woman gave out, and soon we laid her away on the hillside. It was hard, stranger." Old Kit's voice failed him for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and continued. "But when old Sandy, my good old pard, give up I didn't care for nothin'. We buried him in style. All the boys from round the diggin's was thar, and many an eye was wet. We didn't have nary a preacher, but the gal she prayed at the grave. For the life of me I don't know where she larnt it. Reckon the old woman must have told her. Next mornin' the gal showed me a letter that Sandy gave her just 'fore he died. It was ter his boy, and she was ter give it ter him if he ever come out this way, and she got it yet. That same evenin' after supper, feelin' kinder gloomish, and like there was somethin' in my throat I couldn't swaller, I took a stroll up the gulch. I went on out to the top of the ridge of the big rock, and got ter studyin' where I'd find another pard like Sandy. All ter once I felt a hand touch my shoulder kind o' light once or twice. I jumped up, half 'spectin' it was Sandy, but it was only the gal. Well, I was all took back at fust, and then I got mad. 'What air you doin' up here?' I axed, kinder tough. She had tears in her eyes as she looked up at me and said, 'Pap, don't git mad, I was lonesome. I seed you comin' up this way, and I follered you, 'cause I wanted to tell you that Sandy said ter give his boy his pile when he comes.' 'Wall,' says I, 'you might have waited till I come back to the house,' and then I sent her back. Arter she was gone I sot ter studyin' whar in the world Sandy's pile was. I tried ter think where he could have hid it, but it weren't no use. All ter once I noticed it was plumb dark, and these surroundings ain't a healthy place for a man ter roam in arter nightfall, 'specially if he ain't got his shootin' irons on. I cut a pretty swift gait for the shack. Jest as I come around the bend thar at the pine, I happened ter look up toward the cliff, and thar sot Sandy. Yes, sir, he was him sure as you're born. My feet felt heavy as lead, and I couldn't move from the spot. I tried ter holler, but it weren't no go. Finally I gave a sudden jerk, and made a step toward him, and as I did so he disappeared. Then I made tracks for home, but I kept mum, because I knowed the boys would say that mounting dew was lickin' up my brains, and I would be seein' snakes and sich things 'fore long. The next night, somehow or 'nother, I thought ter go and see if he was thar again, and sure 'nuff, thar he sot, lookin' kinder sad and makin' marks on the rocks with his fingers. I had my hand on my gun this time, so I got a little closter than afore. But by hookey, he got away from me again, nor did he come back. I could hardly wait for the next night ter come around. At the same time I was on hand good and early, jest as it begun ter git dark, and the trees looked like long spooks a stretchin' out their arms. I looked toward the cliff, and thar he sot, markin' and scratchin' on the rock with his fingers and lookin' sad. Now, this being the third time, I kinder got bolder, and I went a little closer and says, 'Sandy, what's the matter with you? Didn't the boys do the plantin' right for you?' Then as luck would have it, I thought of somethin' else right quick, and I said, 'Or is it the dust you've hid whar you're settin'?' Wall, he looked up at me then, and the happiest smile come ter his face, and all ter once he disappeared again. And sence then I've sot here guardin' the place till the right one comes along ter claim it. Let's see, what did you say your name was?" "Pardon me, I thought I told you. My name is John Willet Barr." "Polly, oh Polly, come here, gal. What was Sandy's full name? I plumb forgot." "What do you want ter know fur?" she asked. "I ain't goin' ter tell you now. That's my own secret." "Come, come, gal, tell me ter once or it won't be healthy fur you." "Wall, then," she answered stubbornly, "it was John Willet Barr." At her reply the young man's face grew deathly pale, and he started up from his chair, but Kit thrust him back into his seat, saying, "Bring me the letter, Polly." "What are you goin' to do with it, Pa?" she inquired cautiously. "I promised old Sandy on my oath ter keep it till the right one comes erlong ter claim it, and I mean ter keep my word. The right one is here, gal. Thar he sits. So trot that letter out, and don't parley long with me ef you knows when you're well off." Polly stared at the young man in utter bewilderment for a moment. Then, turning slowly, she stepped quietly into the cabin after the precious document. An unusual gleam of joy lighted up her face, and a suppressed excitement shone in her eyes. Under her breath she said, "Somehow or other, I felt he was the right one." Too truly, John Barr realized in that painful moment that whom he sought was now dead to him. That the father from whom he had been parted so many years was sleeping that long, dreamless sleep in the clay mound on the hillside, which marked his last resting place. As he turned to look at the face of old honest Kit, who had been his father's friend during those long years of forced exile, a happy smile lit up the old miner's rugged features as he pointed with his finger to the rock cliff near the old spruce vine, and said in an exultant, trembling voice, "Thar he be, stranger, jes' as I have seen him many a night, your dad, my pard, poor old Sandy." With an eager voice John Barr sprang forward, and the mountains echoed and re echoed the plaintive cry of "Father! Father!" But his outstretched arms clasped only emptiness and the darkening shadows of the rapidly approaching night. Story 8. Story 9 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghosts of Red Creek by S.T. To the northward of Mississippi City and its neighbor, Hansborough, there extends a tract of pine forest for miles, with but few habitations scattered through it. Black and Red Creeks, with their numerous branches, drain this region into the Pascagoula River to the eastward, with the swamps of Pascagoula as a refuge, and the luxuriant and unfrequented bottoms of Red and Black Creeks to browse upon. There are few choicer spots for deer. Knowing this fact, a small party of gentlemen on the day before a crisp, cold Christmas, started from Hansborough in a large four-wheeled wagon for a 30-mile drive into this wilderness of pine and a week's sport after the deer. The guide was Jim Carruthers, a true woodsman, and the driver a general factotum, a jolly negro named Jack Lyons, than whom no one could make a better hoe cake and cook a venison steak. His laugh could be heard a quarter of a mile, and his good nature was as expansive as the range of the laughter. The usual experiences of a hunting camp were heartily enjoyed during the first days of this life out of doors, but his cream did not rise until about the fifth night, when, from familiar intercourse, Jack Lyons became loquacious, and after the day's 20 or 25-mile walk, would spin yarns in front of the campfire, which brought forgetfulness of fatigue. The night before New Year's was intensely cold. The cold north wind of the afternoon had subsided at sunset, and only a gust now and again touched the musical leaves of the pines, making them vibrant with that mournful score of nature's operas which even maestros have failed to catch. In front of two new and white tents, two sportsmen reclined at length within reach of the warmth of the fire, while opposite them rested at ease the guide and the worthy Jack Lyons. Wearied with the day's chase, four staunch hounds, Ringwood, Rose, Jet, and Boxer, were dreaming of future quarry. The firelight brought out in bright relief the trunks of the tall pines like cathedral columns, and sparkling through the leafy dome overhead the scintillating stars glistened with diamond brightness. A silence which added its influence to the scene rested about the borders of the creek below, and gave more effect to the story of the veteran teamster than perhaps it otherwise would have had. "If de deer run down de creek," said old Jack, smacking his lips over a carefully prepared brewing of the real Campbellton punch, "we's bound to see fun tomorrer, for dey'll take us down thar by de old Gibbet's place. In daylight dere's no place like it, but after nightfall you bet you wouldn't ketch dis niggah thah." Old Jack was naturally asked why he didn't care about visiting the Gibbet place that night. Asking to be excused till he filled his pipe, the silence was unbroken till his return. He piled on more pine knots and commenced. "You know, gemmen, dat when de gunboats was in de South, we folks had to travel way back heah on dese roads outen de range o' deir big guns. I was 'gaged by Mr. Harrison in haulin' salt from de factory at Mississippi City, and on der beach ober Mobile, and I had been makin' a trip every week or so. Dis back country road was neber thought of by de Federals, and we had good times 'long de way, no shells and no shootin'. De night, gentlemen, I's speakin' of was a Friday, dat yo's all know it's unlucky. Well, you see, I hitched up Betsy and Rose in de lead, and old Fox and Blossom at de pole, and takes de biggest load of salt dat de team eber carried. I starts out and crosses the Biloxi River and Hansborough just as de moon was goin' down. Yes, boss, dese roads weren't no better den than now, and de rain made 'em mighty rough when yer come to de holes. I sat in de seat whistlin', de crows is in de pea patch, and a thinkin' of Sarah Jameson, what was afterwards my wife, when I felt the off forewheel go croosh in a hole up to de hub. I'd made 17 miles out abo Hansborough. I did some cussin', and den went to de fence, about 20 yards off, and took out a rail to prise up the wheel. Den I saw I was at Mr. Gibbet's place. I says to myself, I'll go up to the house and get old Mr. Gibbet to give me a turn. I had gone by thar 2 weeks before and seed the old man. Now, gentlemen, yer listen to me, for what I's tellin' yer is as shore as Jimmy'll blow de horn on de last day. I walked up to de house, and dere I saw a bright light inside. It showed out fro' de windows, and I saw shaders of Miss Gibbet and Mrs. Gibbet on der window curtain. Shore, honey, shore. De front door was shet, and I steps up ter de gallery and knocks wid the butt end of my whip. I didn't knock loud, needer. God bless us all, gemmen, de lights went out like dat, and I hears up a laugh, ha, 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 how that set my knees a shakin'. I opens de door, and dere was no sign of anybody. I struck a match, and all de furniture was moved out, and de old red cuttins that I thought I seed was in rags. De whole family was gone for shore. I didn't know 'zactly what to think about them strange voices, but I started back to the wagon when it lightened, and bress God, there in the front yard was 6 graves jest made. Somethin' wrong here, said I, and I builds a fire by the wagon and digs the wheel out. Just den old Squire Pasture come along the road from Mobile, and he tells me the news. Old man Gibbet cut the throats of his wife and 4 children and shoots hisself in the head outen jealousy of his wife. They was all buried in the front yard, and the house was deserted 10 days befo'. Gentlemen, when I hear dat, dem miles make de quickest time to Mobile eber seed, and yous can tell me dar's no ghosts, but you don't catch me round dat log house of Gibbet's 'ceptin' sun's an hour high." Jack looked suspiciously over his shoulder into the darkness and crawled into his blanket, muttering, "It scares dis nigger eben now to tell about that night." Sleep soon fell upon the camp, but the impression of old Jack's story survived the night, and the next day he still asserted its truth. End of Story 9. Story 10 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How he caught the ghost. "Yes, the house is a good one," said the agent. "It is in a good neighborhood, and you're getting it at almost nothing. But I think it right to tell you all about it. You are orphans, you say, and with a mother dependent on you. That makes it all the more necessary that you should know. The fact is, the house is said to be haunted." The agent could not help smiling as he said it, and he was relieved to see an answering smile on the 2 faces before him. "Ah, you don't believe in ghosts," he went on, "nor do I, for that matter. But somehow the reputation of the house keeps me from having a tenant long at a time. The place ought to rent for twice as much as it does." "If we succeed in driving out the ghost, you will not raise the rent?" asked the boy, with a merry twinkle in his eye. "Well, no, not this year, at any rate," laughed the agent. And so the house was rented, and the slip of a girl and the tall lad, her brother, went their way. Within a week the family had moved into the house, and were delighted with it. It was large and cool, with wide halls and fine stairways, and with more room than they needed. But that did not matter in the least, for they had always been cramped in small houses, suffering many discomforts, and they never could have afforded such a place as this if it had not been haunted. "Blessings on the ghost!" cried Margaret gaily, as she ran about as merry as a child. "Who would be without a ghost in the house when it brings one like this?" "And it is so near your school," said the mother, "and I used to worry so over the long walk, and David can come home to lunch now, and you don't know what a pleasure that will be." "It seems to me," David gravely explained, "that if I should meet the ghost I would treat him with the greatest politeness, and encourage him to stay. We shall not miss the room he takes, shall we? I think it would be very well to set aside that room over yours, Maggie, for his ghostship's own, for we shall not need that, you know. Besides, the door doesn't shut, and he can go in and out without breaking the lock." And then they all laughed and had a great deal of fun over the ghost, which was a great joke to them. They were very tired that night and slept soundly all night long. When they met the next morning, there was more laughter about the ghost, which was shy about meeting strangers, probably, and had made no effort to introduce himself. For the next 3 days they were all hard at work, trying to bring chaos into something like order. And then it was time for the school to open, and Margaret was to begin teaching, and David inserted an advertisement in the city papers for a maid of all work, who might help their mother in their absence. For one whole day prospective colored servants presented themselves and announced, "Is dis de house dey wants a work lady? No, ma'am, I ain't gwine to work in dis house. Ketch me a workin' in no ha'nted house." After which they each and all departed, and others came in their stead. One was secured after a while, but no sooner had she talked across the fence with a neighbor's servant than she too departed. "Never mind, children," said Mrs. Craig wearily. "I would much rather do the work than be troubled in this way." So the maid of all work was dismissed, and the Craig family locked the doors and went to their rooms, worn out with the day's anxieties. They had been in the house 4 days, and there had been neither sight nor sound of the ghost. The very mention of it was enough to start them all to laughing, for they were thoroughly practical people, with a fondness for inquiring into anything that seemed mysterious to them and for understanding it thoroughly before they let it go. David was soon sleeping the sound sleep of healthy boyhood, and all was silent in the house, when Margaret stole softly into his room and laid her hand on his arm. He was not easy to waken, and several minutes had passed before he sat up in bed with an articulate murmur of surprise. "Hush," said Margaret in a whisper, with her hand on his lips. "I want you to come into my room and listen to a sound that I've been hearing for some time." "Doors creaking," suggested David as he began to dress. "Nothing of the kind," was all she said. They walked up the stairway and along the upper hall to the door of the unused room. Something was wrong with the lock, and the door would not stay fastened, as I have said. Something that was not fear thrilled their hearts as they pushed the door further ajar, and stood where they could see every foot of the vacant floor. One of their own boxes stood in the middle of the room, but aside from that, nothing was to be seen, and they looked at one another in silence. "Hold the lamp a minute, Maggie," David said at last, and then he went all over the room, and looked more particularly at its emptiness, and even felt the walls. "Secret panels, you know," he said, with a smile, but it was a very puzzled smile indeed. "I can't see what it could have been," Margaret said, as they went down the stairs. "No, I can't see either, but I'm going to see," said David. "That was a chain, and chains don't drag around by themselves, you know. A ghost could not drag a chain if he were to try. The conventional ghost very often drags chains, said Margaret, as she closed the door of her room. And then she lay awake all night and listened for the conventional ghost that dragged a chain, but it seemed that the weight of the chain must have worried him, for he was not heard again. The mother had slept through it all, and next morning they gave her a vivid account of the night's adventure. Perhaps it was someone in the house, she said in alarm. But there were no ghosts within the bounds of possibility, so far as she was concerned, but burglars were very possible indeed. Then Margaret and David both laughed more than ever. "What fun would it be," said David, "for a burglar to get into this house and try to find something worth carrying away?" So they went on to the next night, all three fully determined to spend the night in listening for the ghost, and running him to earth if possible. But it was Margaret that heard the ghost, after all. She had been sleeping and was suddenly startled wide awake, and there, overhead, was the sound of the chain dragging. And just as she was on the point of springing out of bed to call her brother, the chain seemed to go out of the upper room. She lay still and listened, and in a moment she heard it again. It was coming down the stairs. There was no carpet on the stairs, and she could hear the chain drop from step to step, until it had come down the whole way. There it was, almost at the door of her room, and something that was strangely like fear kept her lying still, listening in horrified silence. Then it went along the hall, dragging close to the door, and then further away, and back and forth for a while, and then it began dragging back up the stairs again. Step by step she could hear it drawn over the edge of every step, and by the time it had reached the top, she remembered herself and called David. Again did the brother and sister make a tour of the upper room, with the lamp. Not only that, but they looked into every nook and corner of the upper part of the house, and at last came back baffled. They had seen nothing extraordinary, and they had not heard a sound. "I'm going to see that ghost tonight," David said to his sister the next evening. "How?" "I'm going to sit up all night at the head of the stairs. Don't say anything about it to Mother. It might make her uneasy." So after the household were all quiet, David slipped into his place at the head of the stairs, and sat down to his vigil. He had placed a screen at the head of the stairway so that it hid him from view, as if a ghost cared for a screen, and he established himself behind it, and prepared to be as patient as he could. It seemed to him that hours so long had never been devised as those the town clocks told off that night. He bore it until midnight moderately well, because he argued with himself, if there were any ghosts about they would surely walk then. But they were not in a humour for walking, and still the hours rolled on without any developments. He took the fidgets, and had nervous twitches all over him, and at last he could endure it no longer, and had leaned his head back against the wall and was going blissfully to sleep, when he heard a chain dragging just beyond the open door of that unused room. In spite of himself a shiver ran down his back. There was no mistaking it. It was a real chain, if he had ever heard one. More than that, it had left the room, and was coming straight towards the stairs. The hall was dark, and it was impossible for him to see anything, although he strained his eyes in the direction of the sound. And even while he looked it had passed behind the screen, and was going down the stairs, dropping from step to step with a clank. Halfway down a narrow strip of moonlight from a stair window lay directly across the steps. Whatever the thing was, it must pass through that patch of light, and David leaned forward and watched. Down it went from step to step, and presently it slipped through the light, and was down. And a little later it came back again, through the light, and up the stairs, and back into that unused room. And then David slapped his knees jubilantly, and ran down to his room, and slept all the rest of the night. Next morning he was very mysterious about his discoveries of the night before. "Oh, yes, I saw the ghost," he said to Maggie. "There, don't ask so many questions. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, maybe." and that was all the information she could get from him. It was very provoking. That day David made a purchase downtown and brought home a bulky bundle, which he hid in his own room and would not let his sister even peep at it. "I'm going to try to catch the ghost tonight," he said, "and you know how it is. If I brag too much beforehand, I shall be sure to fail." He was working with something in the hall after the others had retired, but he did not sit up this time. He went to bed, and Margaret listened at his door and found that he was soon asleep. But away in the night they were all awakened by a squealing that brought them all into the hall in a great hurry, and there, at the head of the stairs, they found a huge rat trap that David had set a few hours before, and in the midst of the toils was a rat. "Why, David," exclaimed the mother, "I didn't know that there was a rat in the house." And then, all at once, she saw that there was a long chain hanging from a little iron collar round the creature's neck, and she and Margaret cried together. And this was the ghost. Such a funny ghost when they came to think of it, this poor rat, with a nest in some hole of the broken chimney. He had been someone's pet once, perhaps. And now, the households he had broken up, the nights he had disturbed, the wild sensations he had created, it made his captors laugh to think that this innocent creature had been the cause of the whole trouble. "I'll get a cage for him and take care of him for the rest of his life," said David. "We owe him so much that we can't afford to be ungrateful." The next morning he took the ghost in a cage and showed it to the agent, and gave him a vivid account of the capture. "So you have a good house for about half the price, all on account of that rat," exclaimed the agent, grimly. "Young man, but never mind, you deserve it. What are you working for now? $6 a week? If you ever want to change your place, suppose you come around here. I think you need a business that will give you a chance to grow." And the agent and David shook hands warmly over the cage of the ghost. End of story 10. Story 11 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Grand Dame's Ghost Story by C.D. I don't know whether you ever tell your children ghost stories or not. Some mothers don't, but our mother, though of German descent, was strong-minded on the ghost subject, and early taught all her children to be fearless mentally as well as physically. And, though dearly fond of hearing ghost stories, especially if they were real true ghosts, we were sadly skeptical as to there being anything of the kind that could harm. We were quite learned in ghostly lore, knew all about doppelgangers, will-o'-the-wisp, blue lights, etc., and we could not have a greater treat for good behavior than for our mother to draw on her store of supernatural tales for our entertainment. The story I am about to relate she told us one stormy night, when gathered round her chair in her cozy sanctum, before a cheerful fire, we ate nuts and apples, and listened while she recited an o'er-true tale, told her by her grandmother, who herself witnessed the vision. It was a fearful night. The wind sobbed and wailed round the house like lost spirits mourning their doom. The rain beat upon the casements, and the trees, writhing in torture of the fierce blast, groaned and swayed till their tops almost swept the earth. Bright flashes of lightning pierced even the most closed shutters and heavy curtains, and the thunder had a sullen, threatening roar, that made your blood creep. It was a night to make one seek to shut out all sound, draw the curtains close, stir the fire, and nestle deep in the armchair before it, with feet upon the fender, and have something cheerful to think or talk about. But I was all alone, none in the house with me but servants, and the servants' wing was detached from the main part of the building, for I do not care to have menials near me, and I had no loved ones near. It was just such a night that Nancy Black died. What a fearful night for the soul to leave its earthly home and go out into the vast, unknown future! I spoke aloud, as rousing from a train of thought, I drew my heavy mantle closer round me, wheeled my armchair nearer the fire, and cuddled down in it, burying my feet in the foot cushion to warm them, for I felt strangely cold. I was in the library; it was my usual sitting room, for I seldom used the parlours. What was the use? My books were my friends, and I loved best to be with them. My children dead, or married and away, the cold, grand parlours always seemed gloomy and sad. The ghosts of the departed pleasures haunted them, and I cared not to enter them. It was a long wide room across the hall from the parlours, running the whole length of the house, and was lined with shelves from floor to ceiling. My husband's father had been a bibliomaniac, and my husband had had a leaning that way also, and the shelves held so many an old rare work that was worth its weight in gold. The fire, though burning brightly, did not illume half the room, of which, sitting in the chimney corner, I commanded a full view, and had been looking at the shadows playing on the furniture and shelves, as the flame shot up, and after flickering a moment would die out, leaving a gloom which would break away into fantastic shadows as the firelight would shoot up again. While watching the gleams of light and darkling shades, unconsciously the wailing of the storm outside attracted my attention. There seemed to be odd noises of tapping on the windows, and sobs and sighs, as though someone was entreating entrance from the fierce tumult. And as I sat there, again I thought of Nancy Black, the old school girl friend who had loved me so dearly, and the night when she went forth to meet the doom appointed her. Resting my head upon my hand, I sat gazing in the fire, thinking over her strange life, and still stranger death, and wondering what could have become of the money and jewels that I knew she had once possessed. While sitting thus, a queer sensation crept over me. It was not fear, but a feeling as though if I looked up I'd see something frightful. A shiver, not like that of cold, ran from my head to my feet, and a sensation as though someone was breathing ice-cold breath upon my forehead, the same feeling you would cause by holding a piece of ice to your cheek. It fluttered over my face and finally settled round my lips, as though the unseen one was caressing me, thrilling me with horror. But I am not fearful, nervous, nor imaginative, and resolutely throwing off the dread that fell upon me, I turned round and looked up, and there, so close by my side that my hand, involuntarily thrown out, passed through her seeming form, stood Nancy Black. It was Nancy Black, and yet not Nancy Black. Her whole body had a semi-transparent appearance, just as your hand looks when you hold it between yourself and a strong light. Her clothing, apparently the same as worn in life, had a wavy, seething, flickering look, like flames have, and yet did not seem to burn. "In the name of God, Nancy Black, what brought you here, and whence came you?" I exclaimed. A hollow whisper followed. "Thank you, my old friend, for speaking to me, and oh, how deeply I thank you for thinking of me to-night. I shall have rest." "Rest," I heard echoed, and a jeering laugh rang through the room that made her quiver at its sound. "I have been near you often, but always failed to find you in a condition when you would be en rapport before to-night. What I came for I will tell you; whence I come you need not know. Suffice it to say that were I happy I would not be here on such an errand, nor on such a night. It is only when the elements are in tumult and the winds wail and mourn that we come forth. When you hear these sounds it is souls of the lost you hear mourning their doom. 'Tis then they wander up and down, to and fro, their only release from their fearful home of torture and undying pain. I have come to tell you that you must go over to the old house, and in the back room I always kept locked, have the carpet taken up from toward the fireplace. You will see a plank with a knot-hole in it. Remove that, and you will find what caused me to lose my soul. Have prayer said for me, for 'tis well to pray for the dead. The money and jewels give in charity. Bury in holy ground the others you find, and pray for them and me. Ah, Jeanette, you thought your old friend, though strange and odd, pure and innocent. It is a bitter part of my punishment that I must change your thought of me. Farewell, do not fail me, and I shall trouble you no more. But whenever you hear that wind howl and sweep round the house as it does tonight, know that the lost are near. It is their swift flight through space, fleeing before the scourge of memory and conscience that causes that sound. That tomorrow you may not think you are dreaming, here is a token." And she touched the palm of my hand with her fingertips. "And as you see, my child, to this day there are 3 crimson spots on the palm of my hand that nothing will eradicate. Do not fail me, and pray for us, Jeanette, pray." And with a longing, wistful gaze, and a deep sobbing sigh, Nancy Black faded from my sight. "Am I dreaming?" I exclaimed, as I rose from my chair and rang the bell. When the servant entered, I bade him attend to the fire and light the lamps, and I went through the room to see if any unusual arrangement of furniture could have caused the appearance, but nothing was apparent, and I bade him send my maid to attend me in my chamber, for I could not help feeling unwilling to remain in the library any longer that evening. While making my toilet for the night my maid said, "Have you burned your hand, madam?" Glancing hastily down, I saw 3 dark crimson spots upon the palm of my left hand. They had an odd look, seared as though touched by a red hot iron. Yet the flesh was soft, not burned and not painful. Making some excuse for it, I did not allude to it again, and dismissed her speedily, that I might reflect undisturbed over the singular occurrence. There were marks upon my hand, I could not remove them, and they did not fade. In fact, their deep red made the rest of the palm lose its pinkish hue and look pale from the strong contrast. Could I have been asleep and dreamed it all, and by any means have done this to myself? I thought, but finally concluded that on the morrow I'd go over to Nancy Black's old residence and settle the question, and with that conclusion had to content myself until the morrow came. Nancy Black was an old friend from my girlhood, who had owned a large property in the town, and lived all alone in a spacious stone house directly opposite my home, and who, when dying, had left me the sole legatee of her property. When morning came I took the keys, and with my maid went over to Nancy's house. It had never been disturbed since her death, which was sudden and somewhat singular, and the furniture remained just as she left it when taken to her last resting place. We went into the room Nancy had directed. I bade Sarah take up the carpet, and sure enough, there was a plank with a knothole in it. So I sent her from the room, and lifted the plank myself. And there, between the 2 joints, rested a long box, the lid not fastened. Opening it, I was horrified to see 2 skeletons, those of an infant and of a woman, small in stature and delicate frame. In a moment it flashed before me that I saw all that remained of Nancy Black's younger sister, a girl of 17, who had left home somewhat mysteriously years ago, and had died while absent. At least that was the version Nancy had given of her absence, and no one had dreamed of doubting it, her tale was so naturally told. Left orphan when Lucy was only 2 years and Nancy 18, she had devoted her life to the care of this young girl, and when she found her sister had fallen, she, in her pride of name and position, had destroyed mother and child, that her shame might not be known, and had lived all those dreary years in that house with her fearful secret. Round the box, heaped up on every side, were money and jewels, and a parchment scroll among them had written on it, "Lucy's share of our father's estate." I carried out Nancy's wishes to the letter, for now I firmly believed that she had come to me herself that night. To avoid scandal resting on the dead, I took our clergyman into my confidence, and with his assistance had the remains buried quietly in consecrated ground. The money and jewels were given to the poor, and the old building I turned into a home for destitute females. And morning and night, as I kneel in prayer, I pray forgiveness to rest upon Nancy Black and peace to her troubled soul. End of Story 11. Story 12 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Fight with a Ghost by Q.E.D. "No, I never believed much in ghosts," said the doctor, "but I was always rather afraid of them." "Have you ever seen one?" asked one of the other men. The doctor took his cigar out of his mouth and contemplated the ash for a moment or two before replying. "I have had some rather startling experiences," he said, after a pause, during which the rest of us exchanged glances. For the doctor has seen many things and is not averse to talking about them in congenial company. "Would you care to hear about one of them? It gives me the cold shivers now to speak of it." We nodded, and the doctor, taking a sip as an antidote to the shivers, began. "You remember George Carson, who played for the Varsity some years ago, big chap with a light mustache? Well, I saw a good deal of him before he married, while he was reading for the bar in town. It was just after he became engaged to Miss Stoner, who is now Mrs. Carson, that he asked me to go down to a place which his people had taken in the country. Miss Stoner was to be there, and he wanted me to meet her. I could not go down for Christmas Day, as I had promised to be with my people. But as I had been working a bit too hard, and wanted a few days' rest, I decided to run down for a few days about the New Year. Woodcote was a pleasant enough place to look at. There were 2 packs of hounds within easy distance, and it was not far enough from the station to cut you off completely from the morning papers. The Carsons had been lucky, I thought, in coming across such a good house at such a moderate figure. For, as George told me, the owner had been obliged to go abroad for his health, and was anxious not to leave the place empty all the winter. It was an old house, with big gables and preposterous corners all over the place, and you couldn't walk 10 paces along any of the passages without tumbling up or down stairs. But it had been patched from time to time, and, among other improvements, a big billiard room had been built out at the back. A country house in the winter without a billiard room, when the frost stops hunting, is just, well, not even a gilded prison. The party was a small one. Besides George and his father and mother, there were only a couple of Mrs. Carson, who, being somewhere in the early teens, didn't count, and Miss Stoner, who, of course, counted a good deal, and lastly myself. Miss Stoner ought to have been happy, for George Carson, besides being an excellent fellow all around, was by no means a bad match, being an only son with considerable expectations. But somehow or other, she did not strike me as looking either very well or very happy. She gave me the impression of having something on her mind, which made her alternately nervous and listless. George, I fancied, noticed it, and was puzzled by it, for I caught him several times watching her with an anxious and inquiring look. But as I was not there as a doctor, of course it was no business of mine, though I discovered the reason before I left Woodcote. The second night after my arrival, we had been playing, I remember, a family pool. The rest had gone upstairs to bed. George and I adjourned to a sort of study, which he had arranged upstairs, for a final smoke and a chat before turning in. The study was next to his bedroom, and parted off from it by a curtain. As we were settling down I missed my pipe, and remembered that I had laid it down in the billiard room. On principle I never smoke another man's pipe, so I lit a candle, the house being in darkness, and started away in search of my own. The house looked awfully weird by the flickering light of a solitary candle, and the stairs creaked in a particularly gruesome way behind me, just for all the world as though someone were following at my heels. I found my pipe where I had expected in the billiard room, and came back in perhaps a little more hurry than was absolutely necessary. Which perhaps explains why I stumbled in the uncertain light over a couple of unforeseen stairs, and dropped my candle. Of course it went out, but after a little groping I found it. Having no matches with me, I was obliged to feel my way along the banisters, for it was so dark that I could not see my hand in front of me. And as I slowly advanced, sliding my hand along the broad balustrade at my side, it suddenly slid over something cold and clammy, which was not a balustrade at all, for stopping dead and closing my fingers round it for an instant, I felt that I was holding another hand, a skinny, bony hand, which writhed itself slowly from my grasp. And though I could hear nothing and see nothing, I was yet conscious that something was brushing past me and going up the stairs. "Hi, what's that? Who are you?" I called. There was no answer. I admit that I was in a regular funk. I must have shown it in my face. "What's the matter?" asked George as I blundered into his study. "Oh, nothing," I answered. "Dropped my candle and lost the way." "But who were you talking to?" "I was only swearing at the candle," I replied. "Oh, I thought perhaps you had seen somebody," replied George. Somehow I did not like to tell him the truth, for fear he would laugh at my nervousness. But I determined to keep an eye on my liver, and take a couple of weeks' complete rest. That night I woke up several times with the feeling of that confounded hand under my own, a clammy hand which writhed as my fingers closed upon it. The next morning after breakfast I was in the billiard room practising strokes while Carson was over at the stables. Presently the door opened, and Miss Stoner looked in. "Come in," I said. "George will be back from the stables in a few minutes. Meanwhile we can 50 up." "I wanted to speak to you," she said. She was looking very tired and ill, and I began to think I should not have an uninterrupted holiday after all. "Do you believe in ghosts?" she asked, having closed the door and come up to the table, where she stood leaning with both her hands upon it. "No," I replied, missing an easy caroom as I remembered my experience of last night, "but I believe in fancy." "And, supposing then that a person fancied he saw things, is there any remedy?" "What do you mean, Miss Stoner?" I replied, looking at her in some surprise. "Do you mean that you fancy—" I stopped, for Miss Stoner turned away, sat down on one of the easy chairs by the wall, and burst into tears. "Oh, please help me," she sobbed. "I believe I'm going mad." I laid down my cue and went over to her. "Look here, Miss Stoner," I said, taking her hand, which was hot and feverish. "I am a doctor, and a friend of George. Now tell me all about it, and I'll do my best to set it right." She was in a more or less hysterical condition, and her words were freely punctuated by sobs. But gradually I managed to elicit from her that nearly every night since she came to Woodcote she had been awakened in some mysterious way, and had seen a horrible face looking at her from over the top of a screen which stood by the door of her bedroom. As soon as she moved the face disappeared, which convinced her that the apparition existed only in her imagination. That seemed to distress her even more than if she had believed it to be a genuine ghost, for she thought her brain was giving way. I told her that she was only suffering from a very common symptom of nervous disorder, as indeed it was, and promised to send a groom into the village to get a prescription made up for her. And, having made me promise to breathe no word to anyone on the subject, more especially to George, she went away relieved. Nevertheless, I was not quite certain that I had made a correct diagnosis of the case. You see, I had been rather upset myself not many hours before. George was longer than I expected at the stable, and I was just going to find him when at the door I met Mrs. Carson. "Can you spare me a moment?" she said, as I held open the door for her. "I wanted to find you alone." "Certainly, Mrs. Carson, with pleasure. An hour, if you wish," I replied. "It is so convenient, you know, to have a doctor in the house," she said, with a nervous laugh. "Now I want you to prescribe me a sleeping draught. My nerves are rather out of order, and I don't sleep as I should." "Ah," I said, "do you see faces and such like things when you wake?" "How do you know?" she asked quickly. "Oh, I inferred from the other symptoms. We doctors have to observe all kinds of little things." "Well, of course, I know it's only a fancy, but it is just as bad as if it were real. I assure you it is making me quite ill, and I didn't like to mention it to Mr. Carson or to George. They would think I was losing my head. I gave Mrs. Carson the same prescription as I had written for Miss Stoner, though by that time the conviction had grown upon me that there was something wrong which could not be cured by medicine. However, I decided to say nothing to George about the matter at present, for I could hardly utilize the confidence which had been placed in me by Miss Stoner and Mrs. Carson, and my own experience of the night before would scarcely have appeared convincing to him. But I determined that on the next day, which was Sunday, I would invent an excuse for staying at home from church and make some explorations in the house. There was obviously some mystery at work which wanted clearing up. We all sat up rather late that night. There seemed to be a general disinclination to go to bed. We stayed all together in the billiard room until nearly midnight, and then loitered about in the hall, talking in an aimless sort of fashion. But at last Mrs. Carson said good night, with a confidential nod to me, and Miss Stoner murmured, "So many thanks, I've got it," and they both went upstairs. George and I parted in the corridor above. Our rooms were opposite each other. I did not begin undressing at once, but sat down and tried to piece together some theory to account for the uncanniness of things. But the more I thought, the more perplexing it became. There was no doubt whatever that I had put my hand on something extremely alive and extremely unpleasant the night before. The bare recollection of it made me shudder. What living thing could possibly be creeping about the house in the dark? It was a man's hand, of that I was certain from the size of it. George Carson was out of the question, for he was in his room all the time. Nor was it likely that Mr. Carson Sr. would steal about his own house in his socks and refuse to answer when spoken to. The only other man in the house was an eminently respectable-looking butler, and his hand, as I had noted particularly when he poured out my wine at dinner, was plump and soft, whereas the mysterious hand on the balustrade was thin and bony. And then, what was the real explanation of the face which had appeared to the two ladies? Indigestion might have explained either singly. Extraordinary coincidents do sometimes occur, but it seemed too extraordinary that a couple of ladies, one old and one young, should suffer from the same indigestion in the same house, at the same time, and with the same symptoms. On the whole, I did not feel at all comfortable, and looked carefully in all the cupboards and recesses, as well as under the bed, before starting to undress. Then I went to the door, intending to lock it. Just as my hand was upon the key, I heard a soft step in the corridor outside, accompanied by a sound which was something between a sigh and a groan. Very faint, but quite unmistakable, and, under the circumstances, discomposing. It might of course be George. Anyhow, I decided to look and see. I turned the handle gently and opened the door. There was nothing to be seen in the corridor. But on the opposite side I could see a door open, and George's head peeping round the corner. "Hello," he said. "Hello," I replied. "Was that you walking up the passage?" he asked. "No," I answered. "I thought it might be you." "Then who the devil was it?" he said. "I'll swear I heard someone." There was silence for a few moments. I was wondering whether I had still better tell him of the fright I had already had, when he spoke again. "I say, just come in here for a bit, old fellow. I want to speak to you." I stepped across the passage, and we went together into the little study which adjoined his bedroom. "Look here," he said, poking up the fire, which was burning low. "Doesn't it strike you that there is something very odd about this house?" "You mean—" "Well, I wouldn't say anything about it to the master or Miss Stoner for fear of frightening them. All the same, scarcely a night passes but I hear curious footsteps on the stairs. You've heard them yourself, haven't you?" "Now you mention it," I said, "I confess I have." "And, what is more," he continued, "I was sitting here 2 nights ago half asleep, and it seems ridiculous, I know, but it's a fact. I suddenly saw a horrible face glaring at me from between those curtains behind you. It was gone in a moment, but I saw it as plainly as I see you." I moved my seat uneasily. "Did you look in your bedroom or in the passage?" I asked. "Yes, at once," he replied. "There was nothing to be seen. But twice again that night I heard footsteps passing. Good God!" He started up in his chair, staring straight over my shoulder. I turned quickly and saw the curtains which parted off the bedroom swing together. "What is it?" I asked breathlessly. "I saw it again! The same face, between the curtains!" I tore the curtains aside and rushed into the next room. It was empty. The lamp was burning upon a side table, and the door was open, just as George had left it. In the passage outside all was quiet. I came back into the study and found George running his fingers through his hair in perplexity. "There is clearly one person too many in the house," I said. "I think we ought to draw the place and find out who it is." "All right," he said, picking up the poker from the fireplace. "If it's anything made of flesh and blood this will be useful, and if not—" He stopped short, for at that instant the most awful shriek of horror rang through the house, a shriek of wild, uncontrollable terror, such as I had never heard before, and I never hope to hear again. One moment we stood staring at each other, dumbfounded. The next, George Carson had dashed out of the room and down the corridor to the stairs. I followed close behind him, for we both knew that none but a woman in mortal fear would shriek like that, and that that woman was Miss Stoner. Down the stairs we tumbled pell-mell in the darkness. But before I reached the landing below, where Miss Stoner's room was, I felt, as I had felt that evening before, something brush swiftly past me. As I ran I turned and caught at it in the dark, but my hand gripped only empty air. I was just about to turn back and follow it, when a cry from George arrested me, and, looking down, I saw him standing over the prostrate form of Miss Stoner. The door of her room was open, and by the moonlight which streamed into the room I could see her lying in her white night-dress across the threshold. What followed in the next few minutes I can scarcely recall with accuracy. The whole house was aroused by the poor girl's awful shriek. She was quite unconscious when we came upon her, but she revived more or less as soon as Mrs. Carson and one of the terrified servants had lifted her into bed again. Nothing intelligible could be gathered from her, however, as to the cause of her fright. She only repeated hysterically again and again, "Oh, the face, the face!" When I saw I could do her no further good for the present, I took George by the arm and led him out of the room. "Look here, George," I said, "we must find out the reason of this at once. I am certain I felt something go by me as I came downstairs. Now does that staircase lead anywhere but to our rooms?" George considered for a moment. "Yes," he replied, "there is a door at the end of the passage which leads up into a sort of lumber room." "Then we'll explore it," I said. "For my part I can't go to sleep until I've got to the bottom of this. Get the man to bring a lantern along." The butler looked as though he didn't half like the enterprise, and to tell the truth, no more did I. It was the uncanniest job I ever undertook. However, we started, the three of us. First of all we searched the rooms on the floor above, where George and I slept. Everything was just as we had left it. Then I pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. A crazy-looking staircase led up into the darkness. We went cautiously up, I first with a candle, then George, and last of all the butler with a lantern. At the top we stepped into a big, rather low room, with beams across the ceiling, and a rough, uneven floor. Our lights threw strange shadows into the corners, and more than once I stared at what looked like a crouching human figure. We searched every corner. There was nothing to be seen but a few old boxes, a roll or two of matting, and some broken chairs. But in the far corner George pointed out to me a rickety ladder which ended in a closed trap door. Just then I distinctly heard the curious half groaning, half sighing sound which had already puzzled me in the corridor below. We stood still and looked at one another. We all heard the sound. "Whatever it is, it's up there," I said. "The question is, who's going up?" George put his candle down upon the floor and stepped upon the ladder. It cracked beneath his weight. He stopped. "Come down. It won't bear you," I said. "I shall have to go." I don't know that I was ever in such a queer funk as I was while I slowly mounted that ladder, and pushed open the trap door. I had formed no clear idea of what I expected to find there. Certainly I was not prepared for what happened. For no sooner was the trap door fully open than there literally fell, upon me from the darkness above, a thing in human shape, which kicked and spat and tore at me as I stood clinging to the ladder. It lasted but a moment or so, but in that moment I lived a lifetime of terror. The ladder swayed and cracked beneath me, and I fell to the floor with the thing gripping my throat like a vice. The next instant George had stunned it with a blow from the poker and dragged it off me. It lay upon its back on the floor, a ragged, hideous, loathsome shape. And the mystery was solved. "But you haven't told us what it really was," said one of the listeners. The doctor smiled. "It was the owner of the house," he replied. "He had not gone abroad. He had gone to a private lunatic asylum with homicidal mania upon him. About a fortnight before this he had managed to escape, and having made his way to his former home, had concealed himself with a cunning often shown by lunatics in the loft. I suppose he had found enough to eat in his nightly rambles about the house. The only wonder is he didn't kill someone before he was caught." End of story 12. Story 13 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost of the Count. Not far from the Alameda, in the city of Mexico, there is a great old stone building, in which once lived a very wealthy and wicked Spanish count. The house has about 4 floors and 90 rooms, more or less. The entire 4th floor is rented and occupied by a big American firm, and their bookkeeper, an American girl, has given us the following true account of the ghost that for years haunted the building. The 2nd floor is unoccupied, as no one cares to live there for obvious reasons. And the bottom floor is also unoccupied, save for lumber rooms, empty boxes, and crates and barrels. And last of all is the great patio with its tiled floor, where secretly in the night a duel was fought to the death by the wicked count and a famous Austrian prince, who was one of Maximilian's men. The count was killed. No one knows why the duel was fought. Some say it was because of a beautiful Spanish woman. Some say it was because of a treasure that the two jointly conveyed, and which the count refused to divide with his princely socio. And more people, Mexicans, shrug their shoulders if you ask about it, and say, "Quien sabe?" "I saw a ghost here last night, Miss James," announces our cashier with much éclat and evident pride. So great is the shock that I gasp, and my pen drops, splattering ink on my nice fresh cuffs, and, worse luck, on the ledger page I had just totted up. It is ruined, and I will have to erase it, or something. Wretched man! "I wish to goodness it had taken you off," I cry, wrathfully, and I look at the bespattered work. "Now will you just look here and see what you have done? I wish you and your ghosts were in Gehenna," he inquires, sweetly. "I'll fix that. It won't take half a minute. And don't look so stern, else I won't tell you about the espanto, and you will be sorry if you don't hear about it. It would make such a good story." "Then go ahead with it." "Well, last night I was waiting for West. He was to meet me here, after which it was our intention to hit that is, I mean we were going out together." I nod scornfully. "And it seems that while I was patiently waiting here, in my usual sweet-tempered way, the blank idiot had his supper and then lay down to rest himself for a while." You know how delicate he is." Another contemptuous nod. "Unfortunately he forgot the engagement, and slept on. He says he never awoke until 3 o'clock, and so didn't come, thinking I wouldn't be there. Meantime I also went to sleep and might have snoozed on until 3 likewise, but for the fact that the ghost woke me." "Well, do go on," I urge. "The ghost woke me, as I said," proceeds the simpleton slowly. "It was passing its cold fingers over my face and moaning. Really, it was most extraordinary. At first I didn't know what it was. Then, as I felt the icy fingers stroking my face and heard blood-curdling groans issuing from the darkness, I knew what it was. And I remembered the story of the prince and his little duel down in the patio, and knew it was the ghost of the prince's victim. By the way, you don't know what a funny sensation it is to have a ghost pat your face, Miss James." "Pat nothing," I retort indignantly. "I wonder you are not ashamed to tell me such fibs. Such a taradiddle. And as for the man that the prince killed downstairs, you know as well as I do that he was taken home to Spain and buried there. Why, then, should he come back here, into our offices, and pat your face?" "Ah, that I can't say," with a supercilious drawl. "I can only account for it by thinking that the ghost has good taste, better than that of some people I know. But honestly, I swear I'm telling you the truth. Cross my heart and hope to die if I'm not. And you don't know how brave I was. I never screamed. In fact, never made a sound. Oh, I was brave." "Then what did you do?" sternly. "I ran. Por Dios, how I ran! You remember with what alacrity we got down the stairs during the November earthquake?" "I remember only too distinctly." "Well, last night's run wasn't a run, in comparison. It was a disappearance, a flight, a sprint. I went down the 4 flights of stairs like a streak of blue lightning, and the ghost flew with me. I heard the pattering of its steps and its groans clean down to the patio door, and I assure you I quite thought I had made such an impression that it was actually going home with me. And the thought made me feel so weak that I felt perforce obliged to that is, strengthen myself with a cocktail. After which I felt stronger and went home peacefully. But it was an uncanny experience, wasn't it?" "Was it before or after taking that cocktail?" I asked incredulously. "And did you take one only, or 11? I am hard on the man, but he really deserves it. Ghosts, spirits, perhaps, but not ghosts, whereat his feelings are quite hurted, so much so that he vows he will never tell me anything again. I had better read about Doubting Thomas. He never has seen such an unbelieving woman in all his life, and if I were only a man he would be tempted to pray that I might see the ghost. It would serve me right. Then wrathfully departs, to notice me no more that day. Not believing the least bit in ghosts, I gave the matter no more thought. In fact, when you fell heir to a set of books that haven't been posted for 19 days, and you have to do it all, and get up your trial balance too, or else give up your Christmas holidays, you haven't much time to think about ghosts or anything else, except entries. And though I had been working 14 hours per day, the 24th of December, noon hour, found me with a difference of $13.89, the which I, of course, must locate and straighten out before departing next morning on my week's holiday. Por supuesto, it meant night work. Nothing else would do, and besides, our plans had all been made to leave on the 8 o'clock train next morning. So I would just sit up all night, if need be, and find the wretched balance and be done with it. Behold me settled for work that night at 7 o'clock in my own office, with 3 lamps burning to keep it from looking dismal and lonely, and books and ledgers and journals piled up 2 feet high around me. If hard work would locate that nasty, hateful $13.89, it would surely be found. I had told the portero downstairs on the ground floor to try and keep me awake for a time, but if I didn't soon finish the work I would come down and call him when I was ready to go home. He lived in a little room, all shut off from the rest of the building, so that it was rather difficult to get at him. Besides, he was the very laziest and sleepiest peon possible, and though he was supposed to take care of the building at night, patrolling it so as to keep off the Ladrones, he in reality slept so soundly that the last trumpet, much less Mexican robbers, would not have aroused him. And for this very reason, before settling to my work I was careful to go round and look to locks and bolts myself. Everything was secure, and the doors safely fastened, so that if Ladrones did break through they would have to be in shape to pass through keyholes or possess false keys. With never a thought of spirits or poteros, or anything else, beyond the $13.89, I worked and added and re-added and footed up. And at 11 o'clock, gracias a Dios, I had the $13 all safe, and would have whooped for joy, had I the time. However, I wasn't out of the woods yet, the sum of $89 being often more easy of location than 89 cents. The latter must be found also, before I could have the pleasure of shouting in celebration thereof. At it I went again. After brain cudgelling and more adding and prayerful thought, I at last had under my thumb that abominable 80 cents. Eureka! Only 9 cents out. I could get it all straight and have some sleep, after all. Inspired by which thought I smothered my yawns, and again began to add. I looked at my watch, 10 minutes to 12. Perhaps I could get it fixed before 1. I suppose I had worked at the 9 cents for about 20 minutes. One of the cash entries looked to me to be in error. I compared it with the voucher. Yes, that was just where the trouble lay. 11 cents, 10, 9. Sst! Out went the lights in the twinkling of an eye, as I sat, gaping in my astonishment. Out from the pitchy darkness of the room came the most dreary, horrible, blood-curdling groan imaginable. As I sat paralyzed, not daring to breathe, doubting my senses for a moment, and then thinking indignantly that it was some trick of that wretched cashier, I felt long, thin, icy fingers passing gently over my face. Malgame Dios, what a sensation! At first I was afraid to move. Then I nervously tried to brush the icy, bony things away. As fast as I brushed, with my heart beating like a steam hammer, and gasping with deadly fear, the fingers would come back again. A cold wind was blowing over me. Again came that dreadful groan, and too frightened to move or scream, I tumbled in a heap on the floor, among the books and ledgers. Then I suppose I fainted. When I regained my senses I was still in a heap with the ledgers. It was still dark, and I still felt the cold fingers caressing my face. At which I became thoroughly desperate. No ghost should own me. I had laughed at the poor cashier, and hinted darkly at cocktails. Pray, what better was I? I scrambled to my feet, the fingers still stroking my face. I must address them. What language did they understand, English or Spanish, I wondered. Spanish would doubtless be most suitable, if indeed it was the ghost of the murdered count. "Will you do me the favor, Señor Ghost," I started out bravely, in my best Spanish, but with a very trembling voice, "to inform me what it is you desire? Is there anything I can do for you? Because, if not, I would like very much to be allowed to finish my work, which I cannot do, if you will pardon my abruptness, if I am not alone." Being the ghost of a gentleman and a diplomat, surely he would take the hint and vanish. Ojalá! Perhaps the ghost did not understand my Spanish. At any rate there was no articulate reply. There was another groan. Again the fingers touched me, and then there was such a mournful sigh that I felt sorry for the poor thing. What could be the matter with it? With my pity, all fear was lost for a moment, and I said to the darkness all about me, "What is it that you wish, pobre señor? Can I not aid you? I am not afraid. Let me help you." The fingers moved uncertainly for a moment. Then the ledgers all fell down, with a loud bang. A cold hand caught mine, very gently. I tried not to feel frightened, but it was difficult. and I was led off blindly through the offices. I could not see a thing, not a glimmer of light showed, not a sound was heard except my own footsteps, and the faint sound of the invisible something that was leading me along. There were no more groans, thank goodness, else I should have shrieked and fainted, without a doubt. Only the pattering footsteps and the cold hand that led me on and on. We, the Fingers and I, were somehow in the great hall, then on the second floor, and at last on the stairs, going down flight after flight. I knew that I was being led about by the Fingers on the tiled floor of the patio, and close to the Potero's lodge. Simpleton that he was, sleeping like a log no doubt, while I was being led about in the black darkness by an invisible hand, and no one to save me. I would have yelled, of course, but for one fact. I found it utterly impossible to speak or move my tongue, being a rare and uncomfortable sensation. But where were we going? Back into the unused lumber rooms, joining into the patio? Nothing there, except barrels and slabs and empty boxes. What could the ghost mean? He must be utterly demented, surely. In the middle of the first room we paused. I had an idea of rushing out and screaming for the Potero, but abandoned it when I found that my feet wouldn't go. I heard steps passing to and fro about the floor, and waited, cold and trembling. They approached me. Again my hand was taken, and I was led over near the corner of the room. Obedient to the unseen will, I bent down and groped about the floor, guided by the cold fingers holding mine, until I felt something like a tiny ring, set firmly in the floor. I pulled at it faintly, but it did not move, at which the ghost gave a faint sigh. For a second the cold fingers pressed mine, quite affectionately, then released me, and I heard steps passing slowly into the patio, then dying away. Where was it going, and what on earth did it all mean? But I was so tired and wrought up I tried to find the door, but couldn't. The cashier would have been revenged could he have seen me stupidly fumbling at a barrel thinking it was the door. And at last, too fatigued and sleepy to stand, I dropped down on the cold stone floor and went to sleep. I must have slept for some hours, for when I awoke the light of dawn was coming in at the window, and I sat up and wondered if I had taken leave of my senses during the night. What on earth could I be doing here in the lumber room? Then, like a flash, I remembered, and half unconsciously crept about on the floor, seeking the small ring. There it was. I caught it and jerked at it hard. Hey, presto change! For it seemed to me that the entire floor was giving way. There was a sliding, crashing sound, and I found myself hanging on for dear life to a barrel that, fortunately, retained its equilibrium, and with my feet dangling into space. Down below me was a small, stone-floored room, with big boxes and small ones ranged about the walls. Treasure! Like a flash the thought struck me, and with one leap I was down in the secret room gazing about at the boxes. But alas! Upon investigation, the biggest chests proved empty. The bad, wicked Count! No wonder he couldn't rest in his Spanish grave, but must come back to the scene of his wickedness and deceit to make reparation. But the smaller chests were literally crammed with all sorts of things. Big heavy Spanish coins, in gold and silver dinner services, with the crest of the unfortunate emperor, magnificent pieces of jeweled armor and weapons, beautiful jewelry and loose precious stones. I deliberately selected handfuls of the latter, giving my preference to the diamonds and pearls. I had always had a taste for them, which I had never been before able to gratify, and packed them in a wooden box that I found in the lumber room. The gold and dinner services and armor, etc., I left as they were, being rather cumbersome, and carried off, rejoicing, my big box of diamonds and pearls and other jewelry. Needless to say, we didn't go away for the holidays on the 8 o'clock train. But I did come down to the office and proceed to locate my missing 9 cents. After which I unfolded the tale of the ghost and treasure, only keeping quiet the matter of my private loot, of which I was heartily glad afterwards. For when the government learned of the find, what do you suppose they offered me for going about with the ghost and discovering that secret room and treasure? $10,000! When I refused, stating that I would take merely as my reward one of the gold dinner services, the greedy things objected at first, but I finally had my way. And to this very day they have no idea that even I, have all the beautiful jewels. Wouldn't they be furious if they knew it? But they aren't apt to, unless they learn English and read this story, which isn't likely. End of story 13. Story 14 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Old Mansion. Down on Long Beach, that narrow strip of sand which stretches along the New Jersey coast from Barnegat Inlet to the north to Little Egg Harbor Inlet on the south, the summer sojourner at some one of the numerous resorts, which of late years have sprung up every few miles, may, in wandering over the sand dunes just across the bay from the village of Manahawkin, stumble over some charred timbers or vestiges of crumbling chimneys, showing that once, years back, a human habitation has stood there. If the find rouses the jaded curiosity of the visitor sufficiently to impel him to question the weather-beaten old bayman who sails him on his fishing trips, he will learn that these relics mark the site of one of the first summer hotels erected on the New Jersey coast. That's where the old mansion stood, he will be informed by Captain Nate or Captain Sam, or whatever particular captain it may chance to be, and if by good fortune it chances to be Captain Jim, he will hear a story that will pleasantly pass away the long wait for a sheep's head bite. It was my good luck to have secured Captain Jim for a preceptor in the angler's art during my vacation last summer, and his stories and reminiscences of Long Beach were not the least enjoyable features of the 2 weeks' sojourn. Captain Jim was not garrulous. Few of the baymen are. They are a sturdy, self-reliant, and self-controlled people, full of strong common sense, but still within that firm belief in the supernatural which seems inherent in the dwellers by the sea. The old mansion, said Captain Jim, or the Mansion of Health, for that was its full name, was built way back in 1822, so I've heard my father say. There had been a tavern close by years before that was kept by a man named Kramer, and people used to come from Philadelphia by stage, 60 miles through the pines, to Hawkin, and then cross here by boat. Some would stop at Kramer's and others went down to the beach to Homer's, which was clear down at the end of the inlet. Finally some of the wealthy people concluded that they wanted better accommodations than Kramer gave, so they formed the Great Swamp Long Beach Company, and built the Mansion of Health. I've heard that when it was built it was the biggest hotel on the coast, and was considered a wonder. It was 120 feet long, 3 stories high, and had a porch running all the way around it, with a balcony on top. It was certainly a big thing for those days. I've heard father tell many a time of the stage loads of gay people that used to come rattling into Hawkin, each stage drawn by 4 horses, and sometimes 4 or 5 of them a day in the summer. A good many people, too, used to come in their own carriages, and leave them over on the mainland until they were ready to go home. There were gay times at the old mansion then, and it made good times for the people along the shore, too. How long did the old mansion flourish, Captain? I asked. Well, for 25 or 30 years people came there summer after summer. Then they built a railroad to Cape May, and that, with the ghosts, settled the Mansion of Health. What do you mean by the ghosts? I demanded. Well, you see, said Captain Jim, cutting off a mouthful of navy plug, the story got around that the old house was haunted. Some people said there were queer things seen there, and strange noises were heard that nobody could account for. and pretty soon the place got a bad name and visitors were so few that it didn't pay to keep it open any more." "But how did it get the name of being haunted, Captain Jim?" I persisted. "Why, it was this way," continued the mariner. "Maybe you've heard of the time early in the '50s, when the Powhatan was wrecked on the beach here, and every soul on board was lost. She was an emigrant ship, and there were over 400 people aboard, passengers and crew. She came ashore here during the equinoctial storm in September. There wasn't any life-saving stations in them days, and everyone was drowned. You can see the long graves now over in the Hawkin churchyard, where the bodies were buried after they came ashore. They put them in 3 long trenches that were dug from one end of the burying ground to the other. The only people on the beach that night was the man who took care of the old mansion. He lived there with his family, and his son-in-law lived with him. He was the wreck master for this part of the coast, too. It wasn't till the second day that people from Hawkin could get over to the beach, and by that time the bodies all had come ashore, and the wreck master had them all piled up on the sand. I was a youngster then, and came over with my father, and I tell you, it was the awfullest sight I ever saw. Them long rows of drowned people, all lying there with their white, still faces turned up to the sky. Some were women with their dead babies clasped tight in their arms, and some were husbands and wives, whose bodies came ashore locked together in a death embrace. I'll never forget that sight as long as I live. Well, when the coroner came and took charge, he began to inquire whether any money or valuables had been found, but the wreck master declared that not a solitary coin had been washed ashore. People thought this was rather singular, as the immigrants were, most of them, well-to-do Germans, and were known to have brought a good deal of money with them, but it was concluded that it had gone down with the ship. Well, the poor immigrants were given pauper burial, and the people had begun to forget their suspicions until 3 or 4 months later there came another storm, and the sea broke clear over the beach, just below the old mansion, and washed away the sand. Next morning early 2 men from Hawkin sailed across the bay and landed on the beach. They walked across on the hard bottom where the sea had washed across, and when about halfway from the bay, one of the men saw something curious close up against the stump of an old cedar tree. He called the other man's attention to it, and they went over to the stump. What they found was a pile of leather money belts that would have filled a wheelbarrow. Every one was cut open and empty. They had been buried in the sound close by the old stump, and the sea had washed away the covering. The men didn't go any further. They carried the belts to their boats and sailed back to Hawkin as fast as the wind would take them. Of course, it made a big sensation, and everybody was satisfied that the wreck master had robbed the bodies, if he hadn't done anything worse, but there was no way to prove it, and so nothing was done. The wreck master didn't stay around here long after that, though. The people made it too hot for him, and he and his family went away south, where it was said he bought a big plantation and a lot of slaves. Years afterward the story came to Hawkins somehow that he was killed in a barroom brawl, and that his son-in-law was drowned by his boat upsettin' while he was out fishin'. I don't furnish any affidavits with that part of the story, though. However, after that nobody lived in the old mansion for long at a time. People would go there, stay a week or 2, and leave. And at last it was given up entirely to beach parties in the daytime and ghosts at night. "But, Captain, you don't really believe the ghost part, do you?" I asked. Captain Jim looked down the bay, expectorated gravely over the side of the boat, and answered slowly, "Well, I don't know as I would have believed in 'em if I hadn't seen the ghost." "What?" I exclaimed. "You saw it? Tell me about it. I've always wanted to see a ghost, or next best thing, a man who has seen one." "It was one August about 1861," said the captain. "I was a young feller then, and with a half-dozen more was over on the beach cutting salt hay. We didn't go home at nights, but did our own cooking in the old mansion kitchen, and at night slept on the piles of hay upstairs. We were a reckless lot of scamps, and reckoned that no ghosts could scare us. There was a big full moon that night, and it was as light as day. The muskeeters was pretty bad too, and it was easier to stay awake than go to sleep. Along toward midnight me and two other fellers went out on the old balcony, and began to race around the house. We hollered and yelled, and chased each other for half an hour or so, and then we concluded we'd better go to sleep, so we started for the window of the room where the rest were. This window was near one end on the ocean side, and as I came around the corner, I stopped as if I'd been shot, and my hair raised straight up on the top of my head. Right there in front of that window stood a woman looking out over the sea, and in her arms she held a little child. I saw her as plain as I see you now. It seemed to me like an hour she stood there, but I don't suppose it was a second, then she was gone. When I could move I looked around for the other boys, and they were standing there paralyzed. They had seen the woman too. They didn't say much, and we didn't sleep much that night, and the next night we bunked out on the beach. The rest of the crowd made all manner of fun of us, but we had had all the ghosts we wanted, and I never set foot inside that old house after that. "When did it burn down, Captain?" I asked, as Jim relapsed into silence. "Somewhere about 25 years ago. A beach party had been roasting clams in the old oven, and in some way the fire got to the woodwork. It was as dry as tinder, and I hope the ghosts were all burned up with it." End of story 14. Story 15 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Unbidden Guest. My cousins, Kate and Tom Howard, married at Trinity at Easter time, concluded to commence housekeeping by taking one of those delightfully expensively furnished unfurnished cottages, with which the fashionable watering place of W abounds, from whose rear windows one night almost take a plunge into the surf, the beach beginning at the back door. They went down quite early in May, being in a great hurry to try their domestic experiment, and as the evenings were still cold, they spent them about the open fire, spooning. It was upon one of those nights, about 11 o'clock, that they were startled by a noise, as of some small object falling, soon followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, and then quiet again reigned supreme. At once, Tom, poker in hand, boldly started in search of the burglar, followed by Kate, wildly clutching at his coat tail, and in a state of tremor. They looked upstairs, under the various beds, Kate suggesting that in novels they were always to be found there. The dining room was next explored, where all seemed well, and lastly the kitchen, where they found what was evidently a solution of the mystery. The burglar had entered by the back door, which was found to be unlocked and slightly ajar. The first excitement subsiding, they returned again to the dining room, where Tom, upon closer inspection, then discovered that one of a pair of quaint little pepper pots, wedding gifts, was missing, and other small articles on the sideboard had been slightly disturbed. The next morning, when Kate mildly remonstrated with the queen of the kitchen for her carelessness, she received a shock by being told that it was her usual custom to leave the door open, so that it would be aisy, convanient loike for the milkmaid. They parted with her, and a new maid was engaged, whose chief qualification for the place that she was most faithful in the discharge of her duties, especially in locking up. While they mourned the loss of the pepper pot, still it seemed so trifling when they thought of that lovely repoussé salad bowl, sent by Aunt Julia, which stood near by, that nothing was said of the loss outside of the family, and the little household settled into its normal state once more of billing and cooing. About a fortnight later, Tom started out one night with an old fisherman, one of the natives, and a local character, to indulge in that delightful pastime, so dear to the heart of man, known as eeling. And as the night was dark, the eels were particularly sporty, so that it was well on towards the wee sma' hours when Tom at last returned to the cottage. He found all excitement within. Kate was in hysterics, and the new maid, also weeping, was industriously applying the camphor bottle to her mistress's nose. The burglar or ghost, as they had now decided, the windows and doors being found to be securely locked this time, had been abroad again, but had succeeded in purloining nothing. His royal ghostship had amused himself apparently by simply walking about. "Oh, Tom, he had on such heavy boots, and was so dreadfully bold about it," said Kate tearfully. From that time Kate became nervous and refused to be left alone. Tom started whenever a door creaked, and the treasure departed hurriedly, saying, "Faith, the house is haunted, sure." After that Kate spent her days in girl hunting, and her nights in answering shadowy advertisements that never materialized. They tried Irish, English, Dutch, and a heathen Chinee, with a sprinkling of colored ladies to vary the monotony. They seemed about to become famous throughout the length and breadth of the land as the family that changes help once a week, when they landed treasure number 2. Shortly after her advent we were all asked down to W to help celebrate their happiness, and, incidentally, to christen the new dinner set. We were not a little surprised at finding Kate so pale and Tom rather distrait. However, after a delightful dinner, that should have filled with pleasure the most exacting bride, we adjourned to the piazza, leaving the men to the contemplation of their cigars. We were enthusiastic in our praise of the house, and congratulated Kate in securing such a prize, when to our horror she burst into tears, and said, "Oh, girls, it's a dreadful place. It's haunted," and then tearfully proceeded with the details, until we all felt creepy and suggested the parlor and lights. It was not long afterwards that Kate discovered that Tom had also related the ghost story to the men that evening, to which Ned Harris had said, laconically, "Rats," and Bob Shaw laughingly remarked, "Tom, old chap, you really shouldn't take your nightcap so strong." About the 1st of July the climax came. The ghost walked again, this time taking not only the remaining pepper pot, but also a silver salt cellar. Evidently he had a penchant for small articles, but unlike former times, everything on the sideboard was in the greatest disorder. Aunt Julia's salad bowl was found on the floor, and not far away the cheese dish, with its contents scattered about. This time one of the windows was found half open. A week later a note came to me from Kate, saying that she and Tom had gone to Saratoga to spend the remainder of the season with her mother. The following spring Tom received a note and parcel from Mr. B., the owner of the house at W., which read as follows: "Dear Mr. Howard, I send you by express 3 articles of silver, which my wife suggests may belong to you, as they are marked with your initials, namely, 2 silver pepper pots and a salt cellar. They were found the other day, during the process of spring house cleaning, in a rat hole, behind the sideboard. I forgot to have the hole stopped up last spring, or to caution you against the water rats. The great fellows will get in, you know. Kind regards to Mrs. Howard. Very truly, John B." The next season the Ghost Club was organized, the badge being a small silver rat, bearing proudly aloft a tiny pepper pot. We thoughtfully offered Tom the presidency, but he declined, with offended dignity, from the effects of which I think he will never fully recover. End of story 15. Story 16 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dead Woman's Photograph. Virgil Hoyt is a photographer's assistant up at St. Paul, and a man of a good deal of taste. He has been in search of the picturesque all over the West, and hundreds of miles to the north in Canada, and can speak 3 or 4 Indian dialects, and put a canoe through the rapids. That is to say, he is a man of an adventurous sort and no dreamer. He can fight well and shoot well and swim well enough to put up a winning race with the Indian boys, and he can sit all day in the saddle and not dream about it at night. Wherever he goes he uses his camera. The world, Hoyt is in the habit of saying to those who sit with him when he smokes his pipe, was created in 6 days to be photographed. Man, and especially woman, was made for the same purpose. Clouds are not made to give moisture, nor trees to cast shade. They were created for the photographer. In short, Virgil Hoyt's view of the world is whimsical, and he doesn't like to be bothered with anything disagreeable. That is the reason he loathes and detests going to a house of mourning to photograph a corpse. The horribly bad taste of it offends him partly, and partly he is annoyed at having to shoulder, even for a few moments, a part of someone's burden of sorrow. He doesn't like sorrow, and would willingly canoe 500 miles up the cold Canadian rivers to get rid of it. Nevertheless, as assistant photographer, it is often his duty to do this very kind of thing. Not long ago he was sent for by a rich Jewish family at St. Paul to photograph the mother, who had just died. He was very much put out, but he went. He was taken to the front parlor where the dead woman lay in her coffin. It was evident that there was some excitement in the household and that a discussion was going on, but Hoyt wasn't concerned, and so he paid no attention to the matter. The daughter wanted the coffin turned on end, in order that the corpse might face the camera properly, but Hoyt said he could overcome the recumbent attitude and make it appear that the face was taken in the position it would naturally hold in life, and so they went out and left him alone with the dead. The face was a strong and positive one, such as may often be seen among Jewish matrons. Hoyt regarded it with some admiration, thinking to himself that she was a woman who had been used to having her own way. There was a strand of hair out of place. He pushed it back from her brow. A bud lifted its head too high from among the roses on her breast and spoiled the contour of the chin, so he broke it off. He remembered these things later very distinctly, and that his hand touched her bare face 2 or 3 times. Then he took the photographs and left the house. He was very busy at the time, and several days elapsed before he was able to develop the plates. He took them from the bath, in which they had lain with a number of others, and went to work upon them. There were 3 plates. He having taken that number merely as a precaution against any accident. They came up well, but as they developed he became aware of the existence of something in the photograph which had not been apparent to his eye. The mysterious always came under the head of the disagreeable with him, and was therefore to be banished, so he made only a few prints and put the things away out of sight. He hoped that something would intervene to save him from attempting an explanation. But it is a part of the general perplexity of life that things do not intervene as they ought when they ought. So one day his employer asked him what had become of those photographs. He tried to evade him, but it was futile, and he got out the finished photographs and showed them to him. The older man sat staring at them a long time. "Hoyt," said he at length, "you're a young man, and I suppose you have never seen anything like this before. But I have. Not exactly the same thing, but similar phenomena have come my way a number of times since I went into the business, and I want to tell you there are things in heaven and earth not dreamt of." "Oh, I know all that tommy rot," cried Hoyt, angrily, "but when anything happens, I want to know the reason why, and how it is done." "All right," said his employer, "then you might explain why and how the sun rises." But he humored the younger man sufficiently to examine with him the bath in which the plates were submerged, and the plates themselves. All was as it should be, but the mystery was there and could not be done away with. Hoyt hoped against hope that the friends of the dead woman would somehow forget about the photographs, but of course the wish was unreasonable, and one day the daughter appeared and asked to see the photographs of her mother. "Well, to tell the truth," stammered Hoyt, "those didn't come out as well as we could wish." "But let me see them," persisted the lady. "I'd like to look at them, anyway." "Well, now," said Hoyt, trying to be soothing, as he believed it was always best to be with women, to tell the truth, he was an ignoramus where women were concerned, "I think it would be better if you didn't see them. There are reasons why." He ambled on like this, stupid man that he was, and of course the Jewess said she would see those pictures without any further delay. So poor Hoyt brought them out and placed them in her hand, and then ran for the water pitcher, and had to be at the bother of bathing her forehead to keep her from fainting. For what the lady saw was this. Over the face and flowers and the head of the coffin fell a thick veil, the edges of which touched the floor in some places. It covered the features so well that not a hint of them was visible. "There was nothing over mother's face," cried the lady at length. "Not a thing," acquiesced Hoyt. "I know because I had occasion to touch her face just before I took the picture. I put some of her hair back from her brow." "What does it mean, then?" asked the lady. "You know better than I. There's no explanation in science. Perhaps there's some in psychology." "Well," said the lady, stammering a little and coloring, "mother was a good woman, but she always wanted her own way, and she always had it, too." "Yes?" "And she never would have her picture taken. She didn't admire herself. She said no one should ever see a picture of hers." "So?" said Hoyt meditatively. "Well, she's kept her word, hasn't she?" The two stood looking at the pictures for a time. Then Hoyt pointed to the open blaze in the grate. "Throw them in," he commanded. "Don't let your father see them. Don't keep them yourself. They wouldn't be good things to keep." "That's true enough," said the lady slowly. And she threw them in the fire. Then Virgil Hoyt brought out the plates and broke them before her eyes. And that was the end of it, except that Hoyt sometimes tells the story to those who sit beside him when his pipe is lighted. End of story 16. Story 17 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost of a Live Man. We were in the South Atlantic Ocean, in the latitude of the island of Fernando Noronha, about 40 degrees 12 minutes south, on board the bark H.G. Johnson, homeward bound from Australia. I was the only passenger, and we had safely rounded Cape Horn, with the barometer at 28 degrees 18 minutes, and yet had somehow miraculously escaped any extremely heavy gale, had light northerly and easterly winds till we reached 20 degrees, and thence the southeast trades were sending us fast on our way to the equator. I sat on deck smoking my pipe, with a glorious full moon shedding its bright pathway across the blue waters, and chatting with the first mate, a man of some 58 years of age, who had followed the sea since he was a boy. For 20 years or more he had been a mate or captain, and many and varied were the experiences he could relate. A thorough sailor and a skillful navigator, he was as honest as the day is long, had a heart as big as an ox, and was an all-around good fellow and genial companion. Some of his yarns might be taken cum grano salis, yet he always positively assured me that he was telling me the truth. An account of a voyage that he made in a whaler from the Southern Ocean to New Bedford seemed to me worthy to be repeated. He had rounded Cape Horn 6 times and the Cape of Good Hope 26 times, besides making many trips across the Western Ocean and to South American ports. I give his account as near as possible in his own words. It was in '71 that I commanded the whaler Mary Jane. We had been out from home for over 3 years, and had on board a full cargo of whale oil, besides 2,000 pounds of whalebone, which was then worth $5 per pound. I had also been fortunate enough to find in a dead whale which we came across a large quantity of ambergris, and our hearts were all very light as we began our homeward voyage, and our thoughts all tended to the hearty welcome which we should receive from wives and sweethearts when we reached our journey's end. Many a night I lay in my berth I had thought with great pleasure of the amount of money that would be coming to me from the proceeds of our voyage when we arrived in New Bedford. I calculated that I had made $12,000 as my share of the proceeds of the whalebone and oil, to say nothing of the ambergris, which I well knew would bring at least $20,000, and one half of which belonged to me. You can therefore imagine that I was well pleased with myself as we went bounding along through the southeast trades. We crossed the equator in longitude 36, and soon after took strong northeast trades, and all was going well as I could wish. We had put the ship in perfect order, painted her inside and out, and you would never have recognized her as the old whaling ship that had for 3 years been plying the Southern Ocean for whales. Never shall I forget the old bull whale that we tackled about 2° to the south of Cape Horn, but that is another story, which I will give you another time. We had just lost the northeast trades and were entering the Gulf Stream. I sat in my cabin with my chart on the table before me rolled up. I had just picked our location on it, and was thinking that in a week or more I should be at home, surrounded by those near and dear to me, and relating to them the story of my great good fortune. It was always my custom to work up my latitude and longitude about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then after supper pick off her position on the chart, have a smoke, and perhaps just before retiring a nip of grog, and then at 8:30 o'clock, as regular as a clock, I would turn in. I am a great smoker, and this day I had been smoking all the afternoon, besides having had 2 or 3 nips. We had a dog on board whom we called Boatswain, who had been out with us all the voyage, and who was afraid of nothing. He had endeared himself to every man on board, and when Boatswain took water, something very serious was in the wind. This night as I sat in the cabin I heard a most dismal howl from Boatswain, and called out to the mate to know what was the matter with the dog. He replied that he reckoned some of the men had been teasing him, and the occurrence soon passed from my mind. Suddenly I saw someone coming down the after companionway into the cabin. I supposed at first it was the mate, and wondered that he had not first spoken to me, but then I noticed that he wore clothes I had never seen on the mate, and as he advanced into the cabin I saw his face. It was the face of a man I had never seen in my life. He was thin and pale and haggard, and as he advanced he looked about the cabin and at the rolled-up chart on the table. There seemed to be an appeal in his eyes, and then there swept over his face a look of intense disappointment, and before I could move or speak he had vanished from my sight. Now I am a very practical man, and I at once straightened myself in my chair and said to myself, "Well, old man, you've smoked one too many pipes today, or else you've had one drink too much, for you have been asleep in your chair and seen a ghost." I was quite satisfied that I had had a dream, especially as I called to the mate and asked him if he had seen anyone come below. He said no, that he had not left the deck for the last hour, and the man at the wheel, directly in front of the door, was sure no one had entered the cabin. So I convinced myself that I had had a very vivid dream, though I could not help thinking of the matter all through the next day. At 8 o'clock the next evening I sat in the same place with my work just finished, and the chart rolled up on the table before me, when suddenly the dog's dismal howl rang through the ship, and looking up I saw those same legs coming down the after companion. My hair fairly stood on end, and yet today surely I was wide awake. I had only smoked 1 pipe all day, and had not touched a drop of liquor. The same wan, emaciated figure walked into the cabin, glanced inquiringly and appealing at me, and again there spread over his face that look of utter disappointment, as if he had sought something and failed to find it, and again he disappeared. I rushed on deck to the mate and told him all I had seen the last 2 nights, but he made light of it, and assured me I had been asleep or smoking too much. He did not like to suggest that I had been drinking. Still, I could see that the thought that came into his mind was, "The old man has seen him again." I gave up trying to convince him, but requested that the next night, from 8 to 8:30, he should sit with me in the cabin. How the next day passed I cannot tell. I only know that my thoughts never left that ghostly visitant, and somehow I felt that the evening would reveal something to me and the spell be broken. I made up my mind I would speak to the thing, whatever it was, and I felt a sort of security in the presence of the mate, who was a daring fellow and feared neither man nor the devil. Neither rum nor tobacco passed my lips during the next day, and 8 o'clock found the mate and I sitting in the cabin, and this time the chart lay open on the table beside us. Just as 8 bells struck the dog's premonitory wail sounded, and looking up we both saw the figure descending the cabin stairs. We both seemed frozen to our seats, and the strange weirdness of the whole proceeding cast the same spell over the mate and me alike, and we were both unable to move or speak. Slowly the figure proceeded into the cabin and glanced around without a word, but with the same expectant look on his face. His form was even more wasted, his cheeks sunken and his eyes seemed almost out of sight, so deeply were they set in their sockets. As his eye fell on the open chart, a look of supreme joy fairly irradiated his features, and advancing to the table he placed one long, bony finger on the chart, held it for a moment and then again disappeared from our sight. For 5 minutes after he had left us we sat speechless. Then I managed to say, "What do you think of that, Mr. Morris?" "My God, sir, I don't know. It's beyond me." Then my eyes fell on the open chart, and there where the finger had been was a tiny spot of blood, exactly on the point of longitude 63° west and latitude 37° north. We were then only about 50 miles distant from that position, and immediately there came to me the determination to steer the ship there, so I laid her course accordingly, and posted a lookout in the crow's nest. At 5 o'clock in the morning, just as the east began to grow grey, the lookout called out, "Boat on the lee bow," and as we came up to it we found 4 men in it, 3 dead and one with just a remnant of life left in him. We sewed the 3 bodies in canvas and buried them in the ocean, and then gave all our attention to restoring life to the poor emaciated frame, which, I then recognized, was the very man who for 3 successive nights had visited me in my cabin. By judicious and careful nursing, life gradually came back to him, and in 4 days' time he was able to sit up and talk with me in the cabin. It seems he commanded the ship Promise, and she had taken fire and been destroyed, and all hands had to take to the boats. 10 were in the boats at first, but their food had given out, and one by one he had seen them die, and one by one he had cast the bodies overboard. Finally he lost consciousness and knew not whether his 3 remaining companions were dead or alive. Then he said he seemed in a dream to see a ship and tried to go to her for help, but just as he would be going on board of her, something would seem to keep him back. 3 times in his dreams he tried to visit this ship, and the last time there seemed to come to him a certain satisfaction, and he felt that he had succeeded in his object. Turning to my table he said, "Let me take your chart, I'll show you just where we were." "Stop," said I, "don't take that chart. It is an old one and all marked over. Mark your position on this new one." He took my pencil and knife, and carefully sharpened his pencil. Then, taking my dividers, he measured his latitude and longitude, and placed a pencil dot at a point on the clean chart. As he lifted his hand he said, "Oh, excuse me, Captain, I cut my finger in sharpening the pencil and left a drop of blood on the chart." "Never mind," said I, "leave it there." And then I produced the old chart, and there, in an exactly corresponding place, was the drop of blood left by my ghostly visitor. Then looking steadily into my face, the mate solemnly added, "I can't explain this, sir, perhaps you can, but I can tell you on my honor it's God's own truth that I have told you." End of story 17. Story 18 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost of Washington. It was early on Christmas morning when John Riley wheeled away from a picturesque little village where he had passed the previous night, to continue his cycling tour through eastern Pennsylvania. Today his intention was to stop at Valley Forge, and then to ride up the Schuylkill Valley, visiting in turn the many points of historical interest that lay along his route. Valley Forge, his road map indicated, was but a short distance further on. All round him were the hills and fields and roads over which Washington and his half-starved army had forged and roamed throughout the trying winter of 1777-78, 126 years ago. It was a beautiful Christmas day, truly, and as he wheeled along, young Riley's thoughts were almost equally divided between the surrounding pleasant scenery and the folks at home, who, he knew very well, were assembling at just about the present time round a heavily laden Christmas tree in the front parlor. The sun rose higher and higher, and Riley pedaled on down the valley, passing every now and then quaint, pleasant-looking farmhouses, many of which, no doubt, had been built anterior to the period which had given the vicinity its history. Arriving finally at a place where the road forked off in two directions, Riley was puzzled which way to go on. There happened to be a dwelling close by. Accordingly he dismounted, left his wheel leaning against a gate-post at the side of the road, and walked up a wretchedly flagged walk leading to the house, with the idea of getting instructions from its inmates. Situated in the center of an unkept field of rank grass and weeds, the building lay back from the highway probably 150 feet. It was long and low in shape, containing but one story, and having what is termed a gabled roof, under which there must have been an attic of no mean size. On coming close to the house, a fact Riley had not noticed from the road became plainly evident. It was deserted. He saw that the roof and side shingles were in wretched condition, that the window sashes and frames as well as the doors and door frames were missing from the openings in the side walls where once they had been, and that the entire side of the house, including that part of the stone foundation which showed above the ground, was full of cracks and seams. At first on the point of turning back, he concluded to see what the interior was like anyway. Accordingly he went inside. Glancing around the large dust-filled room he had entered, his gaze at first failed to locate any object of the least interest. A rickety-appearing set of steps went up into the attic from one side of the apartment, and over in one corner was a large open fireplace, from the walls of which much of the brickwork had become loosened and fallen out. Riley had started up the steps toward the attic, when happening to look back for an instant, his attention was attracted to a singular-looking, jug-shaped bottle no larger than a vinegar cruet, which lay upon its side on the hearth of the fireplace, partly covered up by debris of loose bricks and mortar. He hastened back down the steps and crossed the room, taking the bottle up in his hand and examining it with curiosity. Being partly filled with a liquid of some kind or other, the bottle was very soon uncorked and held under the young man's nose. The liquid gave forth a peculiar, pungent, and inviting odor. Without further hesitation, Riley's lips sought the neck of the bottle. It is hardly possible to describe the pleasure and satisfaction his senses experienced as he drank. While the liquid was still gurgling down his throat, a heavy hand was placed most suddenly on his shoulder, and his body was given a violent shaking. The bottle fell to the floor and was broken into 100 pieces. "Hello," said a rough voice almost in Riley's ear. "Who are you, anyway, and what are you doing within the lines? A spy, I'll be bound." As most assuredly there had been no one else in the vicinity of the building when he had entered it, and with equal certainty no one had come down the steps from the attic, Riley was naturally surprised and mystified by this unexpected assault. He struggled instinctively to break loose from the unfriendly grasp, and when he finally succeeded, he twisted his body around so that he faced across the room. Immediately he made the remarkable discovery that there were 4 other persons in the apartment, 3 uncouth-looking fellows habited in fantastic but ragged garments, and a matronly-looking woman, the latter standing over a wash-tub which had been elevated upon 2 chairs in a corner near the fireplace. To all appearance, the woman had been busy at her work, and had stopped for the moment to see what the men were going to do. Her waist sleeves were rolled up to the shoulders, and her arms dripped with water and soap suds. Over the tops of the tubs, partly filled with water, there were visible the edges of several well-soaked fabrics. To add to his astonishment, he noticed that in the chimney place, which a moment before was falling apart, but now seemed to be clean and in good condition, a cheerful fire burned, and that above the flames was suspended an iron pot, from which issued a jet of steam. He also noticed that the entire appearance of the room had undergone a great change. Everything seemed to be in good repair, tidy and neat. The ceilings, the walls, and the door, even the stairway leading to the attic. The openings in the walls were fitted with window sashes and well-painted doors. The apartment had, in fact, evolved under his very eyesight from a state of absolute ruin into one of excellent preservation. All of this seemed so weird and uncanny, that Riley stood for a moment or 2 in the transformed apartment, utterly dumbfounded, with his mouth wide open and his eyes all but popping out of his head. He was brought to his senses by the fellow who had shaken him growlingly out. "Come, explain yourself." "An explanation is due me," Riley managed to gasp. "Don't bandy words with the rascal, Harry," one of the other men spoke up. "Bring him along to headquarters." Thereupon, without further parley, the 3 men marched Riley in military fashion into the open air and down to the road. Here he picked up at the gate post his bicycle, while they unstacked a group of 3 old-fashioned looking muskets located close by. When the young man had entered the house a few minutes before, this stack of arms had not been there. He could not understand it. Neither could he understand, on looking back at the building as he was marched off down the road, the mysterious agency that had transformed its dilapidated exterior, just as it had been the interior, into a practically new condition. While they trudged along, the strangers exhibited a singular interest in the wheel Riley pushed at his side, running their coarse hands over the frame and handlebar, and acting on the whole as though they never before had seen a bicycle. This in itself was another surprise. He had hardly supposed there were 3 men in the country so totally unacquainted with what is a most familiar piece of mechanism everywhere. At the same time that they were paying so much attention to the wheel, Riley in turn was studying with great curiosity his singular-looking captors. Rough, unprepossessing appearing fellows they were, large of frame and unshaven, and it must be added, dirty of face. What remained of their very ragged clothing, he had already noticed, was of a most remarkable cut and design, resembling closely the garments worn by the Continental militiamen in the War of Independence. The hats were broad, low of crown, and 3-cornered in shape. The trousers were buff-colored and extended at the knees, and the long, blue spike-tailed coats were flapped over at the extremities of the tails, the flaps being fastened down with good-sized brass buttons. Leather leggings were strapped around cowhide boots, through the badly worn feet of which, in places where the leather had cracked open, the flesh unprotected by stockings could be seen. Dressed as he was, in a cleanly, gray cycling costume, Riley's appearance, most assuredly, was strongly in contrast to that of his companions. After a brisk walk of 20 minutes, during which they occasionally met and passed by 1 or 2 or perhaps a group of men clothed and outfitted like Riley's escorts, the little party followed the road up a slight incline and around a well-wooded bend to the left, coming quite suddenly, and to the very captive, very unexpectedly, to what was without a doubt a military encampment. A village, in fact, composed of many rows of small log huts. Along the streets, between the buildings, muskets were stacked in hundreds of places. Over in one corner, on a slight eminence commanding the road up which they had come, and cleverly hidden from it behind trees and shrubbery, the young man noticed a battery of field pieces. Wherever the eye was turned on this singular scene were countless numbers of soldiers all garmented in three-cornered hats, spike-tailed coats, and knee breeches, walking lazily hither and thither, grouped around crackling fires, or parading up and down the streets in platoons under the guidance of ragged but stern-looking officers. Harry stopped the little procession of four in front of one of the larger of the log houses. Then, while they stood there, the long blast from a bugle was heard, followed by the roll of drums. A minute or two afterward, several companies of militia marched up and grounded their arms, forming three sides of a hollow square around them, the fourth and open side being toward the log house. Directly succeeding this maneuver there came through the doorway of the house and stepped up the center of the square, stopping directly in front of Riley, a dignified-looking person, tall and straight and splendidly proportioned of figure, and having a face of great nobility and character. The cold chills chased one another down Riley's back. His limbs swayed and tottered beneath his weight. He had never experienced another such sensation of mingled astonishment and fright. He was in the presence of General Washington. Not a phantom Washington either, but Washington in the flesh and blood, as material and earthly as a being as ever crossed a person's line of vision. Riley, in his time, had seen so many portraits, marble busts and statues of the great commander, that he could not be mistaken. Recovering the use of his faculties, which for the moment he seemed to have lost, Riley did the very commonplace thing that others before him have done when placed unexpectedly in remarkable situations. He pinched himself to make sure that he was in reality wide awake and in the natural possession of his senses. He felt like pinching the figure in front of him also, but he could not muster up the courage to do that. He stood there trying to think it all out, and as his thoughts became less stagnant, his fright dissolved under the process of reasoning his mind pursued. To reason a thing out, even though an explanation can only be obtained by leaving much of the subject unaccounted for, tends to make one bolder and less shaky in the knees. The series of strange incidents which he was experiencing had been inaugurated in the old-fashioned dwelling he had visited after information concerning the roads, and everything had been going along in a perfectly normal way up to the very moment when he had taken a drink from the bottle found in the fireplace. But from that precise time everything had gone wrongly. Hence the inference that the drinking of the peculiar liquid was accountable in some way or other for his troubles. There was a supernatural agency in the whole thing. That much must be admitted. And whatever that agency was, and however it might be accounted for, it had taken Riley back into a period of time more than 100 years ago, and landed him, body and soul, within the lines of the patriotic forces wintering at Valley Forge. He might have stood there, turning over and over in his mind, pinching himself and muttering, all the morning, had not the newcomer ceased a silent but curious inspection of his person, and asked, "Who are you, sir?" "John Riley, at your pleasure," the young man replied, adding a question on his own account, "And who are you, sir?" Immediately he received a heavy thump on his back from Harry's hard fist. "It is not for you to question the general," the ragged administrator of the blow exclaimed. "And it is not for you to be so gay," Riley returned angrily, giving the blow back with added force. "Here, here," broke in the first questioner. "Fisticuffs under my very nose! No more of this, I command you both." To Harry he added an extra caution. "Your zeal in my behalf will be better appreciated by being less demonstrative. Blows should be struck only on the battlefield." To Riley he said, with a slight smile hovering over his face, "My name is Washington. Perhaps you may have heard of me." To this Riley replied, "I have indeed, and heard you very well spoken of, too." Emboldened by the other's smile, he ventured another question. "I think my reckoning of the day and year is badly at fault. An hour ago I thought the day was Christmas Day. How far out of the way did my calculation take me, sir?" "The day is indeed Christmas Day, and the year is, as you must know, the year of our Lord 1777. Riley again pinched himself. "Why do you bring this man to me?" Washington now inquired, turning to Harry and his companions. "He is a spy, sir," said Harry. "That is a lie," Riley indignantly interpolated. "I have done nothing to warrant any such charge. We found him in the widow Robins' house, pouring strong liquor down his throat. I had gone inside after information concerning the roads." "Which he was getting from a bottle, sir." "If drinking from a bottle of necessity constitutes being a spy, I fear our camp is already a hotbed," Washington somewhat sagely remarked, casting his eye around slyly at his officers and men. "Tell me," he went on, with sudden sternness, looking Riley through and through, as though to read his very thoughts, "is the charge true? Do you come from Howe?" "The charge is not true, sir. I come from no one. I'm simply making a tour of pleasure through this part of the country on my bicycle." With the country swarming with the men from two hostile armies, any kind of tour, save one of absolute necessity, seems ill timed. "When I set out I knew nothing about any armies. The fact is, sir," Riley started to make an explanation, but he checked himself on realizing that the telling of any such improbable yarn would only increase the hazardousness of his position. "Well?" Washington questioned in a tone of growing suspicion. "I certainly did not know that your army or any other army was quartered in this vicinity." Riley hesitated for lack of something further to say. "You see," he finally added, prompted by a happy idea, "I rode my wheel from New York." "You may have come from New York, though it is hard to believe you came on that singular looking machine so great a distance. Where is the horse which drew the vehicle?" Riley touched his bicycle. "This is the horse, sir, just as it is the vehicle," he said. "The man is crazy!" Harry exclaimed. Washington only looked the incredulity he felt, and this time asked a double question. "How can the thing be balanced without it being held upright by a pair of shafts from a horse's back, and how is the motive power acquired?" For an answer Riley jumped upon the wheel, and at a considerable speed and in a haphazard way pedaled around the place within the hollow square of soldiers. Hither and thither he went, at one second nearly wheeling over the toes of the line of astonished, if not frightened, militiamen, at the next bearing suddenly down on Harry and his companions, and making them dance and jump almost alertly to avoid a collision. Even the dignified Washington was once or twice put to the necessity of dodging hurriedly aside when his equilibrium was threatened. Riley eventually dismounted, doing so with assumed clumsiness by stopping the wheel at Harry's back and falling over heavily against the soldier. Harry tumbled to the ground, but Riley dexterously landed on his feet. At once he began offering a profusion of apologies. "You did that by design!" Harry shouted, jumping to his feet. His face was red with anger, and he shook his fist threateningly at the bicyclist. Washington commanded the man to hold his peace. Then to Riley he expressed a great surprise at his performance, and a desire to know more about the bicycle. The young man thereupon described the machine minutely, lifting it into the air and spinning the wheels to illustrate how smoothly they rotated. "I can see it is possible to ride the contrivance with rapidity. It has been put together with wonderful ingenuity," Washington said, when Riley had replaced the wheel on the ground. "And you, sir?" "It is but a toy," an officer spoke up. "Put our friend on this bundle of tin and race him against one of our horsemen, and he would make a sorry showing." Riley smiled. "I bear the gentleman no ill will for his opinion," he said. Still, I would like to show him by a practical test of the subject that his ignorance of it is most profound." "You would test the speed of the machine against that of a horse?" Washington said in amazement. "I would, sir. You have a good road yonder. With your permission and a worthy opponent I would make the test at once." "But, sir, the man is a spy," Harry broke in. "Would it not be better to throw a rope around his neck and give him his deserts?" "The charge is by no means proven," Washington replied, "nor can it be until a court martial convenes this afternoon. And I see no reason why we may not in the meantime enjoy the unique contest which has been suggested. It will make a pleasant break in the routine of camp life." A murmur of approval went up from the masses of men by whom they were surrounded. While they had been talking, it seemed as though everybody in the camp not already on the scene had gathered together behind the square of infantry. "Then, sir," Harry said, with some eagerness, "I would like to be the man to ride the horse. There is no better animal than mine anywhere, and I understand his tricks and humors quite well enough to put him to his best pace." "I confess I have heard you well spoken of as a horseman," Washington said. "Be away with you. Saddle and bridle your horse at once." It was the chain of singular circumstances narrated above which brought John Riley into the most remarkable contest of his life. He had entered many bicycle races at one time or another, always with credit to himself and to the club whose colors he wore, and he had every expectation of making a good showing today. Yet a reflection of the weird conditions which had brought about the present contest took away some of his self-possession when a few minutes later he was marched over to the turnpike and left to his own thoughts, while the officers were pacing out a 1-mile straightaway course down the road. After the measurement had been taken, 2 unbroken lines of soldiers were formed along the entire mile, a most evident precaution against Riley leaving the race course at any point to escape across the fields. Washington came up to him again, when the preparations were completed, to shake his hand and whisper a word or two of encouragement in his ear. Having performed these kindly acts, he left to take up a position near the point of finish. The beginning of the course was located close to the battery of half-concealed field pieces. Riley was now conducted to this place. Shortly afterward Harry appeared on his horse. He leered at the bicyclist contemptuously and said something of a sarcastic nature, partly under his breath when the two lined up, side by side, for the start. To these slights Riley paid no heed. He had a strong belief that when the race was over there would be left in the mutton-like head of his opponent very little of his present inclination toward the humorous. The soldier's mount was a handsome black mare, 14½ hands high, strong of limbs and at the flanks, and animated by a spirit that kept her prancing around with continuous action. It must be admitted that the man rode very well. He guided the animal with ease and nonchalance when she reared and plunged, and kept her movements confined to an incredibly small piece of ground, considering her abundance of action. "Keep to your own side of the road throughout the race. I don't want to be collided with by your big beast," Riley cautioned while they were awaiting 2 signals from the starter. To this Harry replied in some derision, "I'll give you a good share of the road at the start, and all of it by my dust, too, afterward." And then the officer who held the pistol fired the first shot. Riley was well satisfied with the conditions under which the race was to be made. The road was wide and level, smooth, hard and straight, and a strong breeze which had sprung up blew squarely against his back. His wheel was geared up to 84 inches. The breeze promised to be a valuable adjunct in pushing it along. Awaiting the second and last signal, Riley glanced down the 2 blue ranks of soldiers, which stretched away into lazy lines in the distance and converged at the termination of the course, where a flag had been stuck into the ground. The soldiers were at parade rest. Their unceasing movements as they chatted to one another, turning their bodies this way and that and craning their heads forward to look toward the starting point, and then jerking them back, made the lines seem like long, squirming snakes. At the end of the course a thick bunch of military men clogged the road and overspread into the fields. Crack! The signal to be off. Riley shoved aside the fellow who had been holding his wheel upright while astride of it, and pushed down on the pedals. The mare's hoofs dug the earth, her great muscular legs straightened out. She sprang forward with a snort of apparent pleasure, taking the lead at the very start. Riley heard the shout of excitement run along the two ranks of soldiers. He saw them waving their arms and hats as he went by. And on ahead through the cloud of dust there was visible the shadow-like outlines of the snorting, galloping horse, whose hoof-beats sounded clear and sharp above the din which came from the sides of the highway. The mare crept farther and farther ahead. Very soon 100 feet or more of the road lay between her and the bicyclist. Harry turned in his saddle and called out another sarcasm. "I shall pass you very soon. Keep to your side of the road," Riley shouted, not a bit daunted by the way the race had commenced. His head was well down over the handlebars, his back had the shape of the upper portion of an immense egg. Up and down his legs moved, faster and faster and faster yet. He went by the soldiers so rapidly that they only appeared by two streaks of blurry color. Their sharp rasping shouts sounded like cracking of musketry. The cloud of dust blew against the cyclist's head and into his mouth and throat. When he glanced ahead again he saw with satisfaction that the mare was no longer increasing her lead. It soon became evident even that he was slowly cutting down the advantages she had secured. Harry again turned his head shortly afterward, doubtless expecting to find his opponent hopelessly distanced by this time. Instead of this, Riley was alarmingly close upon him. The man ejaculated a sudden oath and lashed his animal furiously. Straining every nerve and sinew, the mare for the moment pushed further ahead. Then her pace slackened a bit, and Riley again crept up to her. Closer and closer to her than before, until his head was abreast of her outstretched tail. Harry was lashing the mare and swearing at her unceasingly now. But she had spurted once and appeared to be incapable of again increasing her speed. In this way she went on for some little distance, Harry using his whip brutally, the mare desperately struggling to attain a greater pace. Riley hanging on with tenacity to her hind flanks and giving up not an inch of ground. A mile is indeed a very short distance when traversed at such a pace. The finishing flag was already but a few 100 feet farther on. Riley realized that it was time now to go to the front. He gritted his teeth together with determination and bent his head down even further toward his front wheel. Then his feet began to move so quickly that there was only visible an indistinct blur at the sides of his crankshaft. At this very second, with a face marked with rage and hatred, Harry brought his horse suddenly across the road to that part of it which he had been warned to avoid. It is hard to tell what kept Riley from being run into and trampled underfoot. An attempt at backpedaling, a sudden twist of the handlebar, a lurch to one side that almost threw him from his seat. Then, in the fraction of a second he was over on the other side of the road, pushing ahead of the mare, almost as though she were standing still. The outburst of alarm from the throats of the soldiers changed when they saw that Riley had not been injured. First into a shout of indignation at the dastardly attempt which had been made to run him down, and then into a roar of delight when the bicyclist breasted the flag, a winner of the race by 20 feet. As he crossed the line, Riley caught a glimpse of Washington. He stood close to the flag and was waving his hat in the air with enthusiasm of a schoolboy. Riley went down the road, slackening his speed as effectively as he could. But before it was possible to entirely stop his wheel's momentum, the noisy acclamations in his rear ceased with startling suddenness. He turned in his saddle and looked back. As sure as St. Peter, he had the road entirely to himself. There wasn't a soldier or a ghost of a soldier in sight. As soon as he could, he turned his bicycle about and rode back along the highway, now so singularly deserted, looking hither and thither in vain for some trace of the vanished army. Even the flag which had been stuck into the ground at the end of the 1-mile race-course was gone. The breeze had died out again, and the air was tranquil and warm. In the branches of a near-by tree 2 sparrows chirped and twittered peacefully. Riley went back to the place where the camp had been. He found there only open fields on one side of the road and a clump of woodland on the other. He continued on down the little hill up which Harry and his companions had brought him a few hours previously, and followed the road on further, coming finally to the fork in it near which was located the old farmhouse, wherein he had been taken captive. The house was, as it had been when he had previously entered it, falling apart from age and neglect. When he went inside, he found lying on the brick hearth in front of the fireplace a number of pieces of broken glass. End of story 18. Story 19 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His Dead Wife's Photograph. This story created a sensation when it was first told. It appeared in the papers, and many big physicists and natural philosophers were, at least so they thought, able to explain the phenomenon. I shall narrate the event and also tell the reader what explanation was given, and let him draw his own conclusions. This is what happened. A friend of mine, a clerk in the same office as myself, was an amateur photographer. Let's call him Jones. Jones had a half-plate, Sanders camera with a Ross lens and a Thornton Pickard behind lens shutter, with pneumatic release. The plate in question was a Ratton's Ordinary, developed with Ilford Pyro Soda Developer prepared at home. All these particulars I give for the benefit of the more technical reader. Mr. Smith, another clerk in our office, invited Mr. Jones to take the likeness of his wife and sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was the wife of Mr. Smith's elder brother, who was also a government servant, then on leave. The idea of the photograph was that of the sister-in-law. Jones was a keen photographer himself. He had photographed everybody in the office, including the peons and sweepers, and had even supplied every sitter with his copies of his handiwork. So he most willingly consented, and anxiously waited for the Sunday on which the photograph was to be taken. Early on Sunday morning, Jones went to the Smiths. The arrangement of light in the veranda was such that a photograph could only be taken after midday, so he stayed there to breakfast. About 1 in the afternoon all arrangements were complete, and the 2 ladies, Mrs. Smiths, were made to sit in 2 cane chairs, and after long and careful focusing, and moving the camera for about an hour, Jones was satisfied at last, and an exposure was made. Mr. Jones was sure that the plate was all right, and so a second plate was not exposed, although in the usual course of things this should have been done. He wrapped up his things and went home, promising to develop the plate the same night and bring a copy of the photograph the next day to the office. The next day, which was Monday, Jones came to the office very early, and I was the first person to meet him. "Well, Mr. Photographer," I asked, "what success?" "I got the picture all right," said Jones, unwrapping an unmounted picture and handing it over to me. "Most funny, don't you think so?" "No, I don't think it's all right. At any rate, I did not expect anything better from you," I said. "No," said Jones, "the funny thing is that the 2 ladies sat." "Quite right," I said. "The third stood in the middle." "There was no third lady at all there," said Jones. "Then you imagined she was there, and there we find her." "I tell you there were only 2 ladies there when I exposed," insisted Jones. He was looking awfully worried. "Do you want me to believe that there were only 2 persons when the plate was exposed and 3 when it was developed?" I asked. "That is exactly what has happened," said Jones. "Then it must be the most wonderful developer you used, or was it that this was the second exposure given to the same plate?" The developer is the one which I have been using for the last 3 years, and the plate the one I charged on Saturday night out of the new box that I had purchased only on Saturday afternoon." A number of other clerks had come up in the meantime, and were taking great interest in the picture and in Jones's statement. It is only right that a description of the picture be given here for the benefit of the reader. I wish I could reproduce the original picture too, but that for certain reasons is impossible. When the plate was actually exposed there were only 2 ladies, both of whom were sitting in cane chairs. When the plate was developed, it was found that there was in the picture a figure, that of a lady, standing in the middle. She wore a broad-edged dhoti. The reader should not forget that all the characters are Indians, only the upper half of her body being visible, the lower being covered up by the low backs of the cane chairs. She was distinctly behind the chairs, and consequently slightly out of focus. Still everything was quite clear. Even her long necklace was visible through the little opening in the dhoti near the right shoulder. She was resting her hands on the back of the chairs, and the fingers were nearly totally out of focus, but a ring on the right finger was clearly visible. She looked like a handsome young woman of 22, short and thin. One of the earrings was also clearly visible, although the face itself was slightly out of focus. One thing, and probably the funniest thing, that we overlooked then but observed afterwards, was that immediately behind the 3 ladies was a barred window. The 2 ladies, who were one on each side, covered up the bars to a certain height from the bottom with their bodies, but the lady in the middle was partly transparent because the bars of the window were very faintly visible through her. This fact, however, as I have said already, we did not observe then. We only laughed at Jones and tried to assure him that he was either drunk or asleep. At this moment Smith of our office walked in, removing the trouser clips from his legs. Smith took the unmounted photograph, looked at it for a minute, turned red and blue and green and finally very pale. Of course, we asked him what the matter was, and this was what he said. "The 3rd lady in the middle was my first wife, who has been dead these 8 years. Before her death she asked me a number of times to have her photograph taken. She used to say that she had a presentiment that she might die early. I did not believe in her presentiment myself, but I did not object to the photograph. So one day I ordered the carriage and asked her to dress up. We intended to go to a good professional. She dressed up and the carriage was ready. But as we were going to start, news reached us that her mother was dangerously ill. So we went to see her mother instead. The mother was very ill, and I had to leave her there. Immediately afterwards I was sent away on duty to another station, and so could not bring her back. It was in fact after full 3 months and a half that I returned, and then thought her mother was all right, my wife was not. Within 15 days of my return she died of puerperal fever, after childbirth, and the child died too. A photograph of her was never taken. When she dressed up for the last time on the day that she left my home, she had the necklace and the earrings on, as you see her wearing in the photograph. My present wife has them now, but she does not generally put them on." This was too big a pill for me to swallow. So I at once took French leave from my office, bagged the photograph and rushed out on my bicycle. I went to Mr. Smith's house and looked Mrs. Smith up. Of course, she was much astonished to see a 3rd lady in the picture, but could not guess who she was. This I had expected, as supposing Smith's story to be true, this lady had never seen her husband's first wife. The elder brother's wife, however, recognized the likeness at once, and she virtually repeated the story which Smith had told me earlier that day. She even brought out the necklace and the earrings for my inspection and conviction. They were the same as those in the photograph. All the principal newspapers of that time got hold of the fact, and within a week there was any number of applications for the ghostly photograph. But Mr. Jones refused to supply copies of it to anybody for various reasons, the principal being that Smith would not allow it. I am, however, the fortunate possessor of a copy which, for obvious reasons, I am not allowed to show to anybody. One copy of the picture was sent to America and another to England. I do not now remember exactly to whom. My own copy I showed to the Reverend Father M.A., D.Sc., B.D., etc., and asked him to find out a scientific explanation for the phenomenon. The following explanation was given by the gentleman. I am afraid I shall not be able to reproduce the learned Father's exact words, but this is what he meant, or at least what I understood him to mean. The girl in question was dressed in this particular way on an occasion, say 10 years ago. Her image was cast on space, and the reflection was projected from one luminous body, one planet, on another till it made a circuit of millions and millions of miles in space, and then came back to earth at the exact moment when our friend Mr. Jones was going to make the exposure. Take for instance the case of a man who is taking a photograph of a mirage. He is photographing place X from place Y, when X and Y are, say, 200 miles apart, and it may be that his camera is facing east while placing X is actually towards the west of place Y. In school I had read a little of science and chemistry, and could make a dry analysis of a salt, but this was an item too big for my limited comprehension. The fact, however, remains, and I believe it, that Smith's first wife did come back to this terrestrial globe of ours over 8 years ago after her death to give a sitting for a photograph in a form which, though it did not affect the retina of our eye, did impress a sensitized plate, in a form that did not affect the retina of the eye, I say, because Jones must have been looking at his sitters at the time when he was pressing the bulb of the pneumatic release of his time and instantaneous shutter. The story is most wonderful, but this is exactly what happened. Smith says this is the first time he has ever seen, or heard from, his dead wife. It's popularly believed in India that a dead wife gives a lot of trouble if she ever revisits this earth. But this is, thank God, not the experience of my friend Mr. Smith. It is now over 7 years since the event mentioned above happened, and the dead girl has never appeared again. I would very much like to have a photograph of the two ladies taken once more, but I have never ventured to approach Smith with the proposal. In fact, I learnt photography myself with a view to take the photograph of the two ladies. But as I have said, I have never been able to speak to Smith about my intention, and probably never shall. The £10 that I spent on my cheap photographic outfit may be a waste. But I have learnt an art which, though rather costly for my limited means, is nevertheless an art worth learning. End of Story 19. Story 20 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Major's Lease by S. McCurgy. A curious little story was told the other day in a certain civil court in British India. A certain military officer, let's call him Major Brown, rented a house in one of the big cantonment stations where he had been recently transferred with his regiment. This gentleman had just arrived from England with his wife. He was the son of a rich man at home, and so he could afford to have a large house. This was the first time he had come out to India, and was consequently rather unacquainted with the manners and customs of this country. Major Brown took this house on a long lease, and thought he had made a bargain. The house was large and stood in the centre of a very spacious compound. There was a garden which appeared to have been carefully laid out once. But as the house had no tenant for a long time, the garden looked more like a wilderness. There were 2 very well-kept lawn tennis courts, and these were a great attraction to the Major, who was very keen on tennis. The stablings and outhouses were commodious, and the Major, who was thinking of keeping a few polo ponies, found the whole thing very satisfactory. Over and above everything he found the landlord very obliging. He had heard on board the steamer on his way out that India landlords were the worst class of human beings one could come across on the face of this earth, and that is very true, but this particular landlord looked like an exception to the general rule. He consented to make at his own expense all the alterations that the Major wanted him to do, and these alterations were carried out to Major and Mrs. Brown's entire satisfaction. On his arrival in this station, Major Brown had put up at a hotel, and after some alterations had been made he ordered the house to be furnished. This was done in 3 or 4 days, and then he moved in. Annexed is a rough sketch of the house in question. The house was a very large one, and there was a number of rooms, but we have nothing to do with all of them. The spots marked C and E represent the doors. Now what happened in court was this. After he had occupied the house for not over 3 weeks, the Major and his wife cleared out and took shelter again in the hotel from which they had come. The landlord demanded rent for the entire period stipulated for in the lease, and the Major refused to pay. The matter went to court. The presiding judge, who was an Indian gentleman, was one of the cleverest men in the service, and he thought it was a very simple case. When the case was called on, the plaintiff's pleader said that he would begin by proving the lease. Major Brown, the defendant, who appeared in person, said that he would admit it. The judge, who was a very kind-hearted gentleman, asked the defendant why he had vacated the house. "I could not stay," said the Major. "I had every intention of living in the house. I got it furnished and spent 2,000 rupees over it. I was laying out a garden. But what do you mean by saying that you could not stay?" "If your honor passed a night in that house, you would understand what I meant," said the Major. "You take the oath and make a statement," said the judge. Major Brown then made the following statement on oath in open court. "When I came to the station I saw the house and my wife liked it. We asked the landlord whether he would make a few alterations, and he consented. After the alterations had been carried out, I executed the lease and ordered the house to be furnished. A week after the execution of the lease we moved in. The house is very large." Here followed a description of the building, but to make matters clear and short I have copied out a rough pencil sketch which is still on the record of the case and marked the doors and rooms, as the Major had done, with letters. I do not dine at the mess. I have an early dinner at home with my wife and retire early. My wife and I sleep in the same bedroom, the room marked G on the plan, and we are generally in bed about 11 o'clock at night. The servants all go away to the outhouses, which are at a distance of about 40 yards from the main building. Only one jamadar porter remains in the front veranda. This jamadar also keeps an eye on the whole main building. Besides, I have got a good, faithful watchdog which I brought out from home. He stays outside with the jamadar. For the first 15 days we were quite comfortable. Then the trouble began. One night before dinner my wife was reading a story, a detective story, of a particularly interesting nature. There were only a few more pages left, and so we thought she would finish them before we put out the reading lamp. We were in the bedroom, but it took her much longer than she had expected it would, and so it was actually a half an hour after midnight when we put out our 16-candle power reading lamp which stood on a teapoy near the head of the beds. Only a small bedroom lamp remained. But though we put out the light we did not fall asleep. We were discussing the cleverness of the detective and the folly of the thief who had left a clue behind, and it was actually 2 o'clock when we pulled our rugs up to our necks and closed our eyes. At that moment we heard footsteps of a number of persons walking along the corridor. The corridor runs the whole length of the house, as will appear from the rough sketch. This corridor was well carpeted, still we heard the tread of a number of feet. We looked at the door C. This door was closed but not bolted from inside. Slowly it was pushed open, and horror of horrors! 3 shadowy forms walked into the room. One was distinctly the form of a white man in European night attire. another the form of a white woman, also in night attire, and the third was the form of a black woman, probably an Indian nurse or ayah. We remained dumb with horror, as we could see clearly that these unwelcome visitors were not of this world. We could not move. The three figures passed right around the beds as if searching for something. They looked into every nook and corner of the bedroom and then passed into the dressing room. Within half a minute they returned and passed out into the corridor in the same order in which they had come in, namely, the man first, the white woman next, and the black woman last of all. We lay as if dead. We could hear them in the corridor and in the bedroom adjoining, with the door E, and in the dressing room attached to that bedroom. They again returned and passed into the corridor, and then we could hear them no more. It must have taken me at least 5 minutes to collect my senses and to bring my limbs under control. When I got up I found that my wife had fainted. I hurried out of the room, rushed along the corridor, opened the front door and called the servants. The servants were all approaching the house across the land which separated the servants' quarters from the main building. Then I went into the dining room, and procuring some brandy, gave it to my wife. It was with some difficulty that I could make her swallow it, but it revived her and she looked at me with a bewildered smile on her face. The servants had in the meantime arrived and were in the corridor. Their presence had the effect of giving us some courage. Leaving my wife in bed I went out and related to the servants what I had seen. The chowkidar, the night watchman, was an old resident of the compound. In fact, he had been in charge of the house when it was vacant, before I rented it. Gave me the history of the ghost, which my jamadar interpreted to me. I have brought the chowkidar and shall produce him as my witness. This was the statement of the major. Then there was the statement of Jokai Passi, chowkidar, defendant's witness. The statement of this witness as recorded was as follows. My age is 60 years. At the time of the Indian Mutiny, I was a full-grown young man. This house was built at that time. I mean 2 or 3 years after the Mutiny. I have always been in charge. After the Mutiny, one judge came to live in the house. He was called Judge Parson, probably Pearson. The judge had to try a young Mohammedan charged with murder, and he sentenced the youth to death. The aged parents of the young man vowed vengeance against the good judge. On the night following the morning on which the execution took place, it appeared that certain undesirable characters were prowling about the compound. I was then the watchman in charge as I am now. I woke up the Indian nurse who slept with the judge's baby in a bedroom adjoining the one in which the judge himself slept. On waking up she found that the baby was not in its cot. She rushed out of the bedroom and informed the judge and his wife. Then a feverish search began for the baby, but it was never found. The police were communicated with and they arrived at about 4 a.m. The police inquiry lasted for about half an hour, and then the officers went away promising to come again. At last the judge, his wife, and nurse all retired to their respective beds, where they were found lying dead later in the morning. Another police inquiry took place, and it was found that the death was due to snake bite. There were 2 small punctures on one leg of each victim. How a snake got in and killed each victim in turn, especially when 2 slept in one room and a third in another, finally got out, has remained a mystery. But the judge, his wife, and the nurse are still seen on every Friday night looking for the missing baby. One rainy season the servants' quarters were being re-roofed. I had then an occasion to sleep in the corridor, and thus I saw the ghosts. At that time I was afraid as the Major Sahib is today, but then I soon found out that the ghosts were quite harmless. This was the story as recorded in court. The judge was a very sensible man. I had the pleasure and honor of being introduced to him about 20 years after this incident. And with a number of people, he decided to pass one Friday night in the haunted house. He did so. What he saw does not appear from the record, for he left no inspection notes and probably he never made any. He delivered judgment on Monday following. It is a very short judgment. After reciting the facts, the judgment proceeds. I have recorded the statements of the defendant and a witness produced by him. I have also made a local inspection. I find that the landlord, the plaintiff, knew that for certain reasons the house was practically uninhabitable, and he concealed that fact from his tenant. He therefore could not recover. The suit is dismissed with costs. The haunted house remained untenanted for a long time. The proprietor subsequently made a gift of it to a charitable institution. The founders of this institution, who were Hindus and firm believers in charms and exorcisms, had some religious ceremony performed on the premises. Afterwards the house was pulled down, and on its site now stands one of the grandest buildings in the station, that cost fully £10,000. Only this morning I received a visit from a gentleman who lives in the building, referred to above, but evidently he has not even heard of the ghosts of the judge, his wife, and his Indian ayah. It is now nearly 50 years, but the missing baby has not been heard of. If it is alive it has grown into a fully developed man. But does he know the fate of his parents and his nurse? In this connection it will not be out of place to mention a fact that appeared in the papers some years ago. A certain European gentleman was posted to a district in the Madras Presidency as a government servant in the financial department. When this gentleman reached the station to which he had been posted he put up at the club, as they usually do, and began to look out for a house, when he was informed that there was a haunted house in the neighborhood. Being rather skeptical, he decided to take this house, ghost or no ghost. He was given to understand by the members of the club that this house was a bit out of the way, and was infested at night with thieves and robbers, who came to divide their booty in that house, and to guard against its being occupied by a tenant it had been given a bad reputation. The proprietor, being a wealthy old native of the old school, did not care to investigate. So our friend, whom we shall, for the purpose of this story, call Mr. Hunter, took the house at a fair rent. The house was in charge of a chowdakar, caretaker, porter, or watchman, when it was vacant. Mr. Hunter engaged the same man as night watchman for this house. This chowdakar informed Mr. Hunter that the ghost appeared only one day in the year, namely, the 21st of September, and added that if Mr. Hunter kept out of the house on that night, there would be no trouble. "I always keep away on the night of the 21st September," said the watchman. "And what kind of ghost is it?" asked Mr. Hunter. "It is a European lady dressed in white," said the man. "What does she do?" asked Mr. Hunter. "Oh, she comes out of the room and calls you and asks you to follow her," said the man. "Has anybody ever followed her?" "Nobody that I know of, sir," said the man. "The man who was here before me saw her and died from fear." "Most wonderful! But why do not people follow her in a body?" asked Mr. Hunter. "It is very easy to say that, sir, but when you see her you will not like to follow her yourself. I have been in this house for over 20 years. Lots of times European soldiers have passed the night of the 21st September, intending to follow her, but when she actually comes nobody has ever ventured." "Most wonderful! I shall follow her this time," said Mr. Hunter. "As you please, sir," said the man, and retired. It was one of the duties of Mr. Hunter to distribute the pensions of all retired government servants. In this connection Mr. Hunter used to come in contact with a number of very old men in the station who attended his office to receive their pensions from him. By questioning them Mr. Hunter got so far that the house had once been occupied by a European officer. This officer had a young wife who fell in love with a certain Captain Leslie. One night when the husband was out on tour, and not expected to return within a week, his wife was entertaining Captain Leslie. The gentleman returned unexpectedly and found his wife in the arms of the captain. He lost his self-control and attacked the couple with a meat chopper, the first weapon that came handy. Captain Leslie moved away and then cleared out, leaving the unfortunate wife at the mercy of the infuriated husband. He aimed a blow at her head which she warded off with her hand, but so severe was the blow that the hand was cut off, and the woman fell down on the ground quite unconscious. The sight of blood made the husband mad. Subsequently the servants came up and called a doctor, but by the time the doctor arrived the woman was dead. The unfortunate husband, who had become raving mad, was sent to a lunatic asylum, and thence taken away to England. The body of the woman was in the local cemetery, but what had become of the severed hand was not known. The missing limb was never found. All this was 50 years ago, that is, immediately after the Indian Mutiny. This was what Mr. Hunter gathered. The 21st September was not very far off. Mr. Hunter decided to meet the ghost. The night in question arrived, and Mr. Hunter sat in his bedroom with his magazine. The lamp was burning brightly. The servants had all retired, and Mr. Hunter knew that if he called for help nobody would hear him, and even if anybody did hear, he too would not come. He was, however, a very bold man, and sat there awaiting developments. At 1 in the morning he heard footsteps approaching the bedroom from the direction of the dining room. He could distinctly hear the rustle of the skirts. Gradually the door between the two rooms began to open wide. The curtains began to move. Mr. Hunter sat with straining eyes and beating heart. At last she came in, the Englishwoman in flowing white robes. Mr. Hunter sat panting, unable to move. She looked at him for about a minute and beckoned him to follow her. It was then that Mr. Hunter observed that she had only one hand. He got up and followed her. She went back to the dining room and he followed her there. There was no light in the dining room, but he could see her faintly in the dark. She went right across the dining room to the door on the other side, which opened on the veranda. Mr. Hunter could not see what she was doing at the door, but he knew she was opening it. When the door was open, she passed out and Mr. Hunter followed. Then she walked across the veranda, down the steps, and stood upon the lawn. Mr. Hunter was on the lawn in a moment. His fears now completely vanished. She next proceeded along the lawn in the direction of a hedge. Mr. Hunter also reached the hedge, and found that under the hedge were concealed 2 spades. The gardener must have been working with them and left them there after the day's work. The lady made a sign to him, and he took up one of the spades. Then again she proceeded, and he followed. They had reached some distance in the garden when the lady with her foot indicated a spot, and Mr. Hunter inferred that she wanted him to dig there. Of course, Mr. Hunter knew that he was not going to discover a treasure trove, but he was sure he was going to find something very interesting. So he began digging with all his vigor. Only about 18 inches below the surface the blade struck against some hard substance. Mr. Hunter looked up. The apparition had vanished. Mr. Hunter dug on and discovered that the hard substance was a human hand with the fingers and everything intact. Of course the flesh had gone, only the bones remained. Mr. Hunter picked up the bones and knew exactly what to do. He returned to the house, dressed himself up in his cycling costume, and rode away with the bones and the spade to the cemetery. He waked the night watchman, got the gate opened, found out the tomb of the murdered woman, and close to it interred the bones, that he had found in such a mysterious fashion, reciting as much of the service as he could remember. Then he paid some bucksheesh reward to the night watchman and came home. He put back the spade in its old place and retired. A few days after he paid a visit to the cemetery in the daytime, and found that grass had grown on the spot which he had dug up. The bones had evidently not been disturbed. The next year, on the 21st December, Mr. Hunter kept up the whole night, but he had no visit from the ghostly lady. The house is now in the occupation of another European gentleman who took it after Mr. Hunter's transfer from the station, and this new tenant had no visit from the ghost either. Let us hope that she now rests in peace. The following extract from a Bengal newspaper that appeared in September 1913 is very interesting and instructive. The following extraordinary phenomenon took place at the Hooghly Police Club building, Chinchorra, at about midnight on last Saturday. At this late hour of the night some peculiar sounds of agony on the roof of the house aroused the resident members of the club, who at once proceeded to the roof with lamps, and found to their entire surprise a lady clad in white jumping from the roof to the ground, about 100 feet in height, followed by a man with a dagger in his hands. But eventually no trace of it could be found on the ground. This is not the first occasion that such beings are found to visit this house, and it is heard from a reliable source that long ago a woman committed suicide by hanging, and it is believed that her spirit loiters around the building. As these incidents have made a deep impression upon the members, they have decided to remove the club from the said buildings. End of Story 20. Story 21 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Open Door by S. Mukherjee. Here again is something that is very peculiar and not very uncommon. We, myself and 3 friends of mine, were asked by another friend of ours to pass a week's holiday at the suburban residence of the last named. We took an evening train after the office hours, and reached our destination at about 10:30 that night. The place was about 60 miles from Calcutta. Our host had a very large house with a number of disused wings. I do not think many of my readers have any idea of a large residential house in Bengal. Generally it is a quadrangular sort of thing, with a big yard in the center which is called the angan or uthan, a courtyard. On all sides of the courtyard are rooms of all sorts of shapes and sizes. There are generally 2 stories, the lower used as kitchen, go-down, storeroom, etc., and the upper as bedrooms, etc. Now this particular house of our friend was of the kind described above. It stood on extensive grounds wooded with fruit and timber trees. There was also a big tank, a miniature lake in fact, which was the property of my friend. There was good fishing in the lake, and that was the particular attraction that had drawn my other friends to this place. I myself was not very fond of angling. As I have said, we reached this place about 10:30 at night. We were received very kindly by the father and the mother of our host, who were a very jolly old couple, and after a very late supper, or shall I call it dinner, we retired. The guest rooms were well furnished, and very comfortable. It was a bright moonlight night, and our plan was to get up at 4 in the morning and go to the lake for angling. At 3 in the morning the servants of our host woke us up. They had come to carry our fishing gear, and we went to the lake, which was a couple of 100 yards from the house. As I have said, it was a bright moonlight night in summer, and the outing was not unpleasant after all. We remained on the bank of the lake till about 7 in the morning, when one of the servants came to fetch us for our morning tea. I may as well mention here that breakfast in India generally means a pretty heavy meal at about 10 a.m. I was the first to get up, for I have said already that I was not a worthy disciple of Izaak Walton. I wound up my line and walked away, carrying my rod myself. The lake was towards the back of the house. To come from the lake to the front of it we had to pass along the whole length of the buildings. See rough plan above. As would appear from the plan, we had to pass along the shady footpath, A, B, C, D, E. There was a turning at each point, B, C, D, and E. The back row of rooms was used for go-downs, storerooms, kitchens, etc. One room, the one with the door marked * at the corner, was used for storing a number of door frames. The owner of the house, our host's father, had at one time contemplated adding a new wing, and for that purpose the door frames had been made. Then he gave up the idea and the door frames were kept stored up in that corner room with a door on the outside marked "Star." Now as I was walking ahead I reached the turning B first of all, and it was probably an accident that the point of my rod touched the door. The door flew open. I knew this was an unused portion of the house, and so the opening of the door surprised me to a certain extent. I looked into the room and discovered the wooden door frames. There was nothing peculiar about the room or its contents either. When we were drinking our tea 5 minutes later, I casually remarked that they would find some of the door frames missing as the door of the room in which they were kept had been left open all night. I did not at that time attach any importance to a particular look in the eyes of the old couple, my host's father and mother. The old gentleman called one of the servants and ordered him to bolt that door. When we were going to the lake in the evening, I examined the door and found it had been closed from the inside. The next morning we went out a fishing again, and we were returning for our tea at about 7 in the morning. I was again ahead of all the rest. As I came along, this time intentionally I gave a push to the door with my rod. It again flew open. This is funny, I thought. At tea I reported the matter to the old couple, and then I noticed with curiosity their embarrassed look of the day before. I therefore suggested that the servants intentionally left the door open, and one morning they would find the door frames, stored in the room, gone. At this the old man smiled. He said that the door of this particular room had remained open for the last 15 years, and the contents had never been disturbed. On our pressing him why the door remained open, he admitted with great reluctance that since the death of a certain servant of the household in that particular room 15 years ago, the outer door had never remained closed. "You may close it yourself and see," suggested the old gentleman. We required no further invitation. Immediately we all went to that room to investigate, and find out the ghost if he remained indoors during the day. But Mr. Ghost was not there. "He has gone out for his morning constitutional," I suggested, "and this time we shall keep him out." Now this particular room had 2 doors and 1 window. The window and 1 door were on the courtyard side of the room, and communicated with the courtyard. The other door led to the grounds outside, and this last was the haunted door. We opened both the doors and the window and examined the room. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Then we tried to close the haunted door. It had warped probably by being kept open for 15 years. It had 2 very strong bolts on the inside, but the lower bolt would not go within 3 inches of its socket. The upper one was very loose and a little continuous thumping would bring the bolt down. We thought we had solved the mystery thus. The servants only closed the door by pushing up the upper bolt. At night the wind would shake the door and the bolt would come down. So this time we took good care to use the lower bolt. 3 of us pushed the door with all our might, and 1 man thrust the lower bolt into a socket. It hardly went in 1/4 of an inch, but still the door was secure. We then hammered the bolt in with bricks. In doing this we broke about 1/2 dozen of them. This will explain to the reader how much strength it required to drive the bolt in about 1.5 inches. Then we satisfied ourselves that the bolt could not be moved, without the aid of a hammer and a lever. Afterwards we closed the window and the other door and securely locked the last. Thus no human being could open the haunted door. Before retiring to bed after dinner, we further examined both doors once more. They were all right. The next morning we did not go out for fishing, so when we got up at about 5 in the morning, the first thing we did was go and examine the haunted door. It flew in at the touch. We then went inside and examined the other door and the window which communicated with the courtyard. The window was as secure as we had left it, and the door was chained from the outside. We went round into the courtyard and examined the lock. It did not appear to have been tampered with. The old man and his wife met us at tea as usual. They had evidently been told everything. They, however, did not mention the subject, neither did we. It was my intention to pass a night in that bedroom, but nobody would agree to bear me company, and I did not quite like the idea of passing a whole night in that ugly room. Moreover, my host would not have heard of it. The mystery of the open door has not yet been solved. It was about 20 years ago that what I have narrated above happened. I am not sure that the mystery will ever be solved. In this connection it will not be out of place to mention another incident with regard to another family and another house in another part of Bengal. Once, while coming back from Darjeeling, the summer capital of Bengal, I had a very garrulous old gentleman for a fellow traveller in the same compartment. I was reading a copy of the Occult Review, and the title of the magazine interested him very much. He asked me what the magazine was about, and I told him. He then asked me if I was really interested in ghosts and their stories. I told him that I was. "In our village we have a gentleman who has a family ghost," said my companion. "What kind of thing is a family ghost?" I asked. "Oh, the ghost comes and has his dinner with my neighbour every night," said my companion. "Really? It must be a very funny ghost," I said. "That is a fact. If you stay for a day in my village you will learn everything." I at once decided to break my journey in the village. It was about 2 in the afternoon when I got down at the railway station, procured a hackney carriage, and, ascertaining the name and address of the gentleman who had the family ghost, separated from my old companion. I reached the house in about 20 minutes, and told the gentleman that I was a stranger in those parts, and as such craved leave to pass the rest of the day and the night under his roof. I was a very unwelcome guest, but he could not kick me out, as the moral code would not permit it. He, however, shrewdly guessed why I was anxious to pass the night at his house. Of course, my host was very kind to me. He was a tolerably rich man with a large family. Most of his sons were grown-up young men who were at college in Calcutta. The younger children were of course at home. At night, when we sat down to dinner, I gently broached the subject by hinting at the rumour I had heard that his house was haunted. I further explained to him that I had only come to ascertain if what I had heard was true. He told me, of course it was very kind of him, that the story about the dinner was false, and what really happened was this. I had a younger brother who died 2 years ago. He was of a religious turn of mind, and passed his time in reading religious books and writing articles about religion in papers. He died suddenly one night. In fact, he was found dead in his bed in the morning. The doctor said it was due to failure of heart. Since his death he has come and slept in the room, which was his when he was alive and is his still. All that he takes is a glass of water fetched from the sacred river Ganges. We put the glass of water in the room and make the bed every evening. The next morning the glass is found empty and the bed appears to have been slept upon." "But why did you begin?" I asked. "Oh, one night he appeared to me in a dream, and asked me to keep the water and a clean bed in the room. This was about a month after his death," said my host. "Has anybody ever passed a night in the room to see what really happens?" I asked. "His young wife, or rather widow, passed a night in that room. The next morning we found her on the bed, sleeping, dead from heart failure, so the doctors said." "Most wonderful and interesting," I remarked. "Nobody has gone to that part of the house since the death of the poor young widow," said my host. "I have got all the doors of the room securely screwed up except one, and that too is kept carefully locked, and the key is always with me." After dinner my host took me to the haunted room. All arrangements for the night were being made, and the bed was neat and clean. A glass of the Ganges water was kept in a corner with a cover on it. I looked at the doors; they were all perfectly secure. The only door that could open was then closed and locked. My host smiled at me sadly. "We won't do all this uselessly," he said. "This is a very costly trick if you think it's a trick at all, because I have to pay to the servants double the amount that others pay in this village, otherwise they would run away. You can sleep at the door and see that nobody gets in at night." I said, "I believe you most implicitly, and need not take the precautions suggested." I was then shown into my room, and everybody withdrew. My room was 4 or 5 apartments off, and of course these apartments were to be unoccupied. As soon as my host and the servants had withdrawn, I took up my candle and went out to the locked door of the ghostly room. With lighted candle I covered the back of the lock with a thin coating of soot or lampblack. Then I scraped off a little dried up whitewash from the wall and sprinkled the powder over the lampblack. "If anybody disturbs the lock at night I shall know it in the morning," I thought. Well, the reader could guess that I had not a good sleep that night. I got up at about 4:30 in the morning and went to the locked door. My seal was intact. That is, the lampblack with the powdered lime was there just as I had left it. I took out my handkerchief and wiped the lock clean. The whole operation took about 5 minutes. Then I waited. At about 5 my host came and a servant with him. The locked door was opened in my presence. The glass of water was dry, and there was not a drop of water in it. The bed had been slept upon. There was a distinct mark on the pillow where the head should have been, and the sheet too looked as if somebody had been in the bed the whole night. I left the same day by the afternoon train, having passed about 23 hours with the family in the haunted house. End of Story 21. Story 22 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Uncle Saw by S. Mukherjee. This story need not have been written. It is too sad and too mysterious, but since reference has been made to it in this book, it is only right that readers should know this sad account. Uncle was a very strong and powerful man, and used to boast a good deal of his strength. He was employed in a government office in Calcutta. He used to come to his village home during the holidays. He was a widower with 1 or 2 children, who stayed with his brother's family in the village. Uncle had no bedroom of his own since his wife's death. Whenever he paid us a visit one of us used to place his bedroom at Uncle's disposal. It is a custom in Bengal to sleep with one's wife and children in the same bedroom. So whenever Uncle turned up I used to give my bedroom to him, as I was the only person without children. On such occasions I slept in one of the baithaks, drawing rooms. A baitak is a drawing room and a guest room combined. In rich Bengal families of the orthodox style the baitak or baitak khana is a very large room, generally devoid of all furniture, having a rich thick carpet on the floor, with a clean sheet upon it, and takyas, pillows, all around the walls. The elderly would sit on the ground and lean against their takyas, while we, the younger lot, sat upon the takyas and leaned up against the wall, which in the case of a particular room in our house was covered with some kind of yellow paint, which did not come off on the clothes. Sometimes a takya would burst and the cotton stuffing inside would come out, and then the old servant, his status is that of an English butler, his duty to prepare the hookah for the master, would give us a chase with a lathi stick, and the offender would run away, and not return until all incriminating evidence had been removed, and the old servant's wrath had subsided. Well, when Uncle used to come I slept in the baitak, and my wife slept somewhere in the zenana, I never inquired where. On this particular occasion Uncle missed the train by which he usually came. It was the month of October, and he should have arrived at 8 p.m. My bed had been made in the baitak, But the 8 p.m. train came and stopped and passed on, and uncle did not turn up. So we thought he had been detained for the night. It was the Durga Puja season, and some presents for the children at home had to be purchased, and we thought that was what was detaining him. And so about 10 p.m. we all retired to bed. The bed that had been made for me in the Baitak remained there for uncle in case he turned up by the 11 p.m. train. As a matter of fact, we did not expect him till the next morning. But as misfortune would have it, uncle did arrive by the 11 o'clock train. All the household had retired, and though the old servant suggested that I should be waked up, uncle would not hear of it. He would sleep in the bed originally made for me, he said. The bed was in the central Baitak or hall. My uncle was very fond of sleeping in side rooms. I do not know why. Anyhow, he ordered the servant to remove his bed to one of the side rooms. Accordingly the bed was taken to one of them. One side of that room had 2 windows opening on the garden. The garden was more a park-like place, rather neglected but still well wooded, abounding in jack fruit trees. It used to be quite shady and dark during the day there. On this particular night it must have been very dark. I do not remember now whether there was a moon or not. Well, uncle went to sleep and so did the servants. It was about 8 o'clock the next morning, when we thought that uncle had slept long enough, and we went to wake him up. The door connecting the side room with the main Baitak was closed, but not bolted from inside, so we pushed the door open and went in. Uncle lay in bed panting. He stared at us with eyes that saw but did not perceive. We at once knew something was wrong. On touching his body we found that he had a high fever. We opened the windows, and it was then that uncle spoke. "Don't open it or it would come in." "What would come in, uncle? What?" we asked. But uncle had fainted. The doctor was called in. He arrived about 10 in the morning. He said it was a high fever, due to what he could not say. All the same he prescribed a medicine. The medicine had the effect of reducing the temperature, and at about 6 in the evening consciousness returned. Still he was in a very weak condition. Some medicine was given to induce sleep, and he passed the night well. We nursed him by turns at night. The next morning we all had the satisfaction of seeing him all right. He walked from the bedroom, though still very weak, and came to the central Baitak, where he had tea with us. It was then that we asked what he had seen and what he had meant by "it would come in." Oh, how we wish we had never asked him the question, at least then. This is what he said. "After I had gone to bed, I found that there were a few mosquitoes, and so I could not sleep well. It was about midnight when they gradually disappeared, and then I began to fall asleep. But just as I was dozing off, I heard somebody strike the bars of the windows thrice. It was like 3 distinct strokes, with a cane on the gratings outside. 'Who is there?' I asked, but no reply. The striking stopped. Again I closed my eyes, and again the same strokes were repeated. This time I nearly lost my temper. I thought it was some urchin of the neighborhood in a mischievous mood. 'Who is there?' I again shouted. Again no reply. The striking, however, stopped. But after a time it commenced afresh. This time I lost my temper completely, and opened the window, determined to thrash anybody whom I found there, forgetting that the windows were barred and fully 6 feet above the ground. Well, in the darkness I saw. Here uncle had a fit of shivering and panting, and within a minute he lost all consciousness. The fever was again high. The doctor was summoned, but this time his medicine did no good. Uncle never regained consciousness. In fact, after 24 hours he died of heart failure the next morning, leaving his story unfinished and without in any way giving us an idea of what terrible thing which he had seen beyond the window. The whole thing remains a deep mystery, and unfortunately the mystery will never be solved. Nobody has ventured to pass a night in the side room since then. If I had not been a married man with a very young wife I might have tried. One thing, however, remains, and it is this, that though uncle got all the fright in the world in that room, he neither came out of that room nor called for help. One cry for help and the whole household would have been awake. In fact, there was a servant within 30 yards of the window which uncle had opened, and this man says he heard uncle open the window and close and bolt it again, though he had not heard uncle's shouts of "Who is there?" Only this morning I read this funny advertisement in the Morning Post. Haunted houses. Man and wife, cultured and traveled, gentle people, having lost fortune ready to act as caretakers and to investigate in view of removing trouble. Well, in a haunted house these gentle people expect to see something. Let us hope they will not see what our uncle saw or what the Major saw. This advertisement clearly shows that even in countries like England haunted houses do exist, or at least houses exist which are believed to be haunted. If what we see really depends on what we think or what we believe, no wonder that there are so many more haunted houses in India than in England. This reminds me of a very old incident of my early school days. A boy was really caught by a ghost, and then there was trouble. We shall not forget the thrashing we received from our teacher in the school, and the fellow who was actually caught by the ghost, if ghost it was, will never say in future that ghosts don't exist. In this connection it may not be out of place to narrate another incident, though it does not fall within the same category with the main story that heads this chapter. The only reason why I do so is that the facts tally in one respect, though in one respect only, and that is that the person who knew would tell nothing. This was a friend of mine who was a widower. We were in the same office together, and he occupied a chair and a table next but one to mine. This gentleman was in our office for only 6 months after narrating the story. If he had stayed longer we might have got out his secret, but unfortunately he went away. He has gone so far from us that probably we shall not meet again for the next 10 years. It was in connection with the Smith's dead wife's photograph controversy that one day one of my fellow clerks told me that a visit from a dead wife was nothing very wonderful, as our friend Harlal could testify. I always took a lot of interest in ghosts and their stories. So I was generally at Harlal's desk cross-examining him about this affair. At first the gentleman was very uncommunicative, but when he saw I would give him no rest he made a statement which I have every reason to believe is true. This is more or less what he says. It was about 10 years ago that I joined this office. I have been a widower ever since I left college. In fact, I married the daughter of a neighbor when I was at college, and she died about 3 years afterwards, when I was just thinking of beginning life in right earnest. She has been dead these 10 years, and I shall never marry again. A young widower in good circumstances in Bengal is as rare as a blue rose. I have a suite of bachelor rooms in Calcutta, but I go to my suburban home on every Saturday afternoon and stay there till Monday morning. That is, I pass my Saturday night and the whole of Sunday in my village home every week. On this particular occasion nearly 8 years ago, that is, about a year and a half after the death of my young wife, I went home by an evening train. There is any number of trains in the evening, and there is no certainty by which train I go, so if I am late, generally everybody goes to bed with the exception of my mother. On this particular night I reached home rather late. It was the month of September, and there had been a heavy shower in the town and all the tram-car services had been suspended. When I reached the railway station I found that the trains were not running to time either. I was given to understand that a tree had blown down against the telegraph wire, and so the signals were not going through. and as it was rather dark, the trains were only running on the report of a motor trolley that the line was clear. Thus I reached home about 11 instead of 8 in the evening. I found my father also sitting up for me, though he had had his dinner. He wanted to learn the particulars of the storm at Calcutta. Within 10 minutes of my arrival he went to bed, and within an hour I finished my dinner and retired for the night. It was rather stuffy and the bed was damp, as I was perspiring freely, and consequently I was not feeling inclined to sleep. A little after midnight I felt that there was somebody else in the room. I looked at the closed door. Yes, there was no mistake about it. It was my wife who had been dead these 18 months. At first I was, you can guess my feeling. Then she spoke. "There is a cool bed mat under the bedstead. It is rather dusty, but it will make you comfortable." I got up and looked under the bedstead. Yes, the cool bed mat was there, right enough, and it was dusty too. I took it outside and I cleaned it by giving it a few jerks. Yes, I had to pass through the door at which she was standing within 6 inches of her. Don't put any questions. Let me tell you as much as I like. You will get nothing out of me if you interrupt. Yes, I passed a comfortable night. She was in that room for a long time, telling me lots of things. The next morning my mother inquired with whom I was talking, and I told her a lie. I said I was reading my novel aloud. They all know it at home now. She comes and passes 2 nights with me in the week when I am at home. She does not come to Calcutta. She talks about various matters, and she is happy. Don't ask me how I know that. I shall not tell you whether I have touched her body, because that will give rise to further questions. Everybody at home has seen her, and they all know what I have told you, but nobody has spoken to her. They all respect and love her. Nobody is afraid. In fact, she never comes except on Saturday and Sunday evenings, and that when I am at home. No amount of cross-examination, coaxing, or inducement made my friend Harlal say anything further. This story in itself would not probably have been delivered, but after the incident of his dead wife's picture nobody believed it, and there is no reason why anybody should. Harlal is not a man who would tell yarns, and then I have made inquiries at Harlal's village where several persons know this much, that his dead wife pays him a visit twice every week. Now that Harlal is 500 miles from his village home, I do not know how things stand, but I am told that this story reached the ears of the Bara Sahib, and he asked Harlal if he would object to a transfer, and Harlal told him that he would not. I shall leave the reader to draw his own conclusions. End of Story 22. Story 22 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boy Who Was Caught by S. Mukherjee. Nothing is more common in India than seeing a ghost. Every one of us has seen a ghost at some period of his existence, and if we have not actually seen one, some other person has, and has given us such a vivid description that we cannot but believe to be true what we hear. This is, however, my own experience. I am told others have observed the phenomenon before. When we were boys at school, we used, among other things, to discuss ghosts. Most of my fellow students asserted that they did not believe in ghosts, but I was one of those who did not only believe in their existence, but also in their power to do harm to human beings, if they liked. Of course, I was in the minority. It was a matter of fact I knew that all those who said that they did not believe in ghosts told a lie. They believed in ghosts as much as I did, only they had not the courage to admit their weakness and differ boldly from the skeptics. Among the lot of unbelievers was one Ram Lal, a student of the 5th Standard, who swore that he did not believe in ghosts, and further that he would do anything to convince us that they did not exist. It was therefore, at my suggestion, that he decided to go one moonlight night and hammer down a wooden peg into the soft sandy soil of the Hindu burning ghat, it being well known that the ghosts generally put in a visible appearance at a burning ghat on a moonlight night. A burning ghat is the place where dead bodies of Hindus are cremated. It was the warm month of April, and the river had shrunk into the size of a nullah or drain. The real Puka Ghat, the bathing place, built of bricks and lime, was about 200 yards from the water of the main stream, with a stretch of stand between. The ghats are only used in the morning when people come to bathe, and in the evening they are all deserted. After a game of football on the school grounds, we sometimes used to come and sit on the Puka Ghat for an hour and return home after nightfall. Now it was the 23rd of April, and a bright moonlight night. Every one of us, there were about a dozen, had told the people at home that there was a function at the school, and he might be late. On this night it was arranged that the ghost test should take place. The boy who had challenged the ghost, Ram Lal, who was to join us at the Puka Ghat at 8 p.m., and then while we waited there he would walk across the sand and drive the peg into the ground at the place where a dead body had been cremated that very morning. We were to supply the peg and the hammer. I had to pay the school gardener 2 annas for the loan of a peg and hammer. Well, we procured the peg and the hammer, and proceeded to the Puka Ghat. If the gardener had known what we required the peg and hammer for, I'm sure he would not have lent them to us. Though I was a firm believer in ghosts, yet I did not expect that Ram Lal would be caught. What I hoped for was that he would not turn up at the trysting place. But to my disappointment Ram Lal did turn up, and at the appointed hour too. He came boasting as usual, took the peg and the hammer, and started across the sand, saying he would break the head of any ghost who might venture within the reach of the hammerhead. Well, he went along, and we waited for his return at the Puka Ghat. It was a glorious night. The whole expanse of sand was shining in the bright moonlight. On and on went Ram Lal, with the peg in his left hand and the hammer in his right. He was dressed in the usual up-country Indian style, in a long coat or akan which reached well below his knees and fluttered in the breeze. As he went on his pace slackened. When he had gone about half the distance he stopped and looked back. We hoped he would return. He put down the hammer and the peg, sat down on the sand facing us, took off his shoes. Only some sand had got in. He took up the peg and hammer and walked on. But then we felt that his courage was oozing away. Another 50 yards and he again stopped, and looked back at us. Another 50 yards remained. Will he return? No, he again proceeded, but we could clearly see that his footsteps were less jaunty than when he had started. We knew that he was trembling. We knew that he would have blessed us to call him back. But we would not yield, neither would he. Looking in our direction at every step he proceeded, and reached the burning ghat. He reached the identical spot where the pyre had been erected in the morning. There was very little breeze, not a mouse stirring. Not a soul was within 200 yards of him, and he could not expect much help from us. How poor Ramlal's heart must have palpitated. When we see Ramlal now, how we feel that we should burst. Well, Ramlal knelt down, fixed the peg in the wet sandy soil, and began hammering. After each stroke he looked at us and at the river and in all directions. He struck blow after blow, and we counted about 30. That his hands had become nerveless we would understand, for otherwise a dozen strokes should have been enough to make the peg vanish in the soft sandy soil. The peg went in, and only about a couple of inches remained visible above the surface, and then Ramlal thought of coming back. He was kneeling still. He tried to stand up, gave out a shrill cry for help and fell down face foremost. It must have been his cry for help that made us forget our fear of the ghost, and we all ran at top speed towards the Ghat. It was rather difficult to run fast on the sand, but we managed it as well as we could, and stopped only when we were about half a dozen yards from the unconscious form of Ram Lal. There he lay senseless as if gone to sleep. Our instinct told us that he was not dead. We thanked God, and each one of us sent up a silent prayer. Then we cried for help, and a boatman who lived a quarter of a mile away came up. He took up Ram Lal in his arms, and as he was doing it, trrr, went Ram Lal's long coat. The unfortunate lad had hammered the skirt of his long coat along with the peg into the ground. We took Ram Lal to his house and explained to his mother that he had had a bad fall in the football field, and there we left him. The next morning at school, one student who was a neighbor of Ram Lal told us that the whole mischief had become known. Ram Lal, it appears, got high fever immediately after we had left him, and at about midnight he became delirious, and in that condition he disclosed everything in connection with his adventure at the Ghat. In the evening we went to see him. His parents were very angry with us. The whole story reached the ears of the school authorities, and we got what I thought I richly deserved, for having allowed any mortal being to defy a ghost, but what I need not say. Ram Lal is now a grown-up young man. He holds a responsible government appointment, and I meet him sometimes when he comes to tour in our part of the province. I always ask him if he has seen a ghost since we last met. In this connection it will not be out of place to mention two simple stories, one from my own experience and another told by a friend. I shall tell my friend's story first, in his own words. I used to go for a bath in the Ganges early every morning. I used to start from home at 4 o'clock in the morning and walk down to the Ganges, which was about 3 miles from my house. The bath took about an hour, and then I used to come back in my carriage, which went for me at about 6 in the morning. On this eventful morning when I woke, it was brilliant moonlight, and so I thought it was dawn. I started from home without looking at the clock, and when I was about 1.5 miles from home, and about the same distance from the river, I realized that I was rather early. The policeman under the railway bridge told me that it was only 2 o'clock. I knew that I should have to cross the small median through which the road ran, and I remembered that there was a rumor that a ghost had sometimes been seen in the median and on the road. This, however, did not make me nervous, because I really did not believe in ghosts, but all the same I wished I could have gone back. But then in going back I should have to pass the policeman, and he would think that I was afraid, so I decided to go on. When I entered the median a creepy sensation came over me. My first idea was that I was being followed, but I did not dare look back. All the same I went on with quick steps. My next idea was that a gust of wind swept past me, and then I thought that a huge form was passing over the trees which lined the road. By this time I was in the middle of the median, about half a mile from the nearest human being. And then, horror of horrors, a huge form came down from the trees, and stood in the middle of the road about 100 yards ahead of me, barring my way. I instinctively moved to the side, but did not stop. By the time I reached the spot, I had left the metal portion of the road and was actually passing under the roadside trees, allowing their thick trunks to intervene between me and the huge form standing in the middle of the road. I did not look at it, but I was sure it was extending a gigantic arm towards me. It could not, however, catch me, and I walked on with vigorous strides. After I passed the figure, I nearly ran under the trees, my heart beating like a sledge-hammer within me. After a couple of minutes I saw two glaring eyes in front of me. This I thought was the end. The eyes were advancing towards me at a rapid pace, and then I heard a shout like that of a cow in distress. I stopped where I was. I hoped the ghost would pass along the road overlooking me. But when the ghost was within, say 50 yards of me, it gave another howl, and I knew that it had seen me. A cry for help escaped my lips, and I fainted. When I regained consciousness, I found myself on the grassy footpath by the side of the road, about 4 or 5 human beings hovering about me and a motor car standing near. Then the whole mystery became clear as daylight. The eyes that I had seen were the headlights of the 24 h.p. Silent Night Minerva of Captain. He had gone on a pleasure trip to the next station and was returning home with 2 friends and his wife in his motor car, when in that part of the road he saw something like a man standing in the middle of the road and sounded his horn. As the figure in the middle of the road would not move aside, he slowed down and then heard my cry. The rest the reader may guess. The figure that had loomed so large with outstretched arm was only a municipal danger sign erected in the middle of the road. A red lamp had been placed on top of the erection, but it had been blown out. This was the whole story of my friend. It shows how even our prosaic but overwrought imagination sometimes gives to airy nothings a local habitation and a name. My own personal experience, which I shall describe now, will also, I am sure, be interesting. It was on a brilliant moonlight night in the month of June that we were sleeping in the open courtyard of our house. Of course, the courtyard had a wall all around with a partition in the middle. On one side of the partition slept 3 girls of the family, and on the other were the younger male members, 4 in number. It was our custom to have a long chat after dinner and before retiring to bed. On this particular night the talk had been about ghosts. Of course the girls were always ready to believe everything, and so when we left them we knew that they would not sleep very comfortably that night. We retired to our part of the courtyard, but we could overhear the conversation of the girls. One was trying to convince the other 2 that ghosts did not exist, and if they did exist they never came into contact with human beings. Then we fell asleep. How long we had slept we did not know, but a sudden cry from one of the girls awoke us, and within 3 seconds we were across the low partition wall, and with her. She was sitting up in bed pointing with fingers. Following the direction we saw in the clear moonlight the figure of a short woman standing in the corner of the courtyard about 20 yards from us, pointing her finger at something, not towards us. We looked in that direction, but could see nothing peculiar there. Our first idea was that it was one of the maid servants, who had heard our after-dinner conversation, playing the ghost. But this particular ghost lady was very short, much shorter than any servant in the establishment. After some hesitation, all 4 of us advanced towards the ghost. I remember how my heart throbbed as I advanced with the other 3 boys. Then we laughed loud and long. What do you think it was? It was only the lawn tennis net wrapped round the pole standing against the wall. The handle of the ratchet arrangement looked like an extending finger. But from a distance in the moonlight it looked exactly like a short woman draped in white. This story again shows that trick our imagination plays with us at times. Talking of ghosts reminds me of a very funny story told by a friend of my grandfather, a famous medical man of Calcutta. This famous doctor was once sent for to treat a gentleman at Agra. This gentleman was a rich Maori who was suffering from indigestion. When the doctor reached Agra, he was lodged in very comfortable quarters, and a number of horses and carriages was placed at his disposal. He was informed that the patient had been treated by all the local and provincial practitioners, but without any result. The doctor, who was a clever man of the world as of medicine, at once saw there was nothing really the matter with the patient. He was really suffering from a curious malady which could in a phrase be called want of physical exercise. Agra, the city after which the province is named, abounds in old magnificent buildings which it takes the tourist a considerable time to see, and the doctor, of course, was enjoying all the sights in the meantime. He also prescribed a number of medicines which proved of no avail. The doctor had anticipated it, and so he had decided what medicine he would prescribe next. During the sightseeing excursions into the environs of the city, the doctor had discovered a large pucca well not far from a main street and at a distance of 3 miles from his patient's house. It was a very old disused well, and it was generally rumored that a ghost dwelt in it. So nobody would go near the well at night. Of course, there was a lot of stories as to what the ghost looked like and how he came out at times and stood on the brink and all that, but the doctor really did not believe any of these. He however believed that this ghost, whether there really was any or not in that well, would cure his patient. So one morning when he saw his patient, he said, "Lala Sahib, I have found out the real cause of your trouble. It is a ghost whom you've got to propitiate, and unless you do that, you will never get well, and no medicine will help you and your digestion will never improve." "A ghost?" asked the patient. "A ghost!" exclaimed the people round. "A ghost," said the doctor sagely. "What shall I have to do?" inquired the patient anxiously. "You will have to go every morning to that well," indicating the one mentioned above, "and throw a basketful of flowers in," said the doctor. "I shall do that every day," said the patient. "Then we shall begin from tomorrow," said the doctor. The next morning everybody had been ready to start long before the doctor was out of bed. He came at last and got all up to start. Then a big landau and a pair drew up to take the doctor and the patient to the abode of the ghost in the well. Just as the patient was thinking of getting in, the doctor said, "We don't require a carriage, Lala Sahib. We shall all have to walk, and barefooted too, and between you and me we shall have to carry the basket of flowers also." The patient was really troubled. Never indeed in his life had he walked a mile, not to say of 3, and that barefooted, and carrying a basket of flowers in his hands. However, he had to do it. It was a goodly procession. The big millionaire, the big doctor with a large number of followers walking barefooted, caused amazement and amusement to all who saw them. It took them a full hour and a half to reach the well, and there the doctor pronounced the mantra in Sanskrit, and the flowers were thrown in. The mantra, charm, was in Sanskrit. The doctor, who knew a little of the language, had taken great pains to compose it the night before, and even then it was not grammatically quite correct. At last the party returned, but not on foot. The journey back was performed in the carriages that had followed the patient and his doctor. From that day the practice was followed regularly. The patient's health began to improve, and he began to regain his power of digestion fast. In a month he was all right, but he never discontinued the practice of going to the well and throwing in a basketful of flowers with his own hands. He had also learnt the mantra, the mystic charm, by heart, but the doctor had sworn him to secrecy and he told it to nobody. Shoes with felt sole were soon procured from England, it being 40 years before any Indian rope sole shoe factory came into existence, and thus the inconvenience of walking this distance barefooted was easily obviated. After a month's further stay, the doctor came away from Agra having earned a fabulous fee, and he always received occasional letters and presents from his patient, who never discontinued the practice of visiting the well till his death about 17 years later. "The 3-mile walk is all that he requires," said the doctor to his friends, among whom evidently my grandfather was one, on his return from Agra. "And since he has got used to it now, he won't discontinue, even if he comes to know of the deception I have practiced on him, and I have cured his indigestion after all." The patient, of course, never discovered the fraud. He never gave the matter his serious consideration. His friends, who were as ignorant and prejudiced as he himself was, believed in the ghost as much as he did himself. The medical practitioners of Agra, who were probably in the doctor's secret, never told him anything, and if they had told him anything, they would probably have heard language from our patient that could not well be described as quite parliamentary, for they had all tried to cure him and failed. This series of stories will prove how much imagination works upon the external organs of a human being. If a person goes about with the idea that there is a ghost somewhere about, he will probably see the ghost in everything. But has it ever struck the reader that sometimes horses and dogs do not quite enjoy going to a place which is reputed to be haunted? In a village in Bengal not far from my home, there is a big jackfruit tree which is said to be haunted. I visited this place once. The local zemindar had sent me his elephant. The gomashta, estate manager, who knew that I had come to see the haunted tree, told me that I should probably see nothing during the day, but the elephant would not go near the tree. I passed the tree. It was about 3 miles from the railway station. There was nothing extraordinary about it. This was about 11 o'clock in the morning. Then I went to the shooting box, usually called the kachri or courthouse, where the zamindars and their servants put up when they pay a visit to this part of their processions, to have my bath and breakfast most hospitably provided by my generous host. I ordered that the elephant be put under this tree, and this was done though the people there told me that the elephant would not remain there long. At about 2 p.m. I heard an extraordinary noise from the tree. It was only the elephant. It was wailing and looking as bad as it possibly could. We all went there but found nothing. The elephant was not ill. I ordered it to be taken away from under the tree. As soon as the chain was removed from the animal's foot it rushed away like a racehorse, and would not stop within 200 yards of the tree. I was vastly amused. I had never seen an elephant running before. But under the tree we found nothing. What made the elephant so afraid has remained a secret. The servants told me, what I had heard before, that it was only elephants, horses, and dogs that did not stay long under that tree. No human eyes have ever seen anything supernatural or fearful there. End of story 23. Story 24 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Starving Millionaire by S. Mukherjee. This story was also in the papers. It created a sensation at the time. Now it has been almost forgotten. The story shows that black art with all its mysteries is not a thing of the past. This is what happened. There was a certain rich European contractor in the central provinces of India. Let us call him Anderson. He used to supply stone ballast to the railway companies, and had been doing this business for over a quarter of a century. He had accumulated wealth, and was a multimillionaire, and one of the richest men in his part of the country. The district which he made his headquarters was a large one. It was a second-class military station, and there were 2 European regiments and 1 Indian regiment in that station. Necessarily there was a number of European military officers besides a number of civil and executive officers in that station. On a certain June morning, which is a very hot month in India, an Indian fakir came into the compound of Mr. Anderson, begging for alms. Mr. Anderson and his wife were sitting in the veranda drinking their morning tea. It had been a very hot night, and there being no electricity in this particular station, Mr. Anderson had to depend on the sleepy punkah coolie. The punkah coolie on this particular night was more sleepy than usual, and so Mr. Anderson had passed a very sleepless night indeed. He was in a very bad temper. A whole life passed among Indian workmen does not generally make a man good-tempered, and a hot June in the Indian plains is not particularly conducive to sweet temper either. When this beggar came in, Mr. Anderson was in a very bad mood. As the man walked fearlessly up to the veranda, Mr. Anderson's temper became worse. He asked what the beggar wanted. The beggar answered he wanted food. Of course, Mr. Anderson said he had nothing to give. The beggar replied that he would accept some money and buy the food. Mr. Anderson was not in the habit of being contradicted. He lost his temper, abused the beggar, and ordered his servants to turn the man out. The servants obeyed. Before his departure, the beggar turned to Mr. Anderson and told him that very soon he would know how painful it was to be hungry. When the beggar was gone, Mr. Anderson thought of his last remark and laughed. He was a well-known rich man and a good paymaster. An order for £100 on a dirty slip of paper would be honored by his banker without hesitation. Naturally he laughed. He forgot that men had committed suicide by drowning to avoid death from thirst. Well, there it was. The bell announcing breakfast rang punctually at 10 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Anderson joined his wife in the drawing-room, and they went to the dining-room together. The smell of eggs and bacon and coffee greeted them, and Mr. Anderson forgot all about the Indian beggar when he took his seat. But he received a rude shock. There was a big live caterpillar in the fish. Mr. Anderson called the servant and ordered him to take away the fish and serve with eyes open next time. The servant, who had been in Mr. Anderson's service a long time, stared open-mouthed. Only a minute before there was nothing but fish on the plate. Whence came this ugly creature? Well, the plate was removed, and another put in its place for the next dish. When the next dish came, another surprise awaited everybody. As the cover was removed, it was found that the whole contents were covered with a thin layer of sweepings. The khansama, the servant who serves at the table, looked at Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Anderson at the khansama with a wild surmise. The cover was replaced and the dish taken away. Nothing was said this time. After about 5 minutes of waiting, a third covered dish was brought. When the cover was removed, the contents were found mixed with stable sweepings. The smell was horrible, and the dish was at once removed. This was about the limit. No man can eat after that. Mr. Anderson left the table and went to his office, without breakfast. It was the habit of Mr. Anderson to have his lunch in his office. A khansama used to take a tiffin basket to the office, and there, in his private room, Mr. Anderson ate his lunch punctually at 2 p.m. Today he expected his tiffin early. He thought that though he had left no instructions himself, the khansama would have had the sense to remember that he had gone to the office without breakfast. And so Mr. Anderson expected a lunch heavier than usual and earlier too. But it was 2 o'clock and the servant had not arrived. Mr. Anderson was a man of particular regular habits. He was very hungry, and the thought of the beggar in the morning made him angry too. He shouted to his punkah coolie to pull harder. It was 2:15, and still the khansama would not arrive. It was probably the first time in 20 years that the fellow was late. Mr. Anderson sent his chaprassi peon to look for the khansama at about 2:30. A couple of minutes after the chaprassi's departure, Mr. Atkins, the collector of the district, was announced. A collector is generally a district magistrate also, and in the central provinces he is called a deputy commissioner. He is one of the principal officers in the district. In this particular district of which I am speaking, there are two principal government officers. The divisional judge was the head of the civil administration as well as the person who tried the murderers and all other big offenders who deserved more than 7 years' imprisonment. He was a Bengal Brahmin. Mr. Atkins was the collector, or rather the deputy commissioner. He was the executive head of the district. He was also the district magistrate. Mr. Atkins came in and thus explained a sad incident which Mr. Anderson's khansama had met with. As I was passing along the road in my motor car, your young man came in the way and was knocked down. The man is hurt, but not badly. He had been carrying a tiffin basket which was also knocked down, as a matter of course, and the car having passed over it, everything the basket contained in the shape of china was smashed up. The man has been taken to the hospital by myself in an unconscious condition, but the doctor says there is nothing very serious, and he will be all right in a couple of days." Now Mr. Atkins was a great friend of Mr. Anderson. They had known each other ever since Mr. Atkins' arrival in India as a young member of the civil service. That was over 20 years ago. He had at first been in that district for over 7 years as an assistant commissioner, and this time he was there for over 3 years as a deputy commissioner. But Mr. Anderson was very hungry. The story of Mr. Atkins had given him the second shock since the morning. He therefore used language which no gentleman should have done, and with great vehemence threatened to prosecute Mr. Atkins for rash driving, etc. Mr. Atkins was a very good-natured man. He knew the temper of Mr. Anderson, but he had never seen Mr. Anderson so angry before. He therefore beat a hasty retreat, wondering whether Anderson had not gone mad. He would not have told anybody what happened in Anderson's office if he had known the starving condition of the millionaire. But as it happened, he repeated the fine language that Anderson had used, in the club that same evening. Everybody who heard his story opined at the time that Anderson was clearly off his head. Mr. Anderson and his wife were expected at the club, but they did not turn up. When Mr. Atkins went home he got a letter from Anderson in which the latter had apologized for what he had said in the office that afternoon. In the letter there was a sentence which was rather enigmatic. "If you know what I'm suffering from, Atkins, you will be sorry for me, not angry with me. I pray to God you may not suffer such." The letter had evidently been written in great haste, and had not been revised. Mr. Atkins did not quite understand the matter, and he intended to look up Anderson the first thing next morning. Mr. Atkins thought that Anderson had lost some of his money. He knew that Anderson never speculated. Still he might have suffered a heavy loss in one of his contracts. He telephoned to Mr. Anderson at his house, but was informed by one of the servants that the master had gone out in his motor car at 6 in the evening and was not back. Now let's see what happened to Mr. Anderson after he left his office at about 4 in the afternoon. He went home and expected some tea, but no tea arrived, though it was 6. The khansama was in the hospital. The cook was called, and he humbly offered the following explanation: "As soon as Hazor, Your Honor, came back I ordered the khidmatgar, the cook assistant, to put the kettle on the fire. This is the ordinary duty of the khidmatgar." There was a bright coal fire in the stove, and the khidmatgar put the kettle upon it. The kettle should have boiled within 5 minutes, but it did not. Your humble servant went to investigate the cause, and found there was no water in the kettle. We put in some, but the kettle had in the meantime become nearly red hot. As soon as it came into contact with the cold water it burst like a bomb. Fortunately nobody was hurt. There was, of course, a saucepan to heat some water in, but the cold water had got on to the stove and extinguished it. It would be another half an hour before tea was ready, he added. Mr. Anderson now realized that it was not the fault of the servants, but the curse of the Indian fakir. So with a sad smile he ordered his motor car, and thought that he and his wife had better try the railway refreshment rooms. When his chauffeur was going to start the engine, Mr. Anderson expected that there would be a backfire and the chauffeur would have a dislocated wrist. But there was no accident. The engine started as smoothly as it had never done before. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson went to the railway refreshment rooms. There they were informed that no tea was available. A dead rat had been found under one of the tables in the first-class refreshment room, and as plague cases had been reported earlier in the week, the station master had ordered the rooms to be closed till they had been thoroughly disinfected. The whole staff of waiters with all the preserved meat and oilmen's stores had been sent by special train to the next station, so that the railway passengers might not be inconvenienced. The next station was 8 miles off, and there was no road for a motor car. "I had expected as much," said Mr. Anderson bitterly, as he left the railway station. "I would go to Captain Fraser and beg for some dinner. He is the only man who has got a family here, and will be able to accommodate us," he said to his wife, and so they started off a 5 mile run to the cantonments. There was some trouble with the car on the way, and they were detained for about an hour, and it was actually 8:30 in the evening when the Andersons reached Captain Fraser's place. Why, instead of going home from the railway station, Mr. Anderson went to Captain Fraser's place himself, could not tell. When the Andersons reached Captain Fraser's place at 8:30 in the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Fraser had not come back from the club, but they were expected every minute. It was in fact 9 when the captain and his wife turned up in a hackney carriage. They were surprised to see the Andersons. They had heard the story told by Atkins at the club. Anderson gave them his version. Of course, Captain Fraser asked them to stay to dinner. He said, "I am very sorry I am late, but it couldn't be helped. When returning from the club my horse was alarmed at something. The coachman lost control and there was a disaster, but thank God nobody is seriously hurt." Their carriage had, however, been so badly damaged that they had to get a hackney carriage to bring them home. In India, especially in June, they are not particular about the dress. So Captain Fraser said they would sit down to dinner at once, and at 9:15 they all went in to dine. The khansama stared at the uninvited guests. He knew that something had gone wrong with Anderson Sahib. The soup was the first thing brought in, and the trouble began as soon as it came. Captain Fraser's khansama was an old hand at his business, but somehow he made a mess of things. He got so nervous about what he himself could not explain that he upset a full plate of soup that he had brought for Mr. Anderson, not exactly on his head, but on his left ear. Well, the reader would understand the situation. There was a plateful of hot soup on Mr. Anderson's left ear. The soup should have got cold, because it had waited long for the captain's return from the club, but the cook had very prudently warmed it up again, and it had become very warm indeed. Mr. Anderson shouted, and the khansama let go the plate. It fell on the table in front of Mr. Anderson on its edge and rolled on. Next to Mr. Anderson was Mrs. Fraser, and there was a glass of iced water in front of her. The rolling soup plate upset the glass, and the water and the glass and the plate all came down on Mrs. Fraser's lap, the iced water making her wet through and through. She was putting on a muslin gown. She had to go and change. Mrs. Anderson at this point got up and said that they would not spoil the Frasers' dinner by their presence. She said that the curse of the Indian fakir was on them, and if they stayed the Frasers would have to go without dinner. Naturally, she anticipated that some further difficulty would arise there when the next dish was brought in. The Frasers protested loudly, but she dragged Mr. Anderson away. She had forgotten that she had had her lunch and her husband had not. While going in their motor car from Mr. Fraser's house to their own, they had to pass a bazaar on the way. In the bazaar there was a sweetmeat shop. Mr. Anderson, whose condition could be better imagined than described, asked his chauffeur to stop at the sweetmeat shop. It was a native shop with a fat native proprietor sitting without any covering upon his body on a low stool. As soon as he saw Mr. Anderson and his wife he rushed out of his shop with joined palms to inquire what the gentleman wanted. Mr. Anderson was evidently very popular with the native tradesmen and shopkeepers. This shopkeeper had special reason to know Mr. Anderson, as it was the latter's custom to give a dinner to all his native workmen on Her Majesty's birthday, and this particular sweetmeat vendor used to get the contract for the catering. The birthday used to be observed in India on the 24th May, and it was hardly a fortnight that this man had received a check for a pretty large amount from Mr. Anderson, for having supplied Mr. Anderson's native workmen with sweets. Naturally he rushed out of his shop in that humble attitude. But in doing so he upset a whole dishful of sweets, and the big dish with the sweets went into the roadside drain. All the same, the man came up and wanted to know the pleasure of the Sahib. Mr. Anderson told him that he was very hungry and wanted something to eat. "Certainly, Huzoor," said the Halwai Indian confectioner, and fussily rushed in. He brought out some native sweets in a dona cup made of leaves, but as misfortune would have it, Mr. Anderson could not eat anything. There was any amount of petroleum in the sweets. How it got in there was a mystery. Mr. Anderson asked his chauffeur to proceed. For fear of hurting the feeling of this kind old Halwai, Mr. Anderson did not do anything then, but scarcely had the car gone 200 yards when the dona with its contents untouched was on the road. Mr. Anderson reached home at about 10:30. He expected to find no dinner at home, but he was relieved to hear from his bearer that dinner was ready. He rushed into his bathroom, had a cold bath, and within 5 minutes was ready for dinner in the dining room. But the dinner would not come. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the bearer, butler and footman combined, was dispatched to the kitchen to inquire what the matter was. The cook came with a sad look upon his face and informed him that the dinner had been ready since 8:30 as usual, but as the Sahib had not returned, he had kept the food in the kitchen and come out leaving the kitchen door open. Unfortunately, Mr. Anderson's dogs had finished the dinner in his absence, probably thinking that the master was dining out. In a case like this, the cook, who had been in Mr. Anderson's service for a long time, expected to hear some hard words, but Mr. Anderson only laughed loud and long. The cook suggested that he should prepare another dinner, but Mr. Anderson said that it would not be necessary that night. The chauffeur subsequently informed the cook that the master and his wife had dined at Captain Fraser's, and finished with sweets at Gopal Halwai's shop. This explained the master's mirth to the cook's satisfaction. What happened the next day to Mr. Anderson need not be told. It is too painful and too dirty a story. The fact remains that Mr. Anderson had no solid food the next day either. He thought he should die of starvation. He did not know how much longer the curse was going to last, or what else was in store for him. On the morning of the third day, the bearer came and reported that a certain Indian fakir had invited Mr. Anderson to go and breakfast with him. How eagerly husband and wife went. The fakir lived in a miserable hut on the bank of the river. He invited the couple inside his hut and gave them bread and water. Here was a clean, healthy-looking bread after all, and Mr. Anderson never counted how many loaves he ate. But he had never eaten food with greater relish and pleasure in his life before. After the meal the fakir, who evidently knew Mr. Anderson, said, "Sahib, you are a great man and a good man too. You are rich and you think that riches can purchase everything. You are wrong. The giver of all things may turn gold into dust, and gold may, by his order, lose all its purchasing capacity. This you have seen the last 2 days. You have annoyed a man who has no gold, but who has power. You think that the deputy commissioner has power, but he has not. The deputy commissioner gets his power from the king. The man whom you have offended got his power from the King of Kings. It is his pleasure that you should leave the station. The sooner you leave this place, Sahib, the better for you, or you will starve. You can stay as long as you like here, but you will eat no food outside this hut of mine. You can try. You can go now and come back for your dinner when you require it." Mr. Anderson came back to the fakir's cottage for his dinner, with his wife, at 9 in the evening. Early the next morning he left the station and never came back. Within a month he had left India for good. The hospitable gentleman of the station who had asked Mr. and Mrs. Anderson to have a meal with him will never forget the occasion. This story, though it reads like a fairy tale, is nevertheless true. All the European gentlemen of J knew it, and if any one of them happens to read these pages he will be able to certify that every detail is correct. In this connection it will not be out of place to mention some of the strange things of the once famous Hassan Khan, the black artist of Calcutta. 50 years ago there was not an adult in Calcutta who did not know his name and had not seen or at least heard of his marvelous feats. I have heard any number of wonderful stories, but I shall mention only two here which, though evidently not free from exaggeration, will give an idea of what the people came to regard him as capable of achieving, and also of the powers and attributes which he used to arrogate to himself. What happened was this. There was a big reception in a government house at Calcutta. Now a native of Calcutta of those days knew what such a reception meant. All public roads within half a mile of Government House were closed to wheeled and fast traffic. The large compound was decorated with lamps and Chinese lanterns in a manner that baffled description. Thousands of these Chinese lanterns hung from the trees and twinkled among the foliage like so many colored fireflies. The drives from the gates to the building had rows of these colored lanterns on both sides. Besides, there were colored flags and Union Jacks flying from the tops of the poles, round which were coiled wreaths of flowers, which also served to support the ropes or wires from which these lanterns were suspended. The main building itself was illuminated with hundreds of thousands of candles or lamps, and looked from a distance like a house on fire. From close quarters you could read, "Long live the Queen," written in letters of fire on the parapets of the building, and could see the procession of carriages that passed up and down the drive so artistically decorated, and wonder that the spirited horses did not bolt or shy or kick over the traces when entering those lanes of fire. There were no electric lights then in Calcutta or in any part of India, no motor cars, and no rubber-tired carriages. On a reception night lots of people come to watch the decorations of Government House. Nowadays Government House is illuminated with electricity, but I am told by my elders that in those days, when tallow candles and tiny glass lamps were the only means of illumination, the thing looked more beautiful and gorgeous. The people who come to see the illumination pass along the road and are not allowed to stop. The law is that they must walk on, and if a young child stops for more than half a minute, his guardian, friend, nurse or companion is at once reminded by the policeman on duty that he or she must walk on. And these policemen of Calcutta, unlike the policemen of London, are not at all courteous in their manner or speech. So it happened on a certain reception night that Hassan Khan, the black artist, went to see the decorations, and while lingering on the road was rudely told by the policeman on duty to get away. Ordinarily Hassan Khan was a man of placid disposition and polite manners. He told the policeman that he should not have been rude to a ratepayer who had come only to enjoy the glorious sight and meant no harm. He also dropped a hint that if the head of the police department knew that a subordinate of his was insulting Hassan Khan, it would go hard with that subordinate. This infuriated the policeman, who blew his whistle, which had the effect of bringing half a dozen other constables on the spot. They then gave poor Hassan Khan a thrashing, and reported him to the inspector on duty. As chance would have it, this inspector had not heard of Hassan Khan before, so he ordered that he should be detained in custody and charged the next morning with having assaulted a public officer in the discharge of his duty. The inspector also received a warning, but he did not listen to it. Then Hassan Khan took out a piece of paper and a pencil from his pocket, and wrote down the number of each of the 6 or 7 policemen who had taken part in beating him, and he assured everybody, a large number of persons had gathered now, present that the constables and the inspector would be dismissed from government service within the next hour. Most of the people had not seen him before, and not knowing who he was, laughed. The inspector and the constables laughed too. After the mirth had subsided, Hassan Khan was ordered to be handcuffed and removed. When the handcuffs had been clapped on he smiled serenely and said, "I order that all the lights within a half a mile of where we are standing be put out at once." Within a couple of seconds the whole place was in darkness. The entire Government House compound, which was a mass of fire only a minute before, was in total darkness, and the street lamps had gone out too. The only light that remained was on the street lamp posts under which our friends were. The commotion at the reception could be more easily imagined than described. There was total darkness everywhere. The guests were treading literally on each other's toes, and the accidents that happened to the carriages and horses were innumerable. As good luck would have it, another police inspector who was also on duty and was on horseback came up to the only light within a circle of a half-mile radius. To him Hassan Khan said, "Go and tell your commissioner of the police that his subordinates have ill-treated Hassan Khan, and tell him that I order him to come here at once." Some laughed, others scoffed, but the inspector on horseback went, and within 10 minutes the commissioner of the Calcutta police came along with half a dozen other high officials, inquiring what the trouble was about. To them Hassan Khan told the story of the thrashing he had received, and pointed out the assailants. He then told the commissioner that if those constables and the inspector who had ordered him to be handcuffed were dismissed, on the spot, from government service, the lamps would be lighted without human assistance. To the utter surprise of everybody present, including the high officials who had come out with the commissioner of police, an order dismissing the constables and the inspector was passed and signed by the commissioner in the dim light shed by that isolated lamp. And within 1 second of the order, the entire compound of Government House was lighted up again, as if someone had switched on 1,000 electric lamps controlled by a single button. Everybody who was present there enjoyed the whole thing excessively, with the exception of the police officers who had been dismissed from service. It appeared that the commissioner of police knew a lot about Hassan Khan and his black art. How he had come to know of Hassan Khan's powers will now be related. Most of my readers have heard the name of Messrs. Hamilton and Company, jewelers of Calcutta. They are the oldest and most respectable firm of jewelers probably in the whole of India. One day Hassan Khan walked into their shop and asked to see some rings. He was shown a number of rings, but he particularly approved a cheap ring set with a single ruby. The price demanded for this ring was too much for poor honest Hassan Khan's purse, so he proposed that the jeweler should let him have the ring on loan for a month. This, of course, the jewelers refused to do, and in a most un-Englishman-like and unbusinesslike manner a young shop assistant asked him to clear out. He promptly walked out of the shop, promising to come again the next day. Before going out of the shop, however, he told one of the managers that the young shop assistant had been very rude to him and would not let him have the ring for a month. The next day there was a slight commotion in Hamilton's shop. The ring was missing. Of course, nobody could suspect Hassan Khan, because the ring had been seen by everybody in the shop after his departure. The police were communicated with and were soon on the spot. They were examining the room and the locks and recording statements when Hassan Khan walked in with the missing ring on his finger. He was at once arrested, charged with theft and taken to the police station and locked up. At about midday he was produced before the magistrate. When he appeared in court he was found wearing 10 rings, one on each finger. He was remanded and taken back to his cell in the jail. The next morning when the door of his cell was opened, it was found that one of the big almirahs in which some gold and silver articles were kept in Hamilton's shop was standing in his cell. Everybody gazed at it dumbfounded. The almirah with its contents must have weighed 50 stones. How it got into the cell was beyond comprehension. All the big officers of government came in to see the fun and asked Hassan Khan how he had managed it. "How did you manage to get the showcase in your drawing room?" inquired Hassan Khan of each officer in reply to the question. And everybody thought that the fellow was mad. But as each officer reached home he found that one showcase, evidently from Hamilton's shop, with all its contents was standing in his drawing room. The next morning Hassan Khan gave out in clear terms that unless Messrs. Hamilton and Company withdrew the charge against him, at once they would find their safe in which were kept the extra valuable articles, at the bottom of the Bay of Bengal. The jewelers thought that prudence was the best part of valor, and the case against Hassan Khan was withdrawn, and he was acquitted of all charges and set at liberty. Then arose the big question of compensating him for the incarceration he had suffered, and the ring with the single ruby which he had fancied so much and which had caused all this trouble was presented to him. Of course, Messrs. Hamilton and Company, the jewelers, had to spend a lot of money in carting back the showcases that had so mysteriously walked away from their shop. But they were not sorry, because they could not have advertised their ware better, and everybody was anxious to possess something or other from among the contents of these particular showcases. It was in connection with this case that Hassan Khan became known to most of the European government officials of Calcutta at that time. End of story 24. Story 25 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bridal Party by S. Mukherjee. In Benares, the sacred city of the Hindus, situated in the united provinces of Agra and Oudh, there is a house which is famed pretty far and wide. It is said that the house is haunted, and that no human being can pass a night in that house. Once there was a large bridal party. In India the custom is that the bridegroom goes to the house of the bride with great pomp and show with a number of friends and followers, and the ceremony of Kanyadan, giving away the girl, takes place at the bride's house. The number of people who go with the bridegroom largely depends on the means of the bride's party, because the guests who come with the groom are to be fed and entertained in the right regal style. It is this feeding and entertaining of the guests that makes a daughter's marriage so costly in India, to a certain extent. If the bride and the groom live in the same town or village, then the bridegroom's party goes to the bride's house in the evening. The marriage is performed at night, and they all come away the same night or early the next morning. If, however, the places of residence of the bride and the bridegroom are, say, 500 miles apart, as is generally the case, the bridegroom with his party goes a day or two earlier and stays a day or two after the marriage. The bride's people have to find accommodation, food, and entertainment for the whole period, which in the case of rich people extends over a week. Now I had the pleasure of joining such a bridal party as mentioned last, going to Benares. We were about 30 young men, besides a number of elderly people. Since the young men could not be merry in the presence of their elders, the bride's father, who was a very rich man, had made arrangements to put up the 30 of us in a separate house. This house was within a few yards of the famed haunted house. We reached Benares at about 10 in the morning, and it was about 3 in the afternoon that we were informed that the celebrated haunted house was close by. Naturally, some of us decided that we should occupy that house rather than the one in which we were. I myself was not very keen on shifting, but a few others were. Our host protested, but we insisted, and so the host had to give way. The house was empty, and the owner was a local gentleman, a resident of Benares. To procure his permission and the key was the work of a few minutes, and we took actual possession of the house at about 6 in the evening. It was a very large house with big rooms and halls, rather poorly furnished, but some furniture was brought in from the house which we had occupied on our arrival. There was a very big and well ventilated hall, and in this we decided to sleep. Carpet upon carpet was piled on the floor, and there we decided to sleep, on the ground, in right Oriental style. Lamps were brought and the house was lighted up. At about 9 p.m. our dinner was announced. The Oriental dinner is conducted as follows. All guests sit on the floor, and a big plate of metal, say 20 inches in diameter, is placed in front of each guest. Then the service commences, and the plates are filled with dainties. Each guest generally gets thrice as much as he can eat. Then the host who does not himself join stands with joined hands and requests the guests to do full justice, and the dinner begins. Very little is eaten in fact, and whatever is left over goes to the poor. That is probably the only consolation. Now on this particular occasion the bride's father, who was our host and who was an elderly gentleman, had withdrawn, leaving 2 of his sons to look after us. He himself, we understood, was looking after his more elderly guests who had been lodged in a different house. The hall in which we sat down to dine was a large one and very well lighted. Adjoining it was a hall in which our beds had been made. The sons of mine host, with a number of others, were serving. I always was rather unconventional, so I asked my fellow guests whether I could fall to, and without waiting for permission I commenced eating, a very good thing I did, as would appear hereafter. In about 20 minutes the serving was over and we were asked to begin. As a matter of fact, I was nearly half through at that time, and then the trouble began. With a click all the lights went out and the whole house was in total darkness. Of course, the reader can guess what followed. "Who has put out the lights?" shouted Jagat, who was sitting next but one to me on the left. "The ghost!" shouted another in reply. "I shall kill him if I can catch him!" shouted Jagat. The whole place was in darkness. We could not see anything, but we could hear that Jagat was trying to get up. Then he received what was a stunning blow on his back. We could hear the thump. "Oh!" shouted Jagat, "who is that?" He sat down again and gave the man on his right a blow like the one he had received. The man on the right protested. Then Jagat turned to the man on his left. The man on Jagat's left evidently resisted and Jagat had the worst of it. Then Nareen, another one of us, shouted out, "What is the matter with you?" asked his neighbor. "Why did you pull my hair?" shouted Nareen. "I did not pull," shouted the neighbor. Then a servant was seen approaching with a lamp and things became quiet. But the servant did not reach the hall. He stumbled against something and fell headlong on the ground, the lamp went out, and our trouble began again. One of the party received a slap on the back of his head, which sent his cap rolling, and in his attempt to recover it he upset a glass of water that was near his right hand. Matters went on in this fashion till a lamp came. The whole thing must have taken about 4 minutes. When the lamp came we found that all the dishes were clean. The edibles had mysteriously disappeared. The sons of mine host looked stupidly at us, and we looked stupidly at them and at each other. But there it was, there was not a particle of solid food left. We had therefore no alternative but to adjourn to the nearest confectioner's shop and eat some sweets there. That night would not pass in peace, we were sure, but nobody dared suggest that we should not pass the night in the haunted house. Once having defied the ghost we had to stand to our guns for one night at least. It was well after 11 o'clock at night when we came back and went to bed. We went to bed but could not sleep. The room in which we all slept was a big one, as I have already said, and there were 2 wall lamps in it. We lowered the lamps and then the lamps went out, and we began to anticipate trouble. Our hosts had all gone home leaving us to the tender mercies of the ghost. Shortly afterwards we began to feel as if we were lying on a public road and horses passing along the road within a yard of us. We also imagined we could hear men passing close to us whispering. Sleeping was impossible. We all remained awake talking about different things, till a horse came very near. And thus the night passed away. At about 4 a.m. one of us got up and wanted to go out. We shouted for the servant called Kalu, and within a minute Kalu came with a lantern. One of our fellow guests got up and went out of the room followed by Kalu. We could hear him going along the dining hall to the head of the stairs. Then we heard him shriek. We all rushed out. The lighted lantern was there at the head of the stairs, and our fellow guest at the bottom. Kalu had vanished. We rushed down, picked up our friend, and carried him upstairs. He said that Kalu had given him a push and he had fallen down. Fortunately he was not hurt. We called the servants and they all came, Kalu among them. He denied having come with a lantern or having pushed our friend down the stairs. The other servants corroborated his statement. They assured us that Kalu had never left the room in which they all were. We were satisfied that this was also a ghostly trick. At about 7 a.m, when our hosts came, we were glad to bid good-bye to the haunted house with our bones whole. The funniest thing was that only those of my fellow guests had the worst of it who had denied the existence of ghosts. Those of us who had kept respectfully silent had not been touched. Those who had received a blow or two averred that the blows could not have been given by invisible hands, inasmuch the blows were too substantial. But all of us were certain that it was no trick played by a human being. The passing horses and the whispering passers-by had given us a queer, creepy sensation. In this connection may be mentioned a few haunted houses in other parts of India. There are one or two very well-known haunted houses in Calcutta. The Hastings House is one of them. It is situated at Alipur, in the southern suburb of Calcutta. This is a big, palatial building now owned by the government of Bengal. At one time it was the private residence of the Governor-General of India, whose name it bears. At present it is used as the state guest house, in which the Indian chiefs are put up when they come to pay official visits to His Excellency in Calcutta. It appears that in a lane not very far from this house was fought the celebrated duel between Warren Hastings, the first Governor-General of India, and Sir Philip Francis, a member of his council and the reputed author of the Letters of Junius. While living in this house, Warren Hastings married Baroness Imhoff, sometime during the first fortnight of August about 140 years ago. The event was celebrated by great festivities, and, as expected, the bride came home in a splendid equipage. It is said that this scene is reenacted on the anniversary of the wedding by supernatural agency, and a ghostly carriage duly enters the gate in the evening once every year. The clatter of hoofs and the rattle of iron-tired wheels are distinctly heard advancing up to the portico. Then there is the sound of the opening and closing of the carriage door, and lastly the carriage proceeds onwards, but does not come out from under the porch. It vanishes mysteriously. Today is the 15th of August, and this famous equipage must have glided in and out to the utter bewilderment of watchful eyes and ears within the last fortnight. There is another well-known ghostly house in Calcutta, in which the only trouble is that its windows in the first-floor bedrooms open at night spontaneously. People have slept at night for a reward in this house, closing the windows with their own hands, and have waked up at night shivering with cold to find all the windows open. Once a body of soldiers went to pass a night in this house with a view to solve the mystery. They all sat in a room fully determined not to sleep, but see what happened, and thus went on chatting till it was about midnight. There was a big lamp burning on the table around which they were seated. All of a sudden there was a loud click. The lamp went out, and all the windows opened simultaneously. The next minute the lamp was alight again. The occupants of the room looked at their watches. It was about 1 a.m. The next night they sat up again, and one of them with a revolver. At about 1 in the morning this particular individual pointed his revolver at one of the windows. As soon as the lamp went out, this man pulled the trigger 5 times and there were 5 reports. The windows, however, opened and the lamp was alight again as on the previous night. They all rushed to the window to see if any damage had been done by the bullets. The 5 bullets were found in the room, but from their appearance, it seemed as if they had struck nothing. Evidently the bullets would have been changed in shape if they had impinged upon any hard surface. But then this was another enigma. How did the bullets come back? No man could have put the bullets there from before, for they were still hot when discovered, or could have guessed the bore of the revolver that was going to be used. On the 3rd night, to make assurance doubly sure, these soldiers were again prisoned in the room, but on this occasion they had loaded their revolver with marked bullets. As it neared 1 o'clock, one of them pointed the revolver at the window. He had decided to pull the trigger as soon as the lamp would go out, but he could not. As soon as the lamp went out, this soldier received a sharp cut on his wrist with a cane, and the revolver fell clattering onto the floor. The invisible hand had left its mark behind, which his companion saw after the lamp was alight again. Many people have subsequently tried to solve the mystery, but never succeeded. The house remained untenanted for a long time, and finally it was rented by an Australian horse dealer, who however did not venture to occupy the building itself, and contented himself with erecting his stables and offices in the compound where he is not molested by the unearthly visitors. There is another ghostly house, and it is in the United Provinces. The name of the town has been intentionally omitted. Various people saw numerous things in that house, but a correct report never came. Once a friend of mine passed a night in that house. He told me what he had seen. Most wonderful, and I have no reason to disbelieve him. I went to pass a night in that house, and I had only a comfortable chair, a small table, and a few magazines besides a loaded revolver. I had taken care to load that revolver myself so that there might be no trick, and I had given everybody to understand that. I began well. The night was cool and pleasant, the lamp bright, the chair comfortable, and the magazine which I took up interesting. But at about midnight I began to feel rather uneasy. At 1 in the morning I should probably have left the place, if I had not been afraid of friends whose servants I knew were watching the house and its front door. At 1:30 I heard a peculiar sigh of pain in the next room. This is rather interesting, I thought. To face something tangible is comparatively easy. To wait for the unknown is much more difficult. I took out the revolver from my pocket and examined it. It looked quite all right, this small piece of metal which could have killed 6 men in half a minute. Then I waited. For what? Well, a couple of minutes of suspense and the sigh was repeated. I went to the door dividing the 2 rooms and pushed it open. A long thick ray of light at once penetrated the darkness, and I walked into the other room. It was only partially light, but after a minute I could see all the corners. There was nothing in that room. I waited for a minute or 2. Then I heard the sigh in the room which I had left. I came back, stopped, rubbed my eyes. Sitting in the chair which I had vacated not 2 minutes ago was a young girl, calm, fair, beautiful, with that painful expression on her face which could be more easily imagined than described. I had heard of her. So many others who had come to pass a night in that house had seen her and described her, and I had disbelieved. Well, there she sat, calm, sad, beautiful, in my chair. If I had come in 5 minutes later, I might have found her reading the magazine which I had left open, face downwards. When I was well within the room, she stood up facing me, and I stopped. The revolver fell from my hand. She smiled a sad, sweet smile. How beautiful she was! Then she spoke, a modern ghost speaking like Hamlet's father. Just think of that! You will probably wonder why I am here. I shall tell you. I was murdered by my own father. I was a young widow living in this house which belonged to my father. I became unchaste, and to save his own name he poisoned me when I was enceinte. Another week and I should have become a mother, but he poisoned me and my innocent child died too. It would have been such a beautiful baby, and you would probably want to kiss it. And horrors of horrors, she took out the child from her womb and showed it to me. She began to move in my direction with the child in her arms, saying, "You will like to kiss it." I don't know whether I shouted, but I fainted. When I recovered consciousness it was broad daylight, and I was lying on the floor, with the revolver by my side. I picked it up and slowly walked out of the house with as much dignity as I could command. At the door I met one of my friends, to whom I told a lie that I had seen nothing. It is the first time that I have told you what I saw in that place. The ghostly woman spoke the language of the part of the country in which the ghostly house is situate. The friend who told me this story is a responsible government official, and will not make a wrong statement. What has been written above has been confirmed by others, who had passed nights in that ghostly house, but they had generally shouted for help and fainted at the sight of the ghost, and so they had not heard her story from her lips as reproduced here. The house still exists, but it is now a dilapidated old affair, and the roof and doors and windows are so bad that people don't care to go and pass the night there. There is also a haunted house in Assam. In this house a certain gentleman committed suicide by cutting his own throat with a razor. You often see him sitting on a cot in the veranda, heaving deep sighs. Mention of this house has been made in a book called Tales from the Tigerland, published in England. The author says he has passed a night in the house in question and testifies to the accuracy of all the rumors that are current. Talking about haunted houses reminds me of a haunted tank. I was visiting a friend of mine in the interior of Bengal during our annual summer holidays, when I was yet a student. This friend of mine was the son of a rich man, and in the village had a large ancestral house where his people usually resided. It was the first week of June when I reached my friend's house. I was informed that among other things of interest, which were, however, very few in that particular part of the country, there was a large puka tank belonging to my friend's people which was haunted. What kind of ghost lived in a tank, or near it, nobody could say. But what everybody knew was this. Of course, Jaistha Shukla Ekadashi was only 3 days off. I decided to prolong my stay at my friend's place, so that I too might have a look at the ghost's bath. On the eventful day I resolved to pass the night with my friend and 2 other intrepid souls near the tank. After a rather late dinner, we started with a bedding and a hookah and a pack of cards and a big lamp. We made the bed, a mattress and a sheet, on a platform on the bank. There were 6 steps, with risers about 9 inches each, leading from the platform to the water. Thus we were about 4½ feet from the water level, and from this coign of advantage we could command a full view of the tank, which covered an area of about 4 acres. Then we began our game of cards. There was a servant with us who was preparing our hookah. At midnight we felt we could play no longer. The strain was too great, the interest too intense. We sat smoking and chatting and asked the servant to remove the lamp, as a lot of insects was coming near attracted by the light. As a matter of fact, we did not require any light, because there was a brilliant moon. At 1 o'clock in the morning there was a noise as of rushing wind. We looked round, and found that not a leaf was moving, but still the whizzing noise as of a strong wind continued. Then we found something advancing towards the tank from the opposite bank. There was a number of coconut trees on the bank on the other side, and in the moonlight we could not see clearly what it really was. It looked like a huge white elephant. It approached the bank at a rapid pace, say the pace of a fast trotting horse. From the bank it took a long leap and with a tremendous splash fell into the water. The plunge made the water rise on our side and it rose as high as 4.5 feet because we got wet through and through. The mattress and the sheet and all our clothes were wet. In the confusion we forgot to keep our eyes on the ghost or white elephant or whatever it was, and when again we looked in that direction everything was quiet. The apparition had vanished. The most wonderful thing was the rise in the water level. For the water to raise 4.5 feet would have been impossible under ordinary circumstances, even if 1,000 elephants had gotten into the water. We were all wide awake. We went home immediately because we required a change of clothes. The old man, my friend's father, was waiting for us. "Well, you are wet," he said. "Yes," said we. "Rightly served," said the old man. He did not ask what had happened. We were told subsequently that he had got wet like us a number of times when he was a youngster himself. End of story 25. Story 26 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Strange Incident by S. McCurgy. When I was at college there happened what was a most inexplicable incident. The matter attracted some attention at that time, but has now been forgotten, as it was really not so very extraordinary. The police, in fact, when called in, explained the matter, or at least thought they had done so, to everybody's satisfaction. I was, however, not satisfied with the explanation given by the police. This is what actually happened. The college was a very big one with a large boarding house attached to it. The boarding house was a building separate from the college situated at a distance of about 100 yards from the college building. It was in the form of a quadrangle with a lawn in the center. The area of this lawn must have been 2,500 square yards. Of course it was surrounded on all sides by buildings, that is, by a row of single rooms on each side. In the boarding house there was a common room for the amusement of the students. There were all sorts of indoor games, including a miniature billiard table in this common room. I was a regular visitor there. I did not care for any other indoor game than chess. Of course chess meant keeping out of bed till late at night. On this particular occasion, I think it was in November, a certain gentleman, who was an ex-student of the college, was paying us a visit. He was staying with us in the boarding house. He had himself passed 4 years in that boarding house, and naturally had a love for it. In his time he was very popular with the other boarders and with the superintendent, Dr. M.N., an English gentleman who was also an inmate of the boarding house. With the permission of the learned doctor, the superintendent, we decided to make a night of it, and so we all assembled in the common room after dinner. I can picture to myself the cheerful faces of all the students present on that occasion in the well-lighted hall. So far as I know, only one of that group is now dead. He was the most jovial and the best beloved of all. May he rest in peace. Now to return from this mournful digression. I could see old Mathra sitting next to me with a hookah with a very long stem, directing the moves of the chessmen. There was old Burgoo at the miniature billiard table poking at everybody with his cue who laughed when he missed an easy shot. Then came in the superintendent, Dr. M.N., and in a hurry to conceal his hookah, Indians never smoke in the presence of their elders and superiors, old Mathra nearly upset the table on which the chessmen were, and the mirth went on with redoubled vigor as the doctor was one of the loudest and merriest of the whole lot on such occasions. Thus we went on till nearly 1 in the morning, when the doctor ordered everybody to go to bed. Of course we were glad to retire, but we were destined to soon be disturbed. Earlier the same evening we had been playing a friendly hockey match, and one of the players, let's call him Ram Golem, had been slightly hurt. As a matter of fact, he always got hurt whenever he played. During the evening the hurt had been forgotten, but as soon as he was in bed it was found that he could not sleep. The matter was reported to the superintendent, who, finding that there was really nothing the matter with him, suggested that the affected part should be washed with hot water, and finally wrapped in heated castor leaves and bandaged over with flannel. This is the best medicine for gouty pain, not for hurt caused by a hockey stick. There was a castor tree in the compound, and a servant was dispatched to bring the leaves. In the meantime a few of us went to the kitchen, made a fire, and boiled some water. While thus engaged we heard a noise and a cry for help. We rushed out and ran along the corridor, to the place whence the cry came. It was coming from the room of Prague, one of the boarders. We pushed the door, but found it was bolted from inside. We shouted to him to open, but he would not. The door had 4 glass panes on top, and we discovered that the upper bolt only had been used. As a matter of fact, the lower bolts had all been removed, because on closing the door from the outside, once it had been found that a bolt on the bottom had dropped into its socket and the door had to be broken before it could be opened. Prague's room was in darkness. There was a curtain inside, and so we could see nothing from outside. We could hear Prague groaning. The superintendent came up. To break the glass pane nearest to the bolt was the work of a minute. The door was opened and we all rushed in. It was a room 14 feet by 12 feet. Many of us could not, therefore, come in. When we went in we took a light with us. It was one of the hurricane lanterns, the one we had taken to the kitchen. The lamp suddenly went out. At the same time a brickbat came rattling down from the roof and fell near my feet. Thus I could feel it with my feet and tell what it was. And Prague groaned again. Dr. M.N. came in, and we helped Prague out of his bed and took him out on the veranda. When we saw another brickbat come from the roof of the veranda and fell in front of Prague a few inches from his feet, we took him to the central lawn and stood in the middle of it. This time a whole solid brick came from the sky. It fell a few inches from my feet and remained standing on its edge. If it had toppled over it would have fallen on my toes. By this time all the boarders had come up. Prague stood in the middle of the group, shivering and sweating. A few more brickbats came, but not one of us was hurt. Then the trouble ceased. We removed Prague to the superintendent's room and put him in the doctor's bed. There were a reading lamp on a stool near the head of the bed and a Holy Bible on it. The learned doctor must have been reading it when he was disturbed. Another bed was brought in and the doctor passed the night in it. In the morning came the police. They found a goodly heap of brickbats and bones in Prague's room and on the lawn. There was an investigation, but nothing came out of it. The police, however, explained the matter as follows. There were some people living in the 2-storied houses in the neighborhood. The brickbats and the bones must have come from there. As a matter of fact, the police discovered that the boarding-house students and the people who lived in these houses were not on good terms. Those people had organized a music party, and the students had objected to it. The matter had been reported to the magistrate and had ended in a decision in favor of the students. Hence the strained relations. This was the most natural explanation and the only explanation. But this explanation did not satisfy me for several reasons. The first reason was that the college compound contained another well-kept lawn that stood between the hostel buildings and those 2-storied houses. There were no brickbats on this lawn. If brickbats had been thrown from those houses some at least would have fallen upon the lawn. Then as regarded the brickbats that were in the room, they had all dropped from the ceiling, but in the morning we found the tiles of the roof intact. Thirdly, in the middle of the central lawn there was at least one whole brick. The nearest building from which the brick might have been thrown was at a distance of 100 yards, and to throw a whole brick 9 inches by 4½ by 3 inches, such a distance, would require a machine of some kind or other, and none was found in the house. The last thing that created doubts in my mind was that not one brickbat had hit anybody. There were so many of us there that there was such an abundance of brickbats, still not one of us was hit. And it is well known that brickbats hurled by ghostly hands do not hit anybody. In fact, the whole brick that came and stood on edge within 3 inches of my toe would have hurt me if it had only toppled over. It is known to most of the readers that Sootyism was the practice of burning the widows on the funeral pyre of their dead husbands. This practice was prevalent in Bengal down to the year 1828. When a law forbidding the aiding and abetting of Sootyism was passed. Before the act, of course, many women were, in a way, forced to become Sooties. The public opinion against a widow's surviving was so great that she preferred to die rather than live after her husband's death. The law has, however, changed the custom and the public opinion too. Still, every now and then there are found cases of determined Sootyism among all classes in India who profess Hinduism. Frequent instances are found in Bengal, and whenever a case comes to the notice of the public, the newspapers report it in a manner which shows that respect for Sooty is not yet dead. Sometimes a verdict of suicide during temporary insanity is returned, but, of course, whoever reads the report understands how matters stand. I know of a recent case in which a gentleman who was in government service died leaving a young widow. When the husband's dead body was being removed the wife looked so jolly that nobody suspected that anything was wrong with her. But when all the male members of the family had gone away with the bier the young widow quietly procured a tin of kerosene oil and a few bed-sheets. She soaked the bed-sheets well in the oil, and then wrapped them securely round her person and further secured them by means of a rope. She then shut all the doors of her room and set the clothes on fire. By the time the doors were forced open, there were only ladies in the house at that time, she was dead. Of course this was a case of suicide pure and simple, and there was the usual verdict of suicide during temporary insanity. But I personally doubt the temporary insanity very much. This case, however, is too painful. The one that I am now going to relate is more interesting and more mysterious, and probably more instructive. Babu Bhagwan Prasad, now the late Babu Bhagwan Prasad, was a clerk in the office in the United Provinces. He was a grown-up man of 45 when the incident happened. He had an attack of cold which subsequently developed into pneumonia, and after a lingering illness of 8 days, he died at about 8 o'clock one morning. He had, of course, a wife and a number of children. Babu Bhagwan Prasad was a well-paid officer and maintained a large family, consisting of brothers, their wives, and their children. At the time of his death, in fact, when the doctor went away in the morning giving his opinion that it was a question of minutes, his wife seemed the least affected of all. While all the members of the family were collected round the bed of their dying relative, the lady withdrew to her room saying that she was going to dress for the journey. Of course nobody took any notice of her at that time. She retired to her room and dressed herself in the most elaborate style, and marked her forehead with a large quantity of sindoor for the last time. Sindoor is red oxide of mercury or lead used by orthodox Hindu women in some parts of India whose husbands are alive. Widows do not use it. After dressing she came back to the room where her dying husband was, and approached the bed. Those who were there made way for her in surprise. She sat down on the bed and finally lay down by her dying husband's side. This demonstration of sentimentalism could not be tolerated in a family where the purdah is strictly observed, and one or two elderly ladies tried to remonstrate. but on touching her they found that she was dead. The husband was dead too. They had both died simultaneously. When the doctor arrived he found the lady dead, but he could not ascertain the cause of her death. Everybody thought she had taken poison, but nothing could be discovered by post-mortem examination. There was not a trace of any kind of poison in the body. The funeral of the husband and the wife took place that afternoon, and they were cremated on the same pyre. The stomach and some portions of the intestines of the deceased lady were sent to the chemical examiner, and his report, which arrived a week later, did not disclose anything. The matter remains a mystery. It will never be found out what force killed the lady at such a critical moment. Probably it was the strong will of the suttee that would not allow her body to be separated from that of her husband, even in death. Another strange incident is reported from a place near Agra in the United Provinces. There were two respectable residents of the town who were close neighbors. For the convenience of the readers we shall call them Smith and Jones. Smith and Jones, as has been said already, were close neighbors and the best of friends. Each had his wife and children living with him. Now Mr. Smith got a fever, on a certain very hot day in June. The fever would not leave him, and on the 10th day it was discovered that it was typhoid fever of the worst type. Now typhoid fever is in itself very dangerous, but more so in the case of a person who gets it in June. So poor Smith had no chance of recovery. Of course Jones knew it. Mrs. Smith was a rather uneducated elderly lady, and the children were too young. So the medical treatment as well as the general management of Mr. Smith's affair was left entirely in the hands of Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones did his best. He procured the best medical advice. He got the best medicines prescribed by the doctors and engaged the best nurse available. But his efforts were of no avail. On a certain Thursday afternoon Smith began to sink fast, and at about 8 in the evening he died. Mr. Jones, on his return from his office that day, at about 4 in the afternoon, had been informed that Mr. Smith's condition was very bad, and he had at once gone over to see what he could do. He had sent for half a dozen doctors, but they on their arrival had found that the case was hopeless. 3 of the doctors had accordingly gone away, but the other 3 had stayed behind. When, however, Smith was dead, and these 3 doctors had satisfied themselves that life was quite extinct, they too went away, with Mr. Jones leaving the dead body in charge of the mourning members of the family of the deceased. Mr. Jones at once set about making arrangements for the funeral early the next morning, and it was well after 11 at night that he returned to a very late dinner at his own house. It was a particularly hot night, and after smoking his last cigar for the day, Mr. Jones went to bed, but not to sleep, after midnight. The death of his old friend and neighbor had made him very sad and thoughtful. The bed had been made on the open roof on top of the house, which was a 2-storied building, and Mr. Jones lay watching the stars and thinking. At about 1 in the morning there was a loud knock at the front door. Mr. Jones, who was wide awake, thought it was one of the servants returning home late, and so he did not take any notice of it. After a few moments the knock was repeated at the door, which opened on the stairs leading to the roof of the 2nd story on which Mr. Jones was sleeping. The visitor had evidently passed through the front door. This time Mr. Jones knew it was no servant. His first impression was that it was one of the mutual friends who had heard of Smith's death, and was coming to make inquiries. So he shouted out, "Who is there?" "It is I, Smith," was the reply. "Smith? Smith is dead," stammered Mr. Jones. "I want to speak to you, Jones. Open the door or I shall come in and kill you," said the voice of Smith from beyond the door. A cold sweat stood on Mr. Jones's forehead. It was Smith speaking, there was no doubt of that. Smith, whom he had seen expire before his very eyes 5 hours ago. Mr. Jones began to look for a weapon to defend himself. There was nothing available except a rather heavy hammer which had been brought up an hour earlier that very night to fix a nail in the wall for hanging a lamp. Mr. Jones took this up and waited for the spirit of Smith at the head of the stairs. The spirit passed through this door also. Though the staircase was in total darkness, still Mr. Jones could see Smith coming up step by step. Up and up came Smith, and breathlessly Jones waited with the hammer in his hand. Now only 3 steps divided them. "I shall kill you," hissed Smith. Mr. Jones aimed a blow with the hammer and hit Smith between the eyes. With a groan Smith fell down. Mr. Jones fainted. A couple of hours later there was a great commotion in the house of Mr. Smith. The dead body had mysteriously disappeared. The first thing they could think of was to go and inform Mr. Jones. So one of the young sons of Smith came to Mr. Jones's house. The servant admitted him and told him where to find the master. Young Smith knocked at the door leading to the staircase but got no reply. After his watchful nights he is sleeping soundly, thought young Smith. But then Jones must be awakened. The whole household woke up but not Mr. Jones. One of the servants then procured a ladder and got up on the roof. Mr. Jones was not up on his bed nor under it either. The servant thought he would open the door leading to the staircase and admit the people who were standing outside beyond the door at the bottom of the stairs. There was a number of persons now at the door, including Mrs. Jones, her children, servants, and young Smith. A servant stumbled upon something. It was dark, but he knew it was the body of his master. He passed on, but then he stumbled again. There was another human being in the way. Who is this other? Probably a thief, thought the servant. He opened the door and admitted the people who were outside. They had lights with them. As they came in, it was found that the second body on the stairs, 2 or 3 steps below the landing, was the dead body of Smith, while the body on the landing was the unconscious form of Mr. Jones. Restoratives were applied and Jones came to his senses, and then related the story that has been recorded above. A doctor was summoned and he found the wound caused by Jones's hammer on Smith's head. There was a deep cut but no blood had come out. Therefore, it appeared that the wound must have been caused at least 2 or 3 hours after death. The doctors never investigated whether the death could have been caused by the blow given by the hammer. They thought there was no need of an investigation either, because they had left Smith quite dead at 8 in the evening. How Smith's dead body was spirited away and came to Jones's house has been a mystery which will probably never be solved. Thinking over the matter recorded above, the writer has come to the conclusion that probably a natural explanation might be given of the affair. Taking, however, all the facts of the case as given above to be true, and there's no reason to suppose that they are not, the only explanation that could be given, and in fact that was given by some of the skeptical minds of Agra at that time, was as follows. Smith was dead. Jones was a very old friend of his. He was rather seriously affected. He must have, in an unconscious state of mind like a somnambulist, carried the dead body of Smith to his own house without being detected in the act. Then his own fevered imagination endowed Smith with the faculty of speech, dead though the latter was, and in a moment of, well, call it temporary insanity if you please, he inflicted the wound on the forehead of Smith's dead body. This was the only plausible explanation that could be given of the affair, but regard being had to the fact that Smith's dead body was lying in an upper story of the house, and that there was a number of servants between the death chamber and the main entrance to the house, the act of removing the dead body without their knowing it was a difficult task, nay, utterly impracticable. Over and above this, it was not feasible to carry away, even at night, the dead body along the road, which is a well-frequented thoroughfare, without being observed by anybody. Then there is the third fact that Jones was really not such a strong person that he could carry alone Smith's body that distance with ease. Smith's dead body as recovered in Jones's house had bare feet. Whether there was any dust on the feet had not been observed by anybody, otherwise some light might have been thrown on this apparently miraculous incident. End of story 26. Story 27 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What the Professor Saw by S. Mukherjee. This story is not so painful as the one entitled What Uncle Saw. How we wish that Uncle had seen something else, but all the same how glad we are that Uncle did not see what the Professor saw. The Professor is an M.A. of the University of Calcutta in chemistry and is a lecturer in a big college. This, of course, I only mention to show that this is not the invention of a foolish person. I shall now tell the story as I heard it from the Professor. I was a professor of chemistry in a Calcutta college in the year 18. One morning I received a letter from home informing me that my eldest brother was ill. It was a case of fever due to cold. Of course, a man does sometimes catch a cold and get a fever too. There was nothing extraordinary about that. In the evening I did not receive any further news. This meant that my brother was better, because in any case they would have written. A number of my friends came to my diggings in the evening and invited me to join their party then going to a theatre. They had reserved some seat, but one of the party for whom a seat had been reserved was unavoidably detained and hence a vacant seat. The news of my brother's illness had made me a little sad. The theatre, I thought, would cheer me up. So I joined. We left the theatre at about 1 a.m. Coming to my house along the now deserted but well-lighted College Street of Calcutta, I saw from a distance a tall man walking to and fro on the pavement in front of the Senate Hall. When I approached nearer I found that it was my brother, of whose illness I had heard in the morning. I was surprised. "What are you doing here, brother?" I asked. "I came to tell you something. But you were ill, I heard this morning. By what train did you come?" I asked. "I did not come by train. Never mind. I went to your Bassa lodgings and found you were out, gone to the theatre, so I waited for you here as I thought you would prefer walking home instead of a hackney carriage. Very fortunate I did not take one. In that case I would have seen you at your quarters." "Then come along with me," I said. "No," he said, "I shall stay where I am. What I have come to tell you is this, that after I am gone you will take care of the mother and see that she has everything she wants." "But where are you going?" I asked, puzzled. "Never mind where I am going, but will you promise?" "Promise what?" I asked. "That you will see that the mother has everything she wants." "Certainly, but where on the earth are you going?" I asked again. "I can depend upon your promise, then," he said, and vanished. He vanished mysteriously. In what direction he went I could not say. There was no by lane near. It was a very well lighted part of the city. He vanished into thin air. I rubbed my eyes and looked around. A policeman was coming along. He was about 50 feet away. I inquired him if he had seen the gentleman who was talking to me. "Did you see the other gentleman, officer?" I asked. "Yes," he said, looking round, "there were 2 of you. Where's the other? Has he robbed you of all you had? These pickpockets have a mysterious way of disappearing." "He was my brother," I said, "and no pickpocket." The policeman looked puzzled too. I shouted aloud, calling my brother by name, but received no reply. I took out my gold watch. It was 1:30. I walked home at a brisk pace. At home I was informed by the servant that my brother had come to look for me an hour ago, but on being informed that I was out, had gone away. Whenever he came to Calcutta from the suburbs he put up with a friend of his instead of with me. So I decided to look him up at his friend's house in the morning. But I was not destined to carry out that plan. Early the next morning I received a telegram that my brother was dead. The telegram had been sent at 1:20 a.m. He must have died an hour before. Well, there it is. I had seen him and so had the policeman. The servant had seen him too. There could be no mistake about that. I took an early train and reached my suburban home at 10 a.m. I was informed that my brother had died at midnight. But I had seen him at about 1:30, and the servant had seen him at about 12:30. I did not tell anybody anything at that time. But I did so afterwards. I was not dreaming, because the conversation we had was a pretty long one. The servant and the police constable could have not been mistaken either. But the mystery remains. This was the exact story of the professor. Here is something else to the point. Suicidal telepathy. A remarkable case of what may be called suicidal telepathy has occurred near Geneva. Madame Simon, a Swiss widow aged 50, had been greatly distressed on account of the removal of her sister, who was 5 years younger, to a hospital. On Monday afternoon a number of persons who had ascended the Salive, 4,299 feet high, by the funicular railway, were horrified to see a woman walk out to a ledge overlooking a sheer precipice of 300 feet, and after carefully wrapping a shawl round her head and face jump into space. The woman was Madame Simon, says the Times of India, and she was found on the cliffs below in a mangled condition. At the same time Madame Simon's sister, who had not seen or communicated with the former for a week, became hysterical, saying her sister was dead and that she did not want to survive her. During the temporary absence of the nurse the woman got out of bed, opened the window and jumped into the road from the first floor. She is seriously injured and her recovery is doubtful. The news of the death of Madame Simon was only known at the hospital 9 hours later. Allahabad, 12th February, 1913. Much more wonderful than all is this story of the astral lady, which appeared in one of the English magazines a few months ago. In that case an English medical gentleman saw the astral lady in a first-class railway compartment in England. Only accidentally he discovered the body of a lady nearly murdered and concealed under one of the seats. His medical help and artificial respiration and stimulants brought her round, and then the doctor saw the original of the astral lady in the recovered girl. Well, wonderful things do happen sometimes. The phenomenon mentioned in this chapter as the professor's experience is not new. Mr. Justice Norman of the Calcutta High Court saw his mother while sitting in court one day, and others saw her too. A few hours later his lordship received a telegram informing him of her death at the moment when he had seen her in the court. This was in broad daylight. Unlike the professor, the judge did not even know that his mother was ill. The fact that immediately after death the dead person appears to some one near and dear to him has been vouched for by others whose veracity and intelligence cannot be questioned. The appearance of Miss Orme after her death at Mussoorie to Miss Mount Stevens in Lucknow was related in the Allahabad High Court during the trial of the latter lady for the murder of the former. This is on the record of the case. This case created a good deal of interest at the time. Similar to what has been described above is the experience of Lord Brougham. An extract from his memoirs is as follows. A most remarkable thing happened to me, so remarkable that I must tell the story from the beginning. After I left the high school, i.e., Edinburgh, I went with G., my most intimate friend, to attend classes of the university. There was no divinity class, but we frequently in our walks discussed many grave subjects, among others, the immortality of the soul and a future state. This question and the possibility of the dead appearing to the living were subjects of much speculation, and we actually committed the folly of drawing up an agreement, written with our blood, to the effect that whichever of us died first should appear to the other, and thus solve the doubts we had entertained of the life after death. After we had finished our classes at the college, G went to India, having got an appointment in the civil service there. He seldom wrote to me, and after the lapse of a few years I had nearly forgotten his existence. One day I had taken a warm bath, and while lying in it enjoying the heat, I turned my head round, looking toward the chair on which I had deposited my clothes, as I was about to get out of the bath. On the chair sat G, looking calmly at me. How I got out of the bath I know not, but on recovering my senses I found myself sprawling on the floor. The apparition or whatever it was that had taken the likeness of G had disappeared. The vision had produced such a shock that I had no inclination to talk about it or to speak about it even to Stuart, but the impression it made upon me was too vivid to be forgotten easily, and so strongly was I affected by it that I have here written down the whole story with the date, 19th December, and all the participants as they are fresh before me now. No doubt I had fallen asleep, and that the appearance presented so distinctly before my eyes was a dream I cannot doubt. Yet for years I had no communication with G, nor had there been anything to recall him to my recollection. Nothing had taken place concerning our Swedish travel connected with G, or with India, or with anything relating to him or to any member of his family. I recollected quickly enough our old discussion and the bargain we had made. I could not discharge from my mind the impression that G must have died and his appearance to me was to be received by me as proof of a future state. This was on 19th December 1799. In October 1862, Lord Brougham added a postscript. I have just been copying out from my journal the account of this strange dream. Certissime mortis imago, and now to finish the story begun about 60 years ago. Soon after my return to Edinburgh there arrived a letter from India announcing G's death, and that he died on 19th December 1799. The Pall Mall Magazine, 1914, pages 183-184. Another fine story, and one to the point, comes from Hyderabad. As a certain Mr. J., who was an Englishman, after reading the memoirs of Lord Brougham, was so affected that he related the whole story to his confidential Indian servant. We need not mention here what Mr. J.'s profession was. All we need to say is that he was not very rich, and in his profession there was no chance of his getting up one morning to find himself a millionaire. The master and servant executed a bond written with their blood that he who first died would see the other a rich man. As it happened, the native servant died first, and on his death Mr. J., who was then a young man, retired altogether from his business, which business was not in a very flourishing condition. Within a couple of years he went to England a millionaire. How he came by his money remains a secret. People in England were told that he had earned it in India. He must have done so, but the process of his earning he has kept strictly to himself. Mr. J. is still alive and quite hale. A different event in which another friend of mine was concerned was thus described the other day. He had received a telegram to the effect that a very near relation of his was dying in Calcutta, and that this dying person was desirous to see him. He started for Calcutta in all haste by the mail. The mail used to leave his station at about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and reach Calcutta early the next morning. It was hot weather, and in his first-class compartment there was no other passenger. He lay down on one of the sleeping berths, and the other one was empty. All the lamps including the night light had been switched off, and the compartment was in total darkness, but for the moonlight. The moonbeams did not come into the compartment itself, as the moon was nearly overhead. He had fallen into a disturbed sleep, when on waking up he found there was another occupant of the compartment. As thefts had been a common incident on the line, especially in first-class compartments, my friend switched on the electric light, the button of which was within his reach. This could be done without getting up. In the glare of the electric light he saw distinctly his dying relation. He thought he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes and then looked again. The apparition had vanished. He got up and looked out of the window. The train was passing through a station without stopping. He could read the name of the station clearly. He opened his timetable to see he was still 148 miles from Calcutta. Then he went to sleep again. In the morning he thought he had been dreaming, but he observed that the railway timetable was still open at the place where he must have looked to ascertain the distance. On reaching Calcutta he was told that his relation had died a few hours ago. My friend never related this to anybody till he knew that I was writing on the subject. This story, however, after what the professor saw loses its interest, and some suggested that it had better not be written at all. I only write this because this friend of mine, who is also a relation of mine, is a big government servant and would not have told this story unless it was true. To the point is the following story which was in the papers about March 1914. In 1821 the Argyll rooms were patronized by the best people, the establishment being then noted for high-class musical entertainments. One evening in March, 1821, a young Miss M., with a party of friends, was at a concert in the Argyll rooms. Suddenly she uttered a cry and hid her face in her hands. She appeared to be suffering so acutely that her friends at once left the building with her and took her home. It was at first difficult to get the young lady to explain the cause of her sudden attack, but at last she confessed that she had been terrified by a horrible sight. While the concert was in progress she had happened to look down at the floor, and there, lying at her feet, she saw the corpse of a man. The body was covered with a cloth mantle, but the face was exposed, and she distinctly recognized the features of a friend, Sir J.T. On the following morning the family of the young lady received a message informing them that Sir J.T. had been drowned the previous day in Southampton water through the capsizing of a boat, and that when his body was recovered it was entangled in a boat cloak. The story of the Argyll rooms apparition is told by Mr. Thomas Rykes in his well-known diary, and he personally vouches for the truth of it. In this connection the following cutting from an English paper of March 1914 will be found very interesting and instructive. Talks with Mr. Stead. Sir A. Turner's psychic experiences. General Sir Alfred Turner's psychic experiences, which he related to the London Spiritualists' Alliance on May 7, in the salon of the Royal Society of British Artists, cover a very wide field, and they date from his early boyhood. The most interesting and suggestive relate to the reappearance of Mr. Stead, says the Daily Chronicle. On the Sunday following the sinking of the Titanic, Sir Alfred was visiting a medium when she told him that on the glass of the picture behind his back the head of a man and afterwards its whole form appeared. She described him minutely, and said he was holding a child by the hand. He had no doubt that it was Mr. Stead, and he wrote immediately to Mrs. Harper, Mr. Stead's private secretary. She replied saying that on the same day she had seen a similar apparition, in which Mr. Stead was holding a child by the hand. A few days afterwards, continued Sir Alfred, at a private séance the voice of Stead came almost immediately, and spoke at length. He told them what had happened in the last minutes of the wreck. All those who were on board when the vessel sank soon passed over, but they had not the slightest notion that they were dead. Stead knew, however, and he set to work to try to tell these poor people that they had passed over, and that there was at any rate no more physical suffering for them. Shortly afterwards he was joined by other spirits, who took part in the missionary work. Mr. Stead was asked to show himself to the circle. He said, not now, but at Cambridge House. At the meeting which took place there, not everybody was sympathetic, and the results were poor, except that Mr. Stead came to them in short, sharp flashes dressed exactly as he was when on earth. Since then, said Sir Alfred, he had seen and conversed with Mr. Stead many times. When he had shown himself he had said very little; when he did not appear he said a great deal. On the occasion of his last appearance he said, "I cannot speak to you, but pursue the truth, it is all truth." I am confident, Sir Alfred declared, that Mr. Stead will be of the greatest help to those of us, who, on earth, work with him and to others who believe. End of Story 27. Story 28 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Boy Possessed by S. Mukherjee. I think it was in 1906 that in one of the principal cities in India the son of a rich man became ill. He had a high fever and delirium, and in his insensible state he was constantly talking in a language which was some kind of English but which the relatives could not understand. The boy was reading in one of the lower classes of school and hardly knew the English language. When the fever would not abate for 24 hours a doctor was sent for. The doctor arrived, and went to see the patient in the sick room. The boy was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. It was nearly evening. As soon as the doctor entered the sick room, the boy shouted, "Doctor, I am very hungry. Order some food for me." Of course the doctor thought that the boy was in his senses. He did not know that the boy had not sufficient knowledge of the English language to express his ideas in that tongue. So the doctor asked his relations when he had taken food last. He was informed that the patient had nothing to eat for the last 8 or 10 hours. "What would you like to have?" asked the doctor. "Roast mutton and plenty of vegetables," said the boy. By this time the doctor had approached the bedside, but it was too dark to see whether the eyes of the patient were open or not. "But you are ill. Roast mutton will do you harm," said the doctor. "No, it won't. I know what is good for me," said the patient. At this stage the doctor was informed that the patient did not really know much English, and that he was probably in delirium. A suggestion was also made that probably he was possessed by a ghost. The doctor, who had been educated at the Calcutta Medical College, did not quite believe the ghost theory. He, however, asked the patient who he was. In India, I do not know whether this is so in European countries too, lots of people are possessed by ghosts, and the ghost speaks through his victim. So generally a question like this is asked by the exorcist: "Who are you, and why are you troubling the poor patient?" The answer, I am told, is at once given and the ghost says what he wants. Of course, I personally have never heard a ghost talk. I know a case in which a report was made to me that the wife of a groom of mine had become possessed by a ghost. On being asked what ghost it was, the woman reported to have said, "The big ghost of the house across the drain." I ran to the outhouses to find how much was true, but when I reached the stables the woman, I was told, was not talking. I found her in convulsions. To return to our story, the doctor asked the patient who he was. "I am General," said the boy. "Why are you here?" asked the doctor. "I shall tell you that after I've had my roast mutton and the vegetables," said the boy, or rather the ghost. "But how can we be convinced that you are General?" asked the doctor. "Call Captain X, of the 11 Brahmins, and he will know," said the ghost. "In the meantime get me food or I shall kill the patient." The father of the patient at once began to shout that he would get the mutton and the vegetables. The doctor in the meantime rushed out to procure some more medical assistance, as well as to fetch Captain X of the 11 Brahmins. The few big European officers of the station were also informed, and within a couple of hours the sick room was full of sensible, educated gentlemen. The mutton was in the meantime ready. "The mutton is ready," said the doctor. "Lower it into the well in the compound," said the ghost. A basket was procured and the mutton and the vegetables were lowered into the well. But scarcely had the basket gone down 5 yards, the well was over 40 feet deep, when somebody from inside the well shouted, "Take it away! Take it away! There is no salt in it!" Those that were responsible for the preparation had to admit their mistake. The basket was pulled out, some salt was put in, and the basket was lowered down again. But as the basket went in about 5 or 6 yards, somebody from inside the well pulled it down with such force that the man who was lowering it narrowly escaped being dragged in. Fortunately he let the rope slip through his hands, with the result that though he did not fall into the well, his hands were bleeding profusely. Nothing happened after that, and everybody returned to the patient. After a few minutes' silence the patient said, "Take away the rope and the basket. Why did you not tie the end of the rope to the post?" "Why did you pull it so hard?" said one of the persons present. "I was hungry and in a hurry," said the ghost. They asked several persons to go down into the well, but nobody would. At last a fishing hook was lowered down. The basket, which had at first completely disappeared, was now floating on the surface of the water. It was brought up quite empty. Captain X in the meantime had arrived, and was taken to the patient. Two high officials of government, both Europeans, had also arrived. As soon as the captain stepped into the sick room, the patient, we shall now call him the ghost, said, "Good evening, Captain X. These people will not believe that I am General, and I want to convince them." The captain was as surprised as the others had been before. "You may ask me anything you like, Captain X., and I shall try to convince you," said the ghost. The captain stood staring. "Speak, Captain X., are you dumb?" said the ghost. "I don't understand anything," stammered the captain. He was told everything by those present. After hearing it the captain formulated a question from one of the military books. A correct reply was immediately given. Then followed a number of questions by the captain, the replies to all of which were promptly given by the ghost. After this the ghost said, "If you are all convinced, you may go now, and see me again tomorrow morning." Everybody quietly withdrew. The next morning there was a large gathering in the sick room. A number of European officers who had heard the story at the club on the previous evening dropped in. "Introduce each of these newcomers to me," said the ghost. Captain X introduced each person in solemn form. "If anybody is curious to know anything, I shall tell them," said the ghost. A few questions about England, position of buildings, shops, streets in London, were asked and correctly answered. After all the questions the Indian doctor who had been in attendance asked, "Now, General, that we are convinced you are so and so, why are you troubling this poor boy?" "His father is rich," said the ghost. "Not very," said the doctor, "but what do you want him to do?" "My tomb has been destroyed by a branch of a tree falling upon it. I want it to be properly repaired," said the ghost. "I shall get that done immediately," said the father of the patient. "If you do that within a week I shall trouble your boy no longer," said the ghost. The monument was repaired and the boy has never been ill since. This is the whole story. A portion of it appeared in the papers, and there were several respectable witnesses, though the whole thing is too wonderful. Inexplicable as it is, it appears that dead persons are a bit jealous of the sanctity of their tombs. I have heard a story of a boy troubled by a ghost who had inscribed his name on the tomb of a Mohammedan fakir. His father had to repair the tomb and had to put an ornamental iron railing round it. Somehow or other the thing looks like a fairy tale. The readers may have heard stories like this themselves and thought them as mere idle gossip. I therefore reproduce here the whole of a letter as it appeared in the Leader of Allahabad, India, on the 15th July, 1913. The letter is written by a man, who, I think, understands quite well what he is saying. A Supernatural Phenomenon. Sir, It may probably interest your readers to read the account of a supernatural phenomenon that occurred a few days ago, in the house of B. Rasiklal Mitra, B.A., District Surveyor, Hamirpur. He has been living with his family in a bungalow for about a year. It is a good small bungalow, with 2 central and several side rooms. There is a veranda on the south and an enclosure, which serves the purpose of a courtyard for the ladies, on the north. On the eastern side of this enclosure is the kitchen, and on the western the privy. It has a big compound all round, and the southwest corner of which there is a tomb of some Shahid, known as the tomb of Phulan Sahid. At about 5 o'clock in the evening on 26th June, 1913, when Mr. Mitra was out in office, it was suddenly noticed that the southern portion of the privy was on fire. People ran for rescue, and by their timely assistance it was possible to completely extinguish the fire by means of water which they managed to get at the moment before the fire could do any real damage. On learning of the fire, the ladies and children, all bewildered, collected in a room, ready to quit the building in case the fire was not checked or took a serious turn. About a square foot of the thatch was burnt. Shortly after this another corner of the house was seen burning. This was in the kitchen. It was not a continuation of the former fire, as the latter had been completely extinguished. Not even a smoke or a spark was left to kindle. The 2 places are completely separated from each other, being divided by an open courtyard of 30 yards in length, and there is no connection between them at all. There was no fire at the time in the kitchen even, and there were no outsiders besides the ladies and children who were shut up in a room. This too was extinguished without any damage having been done. By this time Mr. Mitra and his several friends turned up on getting the news of the fire in his house. I was one of them. In short, the fire broke out in the house at 7 different places within an hour or an hour and a half. All these places situated so far apart from one another that one was astonished to find out how it broke out one after the other without any visible sign of the possibility of a fire from outside. We were all at a loss to account for the breaking out of the fire. To all appearance, it broke out each time spontaneously and mysteriously. The fact that the fire broke out so often as 7 times within the short space of about an hour and a half, each time at a different place without doing any perceptible damage to the thatching of the bungalow or to any other article of the occupant of the house, is a mystery which remains to be solved. After the last breaking out, it was decided that the house must be vacated at once. Mr. Mitra and his family consequently removed to another house of Padri Ahmad Sah, about 200 yards distance therefrom. To the great astonishment of all, nothing happened after the vacation of the house for the whole night. Next morning Mr. Mitra came with his sister to have his morning meals prepared there, thinking that there was no fire during the night. To his great curiosity he found that the house was ablaze within 10 or 15 minutes of his arrival. They removed at once everything and again was all right. A day or 2 after he removed to a pucca house within the town, not easy to catch fire. After settling his family in the new house, Mr. Mitra went to town, Mauda, some 21 miles from the headquarters. During the night following his departure, a daughter of Mr. Mitra, aged about 10 years, saw in a dream a boy who called himself Shahid Baba. The girl inquired of him about the reason of the fire breaking in her last residence, and was told by him that she would witness curious scenes next morning, after which she would be told the remedy. Morning came, and it was not long before the fire broke out in the 2nd story of the new house. This was extinguished as easily as the previous ones, and it did not cause any damage. Next came the turn of a dhoti of the girl mentioned above, which was hanging in the house. Half of it was completely burnt down before the fire could be extinguished. In succession, the pillow wrapped in a bedding, a sheet of another bedding, and lastly the dhoti which the girl was wearing caught fire and were extinguished after they were nearly half destroyed. Mr. Mitra's son, aged about 4 months, was lying on a cot. As soon as he was lifted up, a portion of the bed on which he was lying was seen burning. Although the pillow was burnt down, there was no mark of fire on the bedding. Neither the girl nor the boy received any injury. Most curious of all, the papers enclosed in a box were burnt, although the box remained closed. B. Ganesh Prasad, Munsif, and the postmaster, hearing of this, went to the house, and in their presence a mirzai of the girl, which was spread over a cot in the courtyard, caught fire spontaneously and was seen burning. Now the girl went to sleep again. It was about noon. She again saw the same boy in the dream. She was told this time that if the tomb was whitewashed and a promise to repair it within 3 months made, the trouble would cease. They were also ordained to return to the house which they had left. This command was soon obeyed by the troubled family, which removed immediately after the tomb was whitewashed to the bungalow in which they were now peacefully living, without the least disturbance or annoyance of any sort. I leave to your readers to draw their own conclusions, according to their own experiences of life, and to form such opinion as they like. Parmeshwar Dayal Amist, B.A. July 9, Vakil High Court. End of story 28. Story 29 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Examination Paper by S. Mukherjee. This is a story which I believe. Of course, this is not my personal experience, but it has been repeated by so many men, who should have witnessed the incident, with such wonderful accuracy that I cannot but believe it. The thing happened at the Calcutta Medical College. There was a student who had come from Dhaka, the provincial capital of eastern Bengal. Let us call him Jogesh. Jogesh was a handsome young fellow of about 24. He was a married man, and his wife's photograph stood in a frame on his table in the hostel. She was a girl hardly 15 years old, and Jogesh was evidently very fond of her. Jogesh used to say a lot of things about his wife's attainments which I mean the other students of his class, believed, and a lot more which we did not believe. For instance, we believed that she could cook a very good dinner, but that is an ordinary accomplishment of the average Bengali girl of her age. Jogesh also said that she knew some mystic arts by means of which she could hold communion with him every night. Every morning when he came out of his room he used to say that his wife had been to him during the night and told him this and that and the other. This, of course, we did not believe, but as Jogesh was so sensitive we never betrayed our skepticism in his presence. But one significant fact happened one day which rather roused our curiosity. One morning Jogesh came out with a sad expression and told us that his father was ill at home. His wife had informed him at night, he said. At that time we treated the matter with indifference, but at about 10 o'clock came a telegram, which of course we intercepted, intimating that his father was really ill. The next morning Jogesh charged us with having intercepted his telegram, but we thought that he must have heard about the telegram from one of the students, as there were about half a dozen of us present when the telegram had arrived. Jogesh's father came round and the matter was forgotten. Then came the annual university examination. Jogesh's weak subject was materia medica, and everybody knew it. So we suggested that Jogesh should ask his wife what questions would be set during one of her nightly visits. After great hesitation Jogesh consented to ask his wife on the night before the examination. The eventful night came and went. In the morning Jogesh came out and we anxiously inquired what his wife had said. "She told me the questions," said Jogesh sadly, "but she said she would never visit me again here." The questions were of greater importance, and so we wanted to have a look at them. Jogesh had noted these down on the back of a theatre program, or handbill, I really forget which, and showed the questions to us. There were 11 of them, all likely questions such as Major might ask. To take the questions down and to learn the answers was the work of an hour, and in spite of our skepticism we did it. And we were glad that we did it. When the paper was distributed, we found that the questions were identically those which we had seen that very morning, and the answers to which we had prepared with so much labour only a few hours before. The matter came to the notice of the authorities, who were all European gentlemen. The 11 answer papers were examined and re-examined, and finally Jogesh was sent for by Colonel, the principal, to state how much truth there was in what had been reported, but Jogesh prudently refused to answer the question, and finally the colonel said that it was all nonsense and that the 11 students knew their materia medica very well, and that was all. In fact, it was the colonel himself who had taught the subject to his students, and he assured all the 11 students that he was really proud of them. The 10 students were however proud of Jogesh and his mystic wife. It was decided that a subscription should be raised and a gold necklace should be presented to Jogesh's wife as a humble token of respect and gratitude of some thankful friends, and this plan was duly executed. Jogesh is now a full-fledged doctor, and so are all the other 10 who had got hold of the materia medica paper. After the incident of that night, Jogesh's wife had an attack of brain fever, and for some time her life was despaired of, and we were all so sorry. But, thank God, she came round after a long and protracted illness, and then we sent her the necklace. Jogesh told us subsequently that his wife had given him an Indian charm case with instructions to put it on, with a chain around the neck whenever he required her. Immediately he put on the chain, to which this charm case was attached, round his neck. He felt as if he was in a trance, and then his wife came. Whether she came in the flesh or only in spirit, Jogesh could not say, as he never had the opportunity of touching her so long as she was there, for he could not get up from the bed or the chair or wherever he happened to be. On the last occasion she had entreated him not to press her to tell the questions. He had, however, insisted, and so she had dictated to him the examination paper as if from memory. The theatre program was the only thing within his reach, and he had taken down all the questions on that, as he thought he could not rely on his own memory. Then she had gone away, but before going, she had walked up to him, unbuttoned his kurta native shirt at the chin, and removed the charm case from the chain to which it was attached. Then she vanished, and the charm case had vanished too. The chain had, of course, remained on Jogesh's neck. Since that eventful night Jogesh had had no mystic communication with his wife during his stay in Calcutta. She refused to discuss the subject when Jogesh afterwards met her at Dhaka, so the mystery remains unsolved. Talking of questions and answers reminds me of an incident that took place on one occasion in my presence. A certain Mohammedan hypnotist once visited us when I was at college. There was a number of us, all students, in the hostel common room or library when this man came and introduced himself to us as a professional hypnotist. On being asked whether he could show us anything wonderful and convincing, he said he could. He asked us to procure a teapoy with 3 strong legs. This we did. Then he asked 2 of us to sit round that small table, and he also sat down. He asked us to put our hands flat on the table and think of some dead person. We thought of a dead friend of ours. After we had thus been seated for about 5 minutes, there was a rap on the leg of the teapoy. We thought that the hypnotist had kicked the leg on his side. "The spirit has come," said the hypnotist. "How should we ascertain?" I asked. "Ask him some question and he will answer," said the hypnotist. Then we asked how many from our class would obtain the university degree that year. "Spirit," said the hypnotist. "As the names are mentioned, 1 rap means pass, 2 mean plucked." Then he addressed the others sitting round. "See that I am not kicking the leg of the teapoy." Half a dozen of the boys sat down on the floor to watch. As each name was mentioned there came 1 rap or 2 raps, as the case might be, till the whole list was exhausted. "We can't ascertain the truth of this until 3 months are over," said I. "How many rupees have I in my pocket?" asked one of the lookers on. There came a distinct 3 raps, and on examining the purse of the person we found that he had exactly 3 rupees and nothing more. Then we asked a few more questions and the answers came promptly in, yes and no by means of raps. Then, according to the hypnotist's suggestion, one student wrote a line from Shakespeare and the ghost was asked what that line was. "As the plays are named, rap once at the name of the play from which the passage has been taken," said the hypnotist, solemnly addressing the spirit. "Hamlet." No reply. "King Lear." No reply. "Merchant of Venice." No reply. "Macbeth." One loud rap. "Macbeth," said the hypnotist. "Now which act?" "Act 1." No reply. "Act 2." No reply. "Act 3." No reply. "Act 4." No reply. "Act 5." One loud rap. "Scene 1." No reply. "Scene 2." No reply. "Scene 3." One loud rap. "Now what about the lines?" said the hypnotist. "Line 1, 2, 3, 39." No reply. "40." One loud rap. "41." One loud rap. "42." One loud rap. "43." One loud rap. "44." One loud rap. "45." One loud rap. "46." No reply. A copy of Shakespeare's Macbeth was at once produced and opened to Act 5, Scene 3, line 40. "Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased? Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raze out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff, which weighs upon the heart?" This was what we read. The student was then asked to produce his paper and on it was the identical quotation. Then the hypnotist asked us to remove our hands from the top of the teapoy. The hypnotist did the same thing and said, "The spirit has gone." We all stared at each other in mute surprise. Afterwards we organized a big show for the benefit of the hypnotist, and that was a grand success. Lots of strange phenomena were shown to us which are too numerous to mention. The fellows who sat on the floor watching whether or not it was the hypnotist who was kicking at the teapoy leg assured us that he was not. The strange feats of this man, hypnotist, astrologer, and thought reader all rolled into one, have ever since remained an insoluble mystery. End of Story 29. Story 30 of 30 Ghost Stories by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Messenger of Death by S. Mukherjee. We have often been told how some of us receive in an unlooked for manner an intimation of death some time before the incident does actually occur. The late Mr. W. T. Stead, for instance, before he sailed for America in the Titanic, made his will and had given his friends clearly to understand that he would see England no more. Others have also had such occult premonitions, so to say, a few days, and sometimes weeks, before their death. We also know a number of cases in which people have received similar intimation of the approaching death of a near relation or a dear friend, who, in most cases, lives at a distance. There is a well-known family in England, one of the peers of the realm, in whose case previous intimation of death comes in a peculiar form. Generally when the family is at dinner, a carriage is heard to drive up to the portico. Everybody thinks it is some absent guest who has arrived late, and my lord or my lady gets up to see who it is. Then when the hall door is opened, it is seen that there is no carriage at all. This is a sure indication of an impending death in the family. I know another very peculiar instance. A certain gentleman in Bengal died leaving 4 sons and a widow. The youngest was about 5 years old. These children used to live with their mother in the family residence under the guardianship of their uncle. One night the widow had a peculiar dream. It seemed to her that her husband had returned from a long journey for an hour or so and was going away again. Of course, in her dream, the lady forgot all about her widowhood. Before his departure the husband proposed that she should allow him to take one of the sons with him, and she might keep the rest. The widow readily agreed, and it was settled that the youngest but one should go with the husband. The boy was called, and he very willingly agreed to go with his father. The mother gave him a last hug and kiss and passed him on to the father, who carried him away. The next moment the widow woke. She remembered every particular of the dream. A cold sweat stood on her forehead when she comprehended what she had done. The boy died the next morning. When she told me the story she said that the only consolation that she had was that the child was safe with his father, a very poor consolation indeed. Now this is a peculiar story told in a peculiar fashion, but I know one or two wonderful stories which are more peculiar still. It is a custom in certain families in Bengal that in connection with the Durga Puja black male goats are offered as a sacrifice. In certain other families strictly vegetarian offerings are made. The mode of sacrificing the goat is well known to some readers, and will not interest those who do not know the custom. The fact remains that millions of goats are sacrificed all over Bengal during the 3 days of the Durga Puja and on the Shyama Puja night, i.e., Diwali or Deepavali. There is, however, nothing ominous about all this, except when the sacrificial sword fails to sever the head of the goat from the trunk at one deadly stroke. All this bodes ill for the householder to appease the deity, to whose wrath such failure is imputed, sacrifices another goat then and there, and further offers to do penance by sacrificing double the number of goats next year. What is more pertinent to the subject I am dealing with is the sacrificing of goats under peculiar circumstances. Thus when an epidemic, such as cholera, smallpox, and now probably plague, breaks out in a village in Bengal, all the principal residents of the place, in order to propitiate the deity to whose curse or ire the visitation is supposed to be due, raise a sufficient amount by subscription for worshipping the irate goddess. The black he-goat that is offered as a sacrifice on such an occasion is not actually slain, but being besmeared with sindoor, red oxide of mercury, and generally having one of the ears cropped or bored is let loose, i.e., allowed to roam about until clandestinely passed on to some neighboring village, to which the goat is credited with the virtue of transferring the epidemic from the village originally infected. The goats thus marked are not looked upon with particular favor in the villages. They are generally not ill treated by the villagers, and when they eat up the cabbages, etc., all that the poor villagers can do is to curse them and drive them away, but they return as soon as the poor owner of the garden has moved away. Such goats become, in consequence, very bold and give a lot of trouble. When, therefore, such a billy goat appears in a village, what the villagers generally do is to hire a boat, carry the goat a long distance along the river, say 20 or 25 miles, and leave him there. Now the villagers of the place where such a goat is left play the same trick, so it sometimes happens that the goat comes back after a week or so. Once it so happened that a dedicated goat made his unwelcome appearance in a certain village in Bengal. The villagers hired a boat and carried him about 20 miles up the river and left him there. The goat came back after a week. Then they left him at a place 20 miles down the river, and he came back again. Afterwards they took the goat 50 miles up and down the river, but each time the goat returned, like the proverbial bad penny. After trying all kinds of tricks in their attempt to get rid of the goat, the villagers became desperate. So a few hot-headed young men of the village, in an evil hour, decided to kill the goat. Instead of killing the goat quietly, as probably they should have done, and throwing the body into the river, they organized a grand feast and ate the flesh of the dedicated goat. Within 24 hours of the dinner, each one of them who had taken part in it was attacked with cholera of a most virulent type, and within another 24 hours every one of them was dead. Medical and scientific experts were called in from Calcutta to explain the cause of the calamity, but no definite results were obtained from these investigations. One thing, however, was certain: there was no poison of any kind in the food. The cause of the death of about 30 young men remains a mystery. This was retribution with a vengeance, and the writer does not see the justice of the divine providence in this particular case. In another village the visit of the messenger of death was also marked in a peculiar fashion. Two men, one tall and the other short, the tall man carrying a lantern, are seen to enter the house of one of the villagers, and the next morning there is a death in the house which they entered. When, for the first time, these two mysterious individuals were seen to enter a house, an alarm of thieves was raised. The house was searched, but no trace of any stranger was found in the house. The poor villager who had given the alarm was publicly scolded for his folly after the fruitless search, for thinking that thieves would come with a lighted lantern. But that poor man had mentioned the lighted lantern before the search commenced, and nobody had thought that fact absurd at that time. Since that date a number of people has seen these messengers of death enter the houses of several persons, and whenever they enter a house a death takes place in that house within the next 24 hours. Some of the witnesses who have seen these messengers of death are too cautious and too respectable to be disbelieved or doubted. Your humble servant on one occasion passed a long time in this village, but he, fortunately or unfortunately, call it what you please, never saw these fell messengers of death. In another family in Bengal, death of a member is foretold a couple of days before the event in a very peculiar manner. This is a very rich family having a large residential house with a private temple or chapel attached to it, but the members never pay a penny to the doctor or the chemist either. In many rich families in Bengal there are private deities the worship of which is conducted by the heads of the families assisted by the family priests. There are generally private temples adjoining the houses or rooms set apart for such idols, and all the members of the family and especially the ladies say their prayers there. Such a temple remains open during the day and is kept securely closed at night, because nobody should be allowed to disturb the deity at night, and also because there is generally a lot of gold and silver articles in the temples which an unorthodox thief may carry away. Now what I have just mentioned was the custom of the particular household referred to above. One night a peculiar groan was heard issuing from the temple. All the inmates of the house came to see what the matter was. The key of the temple was with the family priest, who was not present. He had probably gone to some other person's house to have a smoke and a chat, and it was an hour before the key could be procured and the door of the temple opened. Everything was just as it had been left 3 or 4 hours previously. The cause or origin of the groans was never traced or discovered. The next morning one of the members of the family was suddenly taken ill, and died before medical aid could be obtained from Calcutta. This was about 50 years ago. Since then the members of this family have become rather accustomed to these groans. If there is a case of real Asiatic cholera, or a case of double pneumonia, they don't call in a doctor, though there is a very capable and learned medical man within a mile. But if once the groans are heard the person, who gets the smallest pinprick the next morning, dies, and no medical science has ever done any good. "The most terrible thing in this connection is the suspense," said one of the members of that family to me once. "As a rule you hear the groan at night, and then you have to wait till the morning to ascertain whose turn it is. Generally, however, you find long before sunrise that somebody has become very ill. If not, you have to wire to all the absent members of the family in the morning to inquire what you can guess. And you have to wait the replies to the telegrams. How the minutes pass between the hearing of the groans till it is actually ascertained who is going to die, need not be described." "You must have been having an exciting time of it?" I asked this young man. "Generally not, because we find that somebody is ill before and then we know what is going to happen," said my informant. "But during your experience of 25 years, you must have been very nervous about these groans yourself at times?" I asked. "On 2 occasions only we had to be nervous because nobody was ill beforehand, but in each case that person died who was the most afraid. I was not nervous on these occasions myself, for some reason or other. These uncanny groans of the messenger of death have remained a mystery for the last 50 years. I know another family in which the death of the head of the family is predicted in a very peculiar manner. There is a big picture of the goddess Kali in the family. On the night of the Shyama Puja, Diwali, which occurs about the middle of November, this picture is brought out and worshipped. The picture is a big oil painting of the old Indian school, and has a massive solid gold frame. The picture is a beauty, a thing worth seeing. All the year round it hangs on the eastern wall of the room occupied by the head of the family. Now the peculiar thing with this family is that no male member of the family dies out of his turn. The eldest male member dies, leaving behind everybody else. The next man then becomes the eldest and dies afterwards, and so on. But before the death of the head of the family the warning comes in a peculiar way. The picture of the goddess is found hanging upside down. One morning when the head of the family comes out of his bedroom and the youngsters go in to make the room tidy, as they call it, though they generally make the room more untidy and finally leave it to the servants, they find the famous family picture hanging literally topsy-turvy, that is, with head downwards, and they at once sound the alarm. Then they all know that the head of the family is doomed and will die within a week. But this fact does not disturb the normal quiet of the family, because the paterfamilias is generally very old and infirm and more generally quite prepared to die. But the fact remains that so long as the warning does not come in this peculiar fashion, every member of the household knows there is no immediate danger. For instance, it is only when this warning comes that all the children who are out of the station are wired for. Every reader must admit that this is rather weird. End of story 30. End of 30 ghost stories by various authors.